could have prepared me for the high-stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamite. How will I know if I'm ready? The demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady. Yeah. 'Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamite. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamizer.
Got a monster inside of me, you better watch out. If your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets caught real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score. Never getting bored, loves of blood and gore. Always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really listen until they feel the force applaud it. If you start shit, you'll be hard-lived in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped. You'll be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't bright, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no way And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us.
next to me, come on.
Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Say yeah, yeah, yeah. Say, you know me, I got no time to waste. Type of energy that can't be replaced, no debate. We can take it back to my place. I can turn around, let me show you how it tastes. Yeah. A baller, mind on the dollar. Swallowing the bottle while you're smoking on gelato. Now do you need some of that noodle? Just tell me that you're coming through. Why can't we ever bounce? Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Project Horizon. We are here today to bring you all the drama from the lower bracket runs. We are going to be starting off with JDG versus DRG. My name is Veggie, and joining me on what looks to be a pretty miserable day outside and what could be a pretty miserable first matchup is the Snow Spy.
Yeah, well, you say a miserable first matchup. I'm expecting some excitement. I mean, there's not much hype coming into it, at least from JDG fans after their result very recently. A lot of struggles for them, but if you're a DRG fan, you got some positives to look at here after a win against Trace.
Yeah, for sure. I think the biggest thing for me is going to be looking at how JDG come back into this one, bouncing back, right? I think I referenced them as a yo-yo. You kind of just need to just come back anyway. Just forget about it. Just do what you're supposed to do. It's a different day. It's a new one, and maybe don't pick Lotus.
Yeah, that is definitely one thing to not look at, but a 13-0 result for them last time they played that map. They looked like they weren't really able to shoot their guns much that game. There's quite a few rounds where there was a little bit of hilarity happening, but maybe it's a wake-up call for them. They went back, looked at the strat book, maybe figured out a few different things, and hopefully looking to come in today at least a little bit stronger.
Yeah, I think that's got to be the absolute key is to how they come back and bounce back into that. DRG, like you mentioned, on the other hand, coming in is probably quite considerably strong favourites, having won the previous three matchups dating back since 2024 2-1. So I mean, you could think that we're set for a 2-1 scoreline. Best of three might just be guaranteed for what we expect to see, but I just feel like for DRG they're going to be a whole lot more confident than their opposition, right? They've come in with probably a slightly easier path and certainly will be feeling confident off the back of a momentous win.
You talk about that, JDG's roster is the first one to rock up. You know the players already. Any key players that you kind of were looking at from both of these sides as DRG's faces come across our screen?
I mean, for DRG, you're obviously just looking at Bukashu for number one, right? This is a player that we've seen just absolutely rock out on Cypher just consistently. I think the biggest difference we've seen over stage one recently is that there is a couple maps where Cypher hasn't been chosen by him and he's decided to flex into other stuff. I think we've seen Vice being picked up. Obviously Mix was the biggest one that got picked up on week one. Unfortunately, we've not quite got to see that yet again. I would quite like to see if they're willing to throw something at it today. Or it did just kind of seem like against Sheila Gaming it was just do you know what, this is a free hit against probably what I'll decide to say is the best team in China right now. So why not just see if we can make something work. And if it doesn't, then it doesn't matter, because we might not have won anyway, and it didn't. But today, maybe you throw something at it again.
Yeah, and I mean, it's also just, while it was a poor performance from JDG in their last game, it was against, like you said, what many people are saying is the best team in China, and they hadn't played them all group stage. The groups have been very split, and all of a sudden you go from battling teams that are very similar in level to this absolute monster level 99 boss that just comes at you and fires on all cylinders, and it's got to be a bit of a shock for them. And maybe, you know, like we said, lets them realign, lets them think. A lot to VOD review in that game, and a lot of mistakes to pick up on, that if they can just shore up a few of those. Because I know, Veggie, you were saying that you were like screaming at your screen saying, you can counter this is easy for you to play, but in the moment it's a lot harder to do so.
Yeah, I think like July Gaming aren't doing anything revolutionary, right? This is it's a triple centi comp that dates back like 2 years ago. I think M8 were playing this like so long ago. Like it's not something that's just been discovered. People know roughly what you should be doing against it, but they just seem to not be able to resuscitate any sort of game plan. And I think for me, like, you can go back and you can kind of VOD review your mistakes, but I think the biggest thing that I would want this roster to be doing between yesterday's loss and today is just working on their mid round and being able to like strategize a plan and focusing on thinking of when it's gone wrong, what can we do better, rather than be like, oh, we'll do this against this, because you're not going to face that triple centi comp today, right? Well, at least you shouldn't do, unless DRG have decided to bring that one out of the bag as well. But it also then probably poses that question to the coaching staff of, I mean, I don't want to be so like down on it, but like, what were you doing? Like, it's like in the nicest way possible, right? It's like, what were you doing that you couldn't get your team to adapt to the change? Because it didn't look like there was any adaptations throughout all 13 rounds. Granted, there was a pistol like at the end that sealed it, but like it just didn't seem like there was a change there. And that either comes down to the players not listening to the change, the players not capable of the change, or you not suggesting any of that change. So that's the biggest bit for me that I want to see fixed into today.
The two highlight players that we talk about, Vukashu obviously on DRG, and Stu on the other side, some very impressive stats there. We saw 1.64 KDA, 140 ADR as well, so really a player that can stand out in these games. And I feel like part of this for JDG was missing yesterday. Not only was it some tactical decision making, the mechanical element was also missing. They were missing a lot of shots that they normally wouldn't, and losing a lot of fights that you wouldn't expect them to lose.
Yeah, I mean, that probably does just come down to a confidence thing, right? Once you start kind of getting rolled, in a sense, you kind of lose faith in your ability to not to play the game, but like to get yourselves back into it. We've seen they were a little bit resurgent on their second map. I think it was Penal that they went to, where it was a 13-5, so not as dominating as a 13-0, but still not as much as you would want to, especially on your own map pick coming in. But maybe you've seen them start to grow as individuals back into the series, and it almost does just need to be that hard reset today of yesterday's yesterday, today is a present, let's make it work.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're hoping to see from both these teams at the very least. A good matchup, maybe send us over to 3 maps, give us a little entertaining morning, a little starter before the real meat of the day, which comes from our second series.
Yeah, the second series promised up to be a banger as well, right? All gamers coming in after losing to EDG. I think it was 700 and something days since the last time those two faced as well, which probably quite similar to JDG versus July. But TYL is who waits for them, and I mean, what we haven't actually stressed today is this is a do or die situation for all 4 of these teams, right? We've seen 2 teams qualify for London yesterday. Today you don't get to qualify, unfortunately. You don't have that luxury if you win. You still have to go through at least 1 more match. But if you don't win, that's your stage 1 done, and you miss out on another Masters. And I think for JDG, coming into the stage, the split that we're at, they would have maybe been happy with finishing roundabout here. DRG are definitely a team that would have been hoping to qualify for Masters. AG 100% based off the success off a kickoff, and then TYL, a team that are certainly up and coming and built for success as well, would be wanting to get into that Masters content as well.
And when you put it in that kind of storyline, you're looking at JDG coming into this as a bit of an underdog, which maybe gives them a little bit of a boost in terms of that confidence, just because yesterday when they're going in, they're like, okay, this is our chance. We can actually make something happen. And after they lost that game, it's like, okay, well, we're in the situation that we might have expected to be in at the start of the season. So they can just put everything into this game and kind of see what happens, because at the end of the day, if they still lose here, it's the same situation they were expected to be in from everybody else anyway.
Yeah, what is it? Was it Chloe Kelly, the England footballer? Pressure? What pressure? Is that what they need to come out with? Just come into it, prove everyone wrong? And I think, like you said, today's kind of the best way to prove people wrong is to come in and beat a team that might not be the top seed, but certainly coming into the conversation would be up there in that bracket.
Yeah, and me for one, really hoping to see it. I'm hoping that, maybe we get a little bit of spice. We know that DRG's kind of been trying to keep their comp as similar as they possibly can and playing towards that comfort. And why not when it's the thing that works for them? Any experimentation you might be expecting to see from JDG here, or some of the same stuff?
I wouldn't mind some experimentation. I think the problem is that you're too late in the split to kind of pull out any experimentation. Although, I mean, the devil in the back of my head says maybe it's the perfect time for it, right? Pull out one of those one and done comps to catch your opposition off guard, and then all of a sudden you're back to that one match away from getting into to London. I just don't think they have it in their locker at the minute. I think they do need to just focus on those fundamentals and get back into what works.
As we head into our introductions, this is the moment that people have been waiting for. These walkouts, as the energy starts to build in the room, as we prepare ourselves for what could be one of these teams going home after this game.
The arena is absolutely packed. Everyone, you can feel the energy radiating through your screen as well. These JDG players will be coming out hyped to do their very best.
Veggie, as a player right now, knowing that this could be your last game of the season, it's got to be such a stressful situation, right? It's, everything's on the line. You said that, like, maybe when your back's against the wall, that's when some of these players step up, and it could also just lead to a lot of mistakes, which could be the benefit for JDG, right? Coming into this as a bit of the underdogs, DRG, maybe feeling that pressure a bit more. They were hoping that they could have made it through to Masters earlier, but now they have 2 more games they have to get through before they can qualify, which might lead to a couple of cracks in the armor for them.
Yeah, and I think the only retaliation back for that, I mean, they are probably the bigger sides in this 4-way tie that's left out. The Scout and AG, obviously Sheila and EDG both having qualified already yesterday. It could come down to just being that pressure, like you say, just relying on DRG that, okay, we should be the ones coming out and not only winning the game, but setting the tempo right from the off as well, that you expect to see them apply the pressure. The player highlighted there, Vukashu, is one of those players that you kind of expect to get that early chokehold on the game and start to dictate how this is going to go.
I feel like that's probably one of the key win conditions for JDG, finding that way to shut out Walkouts, shutting them down on the left, and finding a way to crack those sites open when they're left alone as that anchor. Because DRG really relies on this player to get them a lot of information, win a lot of 1v1, pull out these big rounds, and stop Walkouts from doing that. The team looks a little bit weaker.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And I think that's why DRG have not gone back to that mixed comp since we've seen it, as it obviously wasn't something that it was so comfortable on, which the Sentinel agent is where he certainly made a home for it. And you have to say, they don't really look like they're feeling any pressure as they're walking down right now. Cupped ears, flexing their way down to the stand. They look very cool, calm and collected, the epitome of ready for today. And I think just looking at that, my money would have to be stacked firmly on these favourites.
And the first thing that we are obviously going to see when it comes to this match is that pistol round. We looked at the statistics. Yep. DRG heavily favoured in that matchup in terms of their pistol win rates.
Yeah, and that's something you would expect to fully go through. It's a game of snowballing as it sort of fills its way through the game, and that first pistol is going to be massive. It sets yourself up to not only win that second round, but get your front foot in for round 3 as well. And as we get set for what this map veto is going to be, I think that will dictate the pace as much as the pistol will. I'm really concerned that we're going to see a Lotus coming in. It's a map that DRG aren't that worried about playing. And JDG, they don't have the worst matchup on it in general, right? It's not that they've been rolled on it every single time they play it. But I just feel like if you're getting 13-0 in a map, you don't pick it the next time in. You want to give yourself a little bit more time to go back and address some of those issues. So if it comes up straight away today, either they've managed to just wipe that down instantly, or it somehow fell through the cracks and maybe gives me a sign of distress.
Yeah, and it's definitely something that both these teams, this first few rounds, it's going to be that snowball effect. You've got to think JDG maybe going to be feeling a little bit of trauma. If they lose that pistol round, lose round 2, that bonus is going to be so important to them because they're going to be getting flashbacks from yesterday.
It's there, man. It's there.
It's not something you were hoping to see, Veggie, especially if you are a JDG fan. And not only that,
but how bad can your breeze be, man? How bad can your breeze be that...
You that worried, Veggie? Are you that worried for them? Surely they would have been able to figure out some adaptations after how their last game on it went.
Yeah, but there's, like you said, it's so much of the mental game that it comes down to as well that, like you said, if you do find yourself in that 3-0 scenario straight off the bat, how does that lead to the rest of the game being played out? I just refuse to believe that your insta-ban can look worse than what that map pick looks like, right? I don't know, man. I don't know. I think we're going to be starting off here on Haven, which to me always kind of has the same feel. Might not be the exact same play out as Lotus, but to me this is very dangerous that we might get to see the first 2-0 between both of these teams in their history since Formula. And I don't know, man. I was really hoping. I was lying in bed last night, like huddled up, and I was like, just don't pick Lotus.
Yeah,
There's no way you pick Lotus.
I remember you whispering it. Don't pick Lotus. Don't pick Lotus. I didn't know what you were talking about first, but now everything kind of comes to light. But not only that, Haven as well, a map that DRG very recently was able to beat Trace on and looked really strong. So it's like it's not looking good for JDG so far, at least in terms of this matchup. The first 2 maps are going to be a definite difficult slog. We know that DRG having that Cypher can be strong on Haven, can allow them to have a few different plays on that 3-site map, a lot of space control for them, a lot of ways to play around their star player Vukashu. So JDG definitely going to have to pull something out the bag, whether it comes to just that player performance, which we weren't able to see before, or maybe a little slight variation in comp. Something has to happen.
Yeah, and I mean, the other thing with Haven, right, is obviously you look at it, you coming in going, oh, it's JDG's map pick. They must have like a pretty good win rate on this, right? Much like every one of their map picks, it's a 50%. They've played it 6 times this stage, which is actually a considerable amount. It's almost every week at this rate. But it's 3 wins and 3 losses. Coming against the likes of EDG, All Gamers, Billy, Titan Esports and TYL twice. They seem to have at least settled for a composition, which is what they're going to be picking into today. And I think it's probably no surprise on the other side that it's the exact same mirror going back against the wall. So we have to look into it and see who will be the best team of them all between these two. And I think coming the end of the day, we'll at least have that answer.
Yeah, I mean, we won't be leaving this thinking, oh, maybe the wrong team won, because this is a match.
Well, sometimes.
Sometimes, but I mean, like, surely not in a 3-map series. If you're a 1-map game, but I mean, 3 maps, surely it's got to be the best team comes out. But when we look at these compositions, no one would be surprised at all to see Waylay, Neon, Cypher as the main core for this DRG lineup. Bring out that Sky and Omen as well. It's the bread and butter for these people. JDG rocking something a little bit similar, just trading that Sova in for the Sky to get a little bit of extra information.
Yeah, I think the Sova is probably the most common occurrence for what we're seeing, right? That's probably the bread and butter for what you tend to see on Ascent. It's rare that you see an Ascent without a Sova. Sky is probably the biggest highlight to bring out for the changes that are coming through, giving the teams that extra flash, a little bit of extra information, using the dog just to clean out some more angles rather than relying on the dart to get anything. It just means that you don't have too much to kind of clear a site with on the retake, but you're going to be relying quite heavily on the double duelist to at least supply some form of fast flood back onto the site, right?
And in Haven, a three-site map, are you a fan of the more spread out style of play on defense, where you go for that information a bit more, look to play retake, or you looking to see some heavy holds early on to try and stop that attack from really flooding in and taking control of the space?
I'm starting to be a fan of getting the information early and then flooding on site fast as the site hits coming in. So you afford up that space, and then as the kind of opponents are looking for extra space, you kind of manipulate that into your own advantage. And we will get to see that probably quite fast as we come in, how both of these teams are going to settle up onto this stage today, as we hear our Haven in the first best of 3 today in this lower bracket run. DRG starting on defense, JDG starting on attack, and it'll be the first blood for Coconut, splitting that one in half. The water has been spilled.
Very good start for them. It's a fast hit onto site, leads them to another few kills, but the flood is already here. 3 members trying to run through, but nothing will come of it as Spirits left all alone. 1 versus 4. Have to make a huge play here in a very unlikely scenario. Just a couple bullets, spam through the smoke, and nothing really much to come of there, as it should be their demise very soon.
Pretty much the dream start that you were looking for JDG, right? Get those nerves shuddered off. Coming in a pretty convincing pistol, bar a miracle from Spirits, but as this 4-hold looks very competent, it shouldn't really formulate. The next thing we'll start to look at is how this second round comes up, what artillery we're bringing into that next round, what they intend to do with it. Do we go into one of those compositions that set you up for that round 3, like a double pistol being held on so that you can have those sort of human silver drones, as I like to refer to them as, or do we just fully commit into getting the round win and starting to rebound off of that?
And we were talking about the statistically, DRG more likely to win that pistol round, but JDG kind of proving us wrong there. Going to give themselves a good start. Definitely going to feel good after last time they had a matchup where they lost the pistol round and got third to
win again.
This is definitely a better result at the very least.
Yeah, so they have opted for that one ghost still to remain in hand on J Kuno, which just allows that sort of extra lurk potential, and if that player gets caught, it's not the end of the world. No hard weapons carried over. Also sets you up for a stronger buy going into the next. But I like the hit on to B. This judge could provide value, and it does.
The value of that aspect coming in through as well, but some right clicks from the classics. Managed to even up kill count just a little bit. Cashew flexing. Both on this B site. Spike already gone down. Gonna have to find a way to pick a fight. There's no real way for them to find an angle. Coconut just lining the kills up. Very easily, very clean. Only 2 deaths to their names, but they're going to be able to retain some of those Guardians and still have a strong buy into this bonus.
Yeah, you would have said 1 death was probably what was permitted going into this round, but 2 at worst case isn't the end of the world to Judge, and the Spectre dropped off, so Judge picked up. I felt like DRG were just maybe trying to wait for Flex and Smoke to come back up, just to try and use that to provide some cover to get back onto the Spike, to at least fake out the tap. Unfortunately, not going to be the case. You do see the permeations that come through, meaning that Stu has to play off this Sheriff, but altogether, not the worst buy coming in, but DRG most definitely heavy favourite straight away.
One pick could be everything JDG needs to take from onto site. 2 dashes back from both sides. But Flex in 3K will be huge, as it might give me everything they need to turn this around. But Jay doesn't want to let it end there. Only 9 HP. And around. Spots nobody, picks up the spike, and they just leave. No idea where these players could be, and they do not want to risk it right here.
Unfortunate timing on the peek away for Jay, but for DRG, they're reading this correctly, clearing out that B side, holding together, have the idea that a play into Garage could be fruitful, and it certainly looks as if it's about to pay off. Just need to be silent, wait for that tap, change of mind, go in through the choke point, and they catch them off guard is the big question.
The information from Jay Kuro, absolutely huge. I don't know where these players are. Jay pops in, but on only 9 HP, a single bullet will do it. Tries to peek out somehow, dodges the bullet, trying to pull out their inner Neo. Does not manage to avoid all of them though. Cam Gets the information needed. He's tapped, and the shot is huge. A 1 versus 1 now, but Nick gets the kill. And a very, very costless anti-eco round for this DRG squad.
Yeah, they'll at least settle for the fact that the overdrive gets plocked right in that 2 versus 2 situation. But you have to feel that it's used just to buy time, right? There's no, I mean, as much as there's intention to get a kill with it, it's more just to hold the DRG side back and stop them trying to take more space from the threat that could cause. Unfortunately, the players that caused that damage to the Neon will certainly have called out the low HP, giving them a little bit more confidence to go further on. So JDG certainly going to be happy with how that one went out. Got the money in the bag. They can ascend onto this next round, and it will be heading over towards C. DRG want to make a little bit of noise over towards A, at least attack that angle.
5 players here already, and they just want to make their push as soon as possible. It's a retake. DRG trying to flood into the site, but there's not the members there, no utility to back them up either. And this site will be taken for free. No kills on the board for this DRG squad just yet, and with their weaponry and the economy at the state it is, maybe it's not the best call for them to go in, but they believe in their way of winning fights. Nick, left alone, flashes into the site, has to find all 3, but cannot even find 1. And just like that, JDG starting to pick up momentum.
Yeah, JDG believers firmly back in this race. Felt they were distraught yesterday, starting to feel a little bit more relieved today. The team has certainly managed to shake that loss up off the back of it. Looking a lot more competent, a lot more structured in the game plan. At least we're starting to see what this attack can provide. And it's no, you know I'm always going to highlight this. I'm a fan of when the Outlaw gets purchased. You know I'm about to talk about it. The Outlaw coming in on this eco buy just fills me with so much confidence that this team know exactly what they're doing. That first kill, Spirit's just obviously trying to get a little bit aggressive, right? But knowing that you can manage the economy so much with this Outlaw, just, that makes me so happy, man.
A little bit of a tempo change here from JDG. Taking this round a little bit slower. Going for some contact, hoping that that Outlaw can maybe find a pick. But DRG has the right read so far. Jiggle out, gets nothing. Cashew has found the opening kill. And they're just going to back away, reset off of this as they know that there is multiple members from DRG waiting for them.
Yeah, camera there on C will give that little bit of early information as well that Vikashu is just going to keep on tapping just to see if that's where the site hit comes, but it does look like B will be where this lends itself to.
Nice first kill from J Kura there, Nick. In support, swings out, find anybody, just a bit of chip damage. Vikashu was found their way through this moment. Will be taken down. Seekers invested now. This could be a costly round for DRG if they're not able to convert. A Marshall in hand, Nick finds the kill. Flexen goes down for it though. Nick, yet again, this player that's been asked to clutch up the round, to make something happen. The 1 versus 2 situation is never easy, and especially when you're against the likes of Coconut and Stew.
Yeah, the post plant here is nuts as well. Smoke on Spike, Hunter's Fury available. Dart available as well, and I think Nick was just starting to realise that the odds were firmly stacked up against. Thought maybe, you know, we came in with this with pistols, maybe I'll just try and rock it out of here with a Vandal in hand, but wasn't the case to be. And I don't really mind the Seekers being invested, right? Some people might look at that as an overstep, but in reality the tides were certainly turning in towards DRG's favour. It gave them just an outlook at a way to get back into the site, to get that little bit of extra information, if not just causing a distraction. Unfortunate just the way that it falls through.
Well, it's sadly just one of those situations when you use it and it doesn't work out, it looks bad, but if you used it there and it and won the round, then looks like the biggest brain move of all time. But now it's for DRG to assess what's been going on. Down in the round count, JDG looking really strong in this one so far, and DRG feel like they haven't really had a footing in any of these rounds. Even that anti-eco that they were able to win, it was still a rough one. Only 1 member surviving, which has kind of led to this downfall of the economy and their struggles going forwards.
Yeah, and I think it just comes fully down to the fact that JDG are setting a really fast tempo that, like you said, DRG haven't been able to adapt to. It's instant first bloods going into the favour of JDG, whether it's a peek coming from DRG to try and get info, and maybe that's where that Sova provides a little bit more value than the Sky, right? Is that you can afford to drone out certain areas, or you can, I mean, the typical one is just that dart that lands into A lobby that means you don't need to take that aggressive peek. But the adaptation here for sure seems to be trying to take this A space a lot more aggressive. 4 bodies stacked here, and it will be facing right into a 5 stack.
9 bodies if you count every team and every player. Everyone's fighting in this one. And there's Fury being used as well. DRG trying to battle their way through the trenches. But at the end of the day, the dust settles. 2 members alive for DRG. JDG favoured yet again. The Spirits trying to go exploring, seeing if they can just maybe catch someone off guard, and could be a very good move for them depending on the timing. But JDG do not want to find themselves isolated.
It's how patient the Spirits see can be. JDG are going to be aware of this threat, and immediately it gets checked out. No real way to escape though, trapped in this corner. Just needs to wait for the crunch to come through. Stu has gone searching. He will find an early grave, leaving Coconut all alone to split this one.
Members on both sides. It would be isolated fights if they can find one. And being under makes it difficult for this Heaven player to really have any impact. But Coconut's revealing themselves. Moved out into the open space, but it's perfect timing. At 1 versus 1 now. And it's completely Coconut favoured. The information's there. And Vukashu can do nothing but be taken down. And an easy clutch for a player of this caliber.
2 versus 1, the DRG would have felt that they were definitely stacked up for them. Failing to convert that after a huge commitment to a fight early on. And the timeout, of course, to call the set play. JDG just continue to impress with their bounce back. Volt stocks are rising through the roof for sure. Took a bit of heat yesterday off of the back of it, but certainly has to feel confident that the stocks that they've invested in JDG are paying off. And as you say, DRG forced into this eco once again. Refusing to go aggro is the biggest thing I see on these ecos. Just sit and hold sights with their sheriffs and a bucket to toe. Whereas JDG, happy to explore the open space. Setting up Dora the Explorer, trying to see what they can find. Just waiting on that spike to make the right call.
2 members waiting, like you said, Bucky. A bait from life, but J-Kuro finds no one, just gathering information. We'll hear those footsteps as a site has been gained. J-Kuro could just find one of these players on the flank. Flexin's looking out for it, but the timing's not quite there. And it's a heavy risk to pay. If J-Kuro gets the timing wrong, this could be so detrimental. But nobody's moved in just yet for DRG. The flank is starting to activate as life has found their way into sight. Has found one already, and the hit is trying to happen. We're not there yet, but the outlaw is good enough. Spirits jukes down will just be taken down to their own detriment. The effect of gravity will be their demise as Jay easily finishes this round off, and JDG fully in the driver's seat.
Oh, did Michael Scott just appeared in the lobby there? Parkour, jumping over the stuff. Just unfortunately not skilled enough to make that jump work. The damage from the rifle causes the fall. And I mean, for DRG, we were so invested in DRG stocks coming into this. Pre-map veto, after-map veto. And yet here we are, sitting down 6-1, double timeout being used. And yes, it's Haven on attack for JDG. Yes, it's them setting the tempo. But DRG just looks so lost in it. They look so out of control. Not really sure of what the game plan is. It does seem that they want to flood site early on, which was suggested would be a possibility, but it's not worked. And I don't know, they haven't seemed to try and shut any of this extra space down, which is usually one of the recipes for success on such a big map like this.
And for DRG, you know, part of it's got to feel like maybe these retakes, they don't seem aligned. We saw on that one there, Life dashing out. Yes, it was obviously an eco buy, but you would expect that all of them would flood out together at the same time and take those fights and try to create that chaos. But it feels like a lot of players trying to make these hero plays, peeking out of smokes alone. And when it doesn't work out, it looks really grief at times.
Yeah, if we were sitting here without that round 3 win, you'd be contemplating JDG being the team to result in a 13-0 today based off of how this standard has gone. But Operator finally in hands for the side of DRG could be the biggest change factor. Fortunately, it's been smoked off, so it won't find any value just about yet. The attacking side sense a little bit of danger, smelt a rat in play, so I've just opted to go elsewhere. C being that weaker side, which is exactly where they're heading to. Just about waiting on this execution. The timing could be right, but the extra space that DRG have taken will certainly work in their favour.
Now DRG very quickly trying to rotate over. They know that it should be a C hit now. They were fully baited. The cam is going to get that information that there are the players here. The spike is going down, and they want to retake this fast. Life already moving with the site, has found one. This hit could be everything they needed. Vukashu in the perfect position to find that lurker hiding in the shadows. Now Yuko is alone on site, has left Shu the task of defending this spike. There's so many players holding this angle. The peak would have to be perfect. Has found the isolated fight. Can't find the shots to get him. There's too many members to battle against, and DRG has finally found something that could work.
The crucial moment in that round was Life being ahead of the Whaley ultimate, right? Meant that as soon as Jay wanted to pop past it, not fully expecting the opposing Neon to be in prime position to shut that one down. Thought there was going to be free pickings. The ducks at the fair just waiting to be lifted up. But they were not. It was yourself that fell into that rat trap. DRG, a chance to save this half, right? All of a sudden, you could be looking at not too bad a half. They just need to capitalise on it. And it'll be JDG that just spread themselves into garage here.
JDG playing this one fast again in garage, but there's a shotgun here waiting for them. Judgment will be passed. JDG is being pushed back. Vukashu with a very aggressive play. Finds nothing there, and Coconut shuts that down completely. The DRG maybe feeling the confidence from that last round, felt that they could push the pace, push the tempo. But JDG matches it, and it's going to be the DRG's detriment.
Every time you think they're going to get a footfall, something to lean on. The path breaks. The DIY work to hold it up, not quite strong enough. Really difficult post plant to get past. Hunter's Fury is still available for Coconut here as well, should it want to be used. Drone tempted, pulls out the Hunter's Fury just to deny the time. Should all but secure a 7th round for JDG here, bar a miraculous mistake, you would have to say. But there's the first blood. Now it's just about playing through time. Has to be stuck. And stuck it will be, but Coconut able to fall at the right time and make that one a victory.
A very close one at that. Risks being taken by both teams, and let's just take a little bit of a look at this chaos, see if we can figure out what's going on. I feel like crossfires set up everywhere, and this very over-aggressive peak from Vukashu. Maybe the thing that potentially cost the round for them, as Vukashu just being a little bit greedy in some rounds in this game. I feel like that's a play they've made a few times now, peeking out through that smoke, and it's not quite worked out, but now trying to push the pace again. JDG fighting their way through towards mid. It is countered by DRG, who have 4 players towards these 2 middle entry points, but not the weaponry really to deal with an onslaught.
So if JDG keep eyeing Outlaws going into low buys, I might have to abandon the AG ship and jump on this JDG hype train. It could be all, but talking about that hype train, it's Life that jumps off board and finds a kill for it. Coconut all the way down low health as well, and now Spirits adding up to that. All of a sudden, another round could be captured.
Again, what a round it would be to find themselves a victory in this one. The spike has now gone down. J-Kuro gets that bot spike, backs away. Stu has so much space up towards C, but no real way to support their teammate who is just currently being ran down by all of these players. Stu will be found on the back end of this one. And I feel like that's the double-edged sword, right? Because the round before potentially lost to a peek out from the smoke. This round completely won by Life one from one of these aggressive plays, a peek out from the smoke right there.
It definitely says it's your Julius doing it and not your Info Sentinel, right? That's probably the biggest change to it. But now you do get to see JDG feeling the pressure, knowing that 7-1 or 7-2 it was beforehand, maybe a confident outlook at the half. Now you could be looking at a 7-5 at worst case scenario. 8-4 still doesn't feel all that good either. DRG, I mean, it's one round at a time, right? But that's all they can do. And given how far away this felt from being a possibility, it's funny how one round can change an outlook on a whole reality. And it starts to apply this pressure that we wondered if JDG would feel off the back of yesterday. Start to trickle in little moments of doubt. The nagging feeling at the back of your head. You can't do this. You're not capable. At least that's what my mum tells me, but I don't think these players will have the back of that.
I mean, luckily your mother's not coaching JDG, so they're not going to be feeling too bad right now.
Well, maybe they would have had a bit of Lotus yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, 7-3 up is a little bit of a better result than they've had before, so I would hope that the confidence is high at the very least. Comp working out as expected. Just a few weird rounds, to say the least, where DRG's taken these heavy risks and been rewarded for it. But now, you say that, this round might start be creeping in. There's a couple of kills found on the entry. C-site will be maintained, but at what cost?
At what cost, indeed. Information gained from the Cypher. Well, just hold these players in position for now. But they know exactly where they are. The site hit was always going to be the case. Just try and come in. The flash is pretty good. 2 for 2 trade. Now it's all just down to Coconut. Doesn't have much to do, just the sheriff in hand. And it's DRG who comfortably sweep up that round. From an early peak and then a nice little set play from the Cypher one trick in Garage as well. It is just that little bit of moment that JDG need to worry about, Snow.
Like you said, that doubt could be creeping in, and I didn't quite believe it at first, but after that round, 2 players instantly shut down 20 seconds in. It's difficult to really make any kind of push after that. DRG had the correct read, and I feel like it's changed a bit. The first opening rounds, JDG was showing so much. They were faking here and there, pushing the tempo, and now DRG's adapted to it and starting to counter it really well. But this round, opening up, a lot of members from JDG towards C, and nobody there from the DRG side.
Yeah, DRG happy to leave this C side for the retake. JDG just happy to be the ones to keep on pressuring it and see what apples fall out the tree. But so far it's been a lot of plums that have left them questioning if it's the right choice. Yukon taking a whole load of damage, just trying to hold this slow out to stop anyone coming on through. But you can see DRG just looking to clear angles, question marks before the sight hit comes in. Slow right at the back of sight will have an explosive hit to come in.
Trades coming through. JDG seems to be the better in this, but at the same time, DRG fighting back as well, flexing, left all alone, but the crossfire, it's perfect. Coconut, the silent assassin from the back, waiting for their moment to strike, and they found that opportunity to do so.
8-4 at the half, Snow. What side do you feel like are going to be walking away feeling happy with that outcome?
mean, if you say that, one of these teams went from kind of destroying their last game to now losing, and the other one of these teams went from getting absolutely destroyed to now being 8-4 up. So I feel like JDG is going to be a little bit happier about this. It's definitely a better result than 13-0, even if they get wiped right here. But in the driver's seat, to say the very least, they showed us a lot on attack, is what I will say. And if they can have that similar presence of mind and early round calls and ability to kind of shift their play style on the defensive half as well, it should look like a good map for JDG.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at the history between JDG on Haven, it looks like defense is one of their more competent sides. 10 rounds against TYL, 6 rounds against DRG, 9 against TYL in the previous matchup, and 7 against Titan. So more than capable of having it in their back pocket to get this one over the line. What do they need?
Probably some more kills, some more round wins. That's probably a good start if you want to get yourself a victory. But if we're talking about actual analysis, I feel like DRG now moving on to this attack side, this is where Vukash is really going to activate, right? Looking for those 1 versus 1s, looking for those picks to give DRG that map control. And if you're JDG, I feel like you need to really be disciplined in not allowing those 1v1s to come through. If you can find Vukashu, get a little bit of utility, maybe trade that player out, it will look a lot better for you.
Half-time highlight here on Coconut. No surprise from what we've seen in the lobby so far. One of those players that has been so crucial and critical to the success on that attack. 16 kills. Massive for your Sova, but you probably want to start spreading that across to your duelists.
Not much happening early round. Well, I say that. JDG actually gathering some insane information towards that C side. They know that nobody is on this side of the map. So being hit is going to be the potential coming through. Coconut knows it's there. Nobody's really made it through just yet towards the backside. The spike and dash away. As JDG's already in a position to fight back. Jay on the flank as well, causing chaos. Making these DRG players question where everybody could be. Spirits have spotted it out though. But they've got to fight from all angles. Paranoia used to throw them down, but it will not do its job. No one's scared from this JDG squad to take any of these fights. With the players in window, a double peek could be all they need. Shu swinging through, finding that kill. And an easy pistol round win for JDG, which is not something we would expect to say, especially when we were talking about these teams beforehand.
Yeah, highlighting DRG's pistol win success rate. Certainly coming back to haunt them. JDG 2-0 on the pistols on this map in this series so far. Nothing but positive signs for them here on Haven. I like the attempt to go for a B hit straight off the bat, right, for DRG. It's not the worst site to hit given how close weapon ranged you are. And I thought maybe around B on round 2 would have been the exact same, but deciding to buy up into this one, feeling a little bit stressed, so will be a faster A hit this time.
And you said that and they baited you, Veggie. You got baited, just like JDG got baited. As now 4 members moving over towards A. They thought it might be that fast site. They still don't know it's a stinger buy, and B would be the perfect site to hit. Short range fights could be everything they need to win this one out. 4 stingers, 1 sheriff. The B will strike. The spike's going to go down, and the question is, do they look to play inside, look to cause that chaos and play through it? And yes, they do. And Shay's already coming in with the clutch, trying to find anything they can. Stingers aren't able to overwhelm just yet, and Vukashu, the player that we've highlighted, a smoke in their way, will have to swing through it. The timing is just there, it's perfect. Finds Coconut as well, and DRG's risk pays off, as Vukashu is the perfect player that you would want in those kind of situations.
Talking about cutting it fine, the peak at the exact moment that was needed. Players separated, one holding a defuse. And the Stingers like you say, paying off on that B hit.
我方还剩
The expected sight hit, so they throw a fake over towards A to catch everyone off guard, and rightly so. But now look where it leaves us. JDG stuck with nothing but classics. DRG feeling a lot more confident with some rifles in hand, looking to see if they can be the ones to snowball off of this.
Obviously knowing that weaponry isn't great for everyone, they've left Flexton alone, kind of isolated, because if this player's picked off, you're handing a stinger over, it's not to the biggest detriment of your squad. As rotates now come through over towards A. JDG not really making any kind of move just yet. Not really feeling the pressure at all. They're just trying to wait and see what happens and decide based on the information they get.
Yeah, they're happy just to hold these extremities.
马上回来，回头见。
Sight hit. Gonna come through. Spirits finds the information. They know there's one backside. Flexing. Wants to take that risk. Flies forwards and Jacob, how have you got 2 there? How have you got 3 there? What? That should be insane. Impossible. In fact, with the classic swapped over to the Vandal now, and
剩余30秒。
isn't even down. This could be their moment. The information is there, but a double swing is perfect. The trade was going to come through no matter what happened, and Vukashu, full of confidence, had everything they needed to win that round. And while it looked scary for a second, DRG are able to breathe that sigh of relief.
Yeah, Vukashu really being that guy right now. Fine, I'll do it myself vibes. Dragging the team through these rounds. It looked really dangerous off the back of J Kuro moment. Spike isolated on the site. But ultimately, back against the wall, nowhere to really retreat to either. Just forces this big fight here that we see on A. Both teams want to push the tempo, push the pace, and it will just result in a kind of almost stalemate here.
And that stalemate leaves us in a weird situation. Neither team wants to make that first move, holding that utility for the counterplay. The question is, who's going to be greedy first? And it will be Jay. Feeling that greed, life takes them out, and now JDG's at a bit of a loss of what to do.
It felt like it almost had to be Jay though, right? Stuck in that corner, needed a way out. Maybe you just want to wait on those smokes coming up instead. But JDG looking again like they want to be the ones to take this pressure. And it'll be the pressure that they feel as they collapse to the floor in a 1-for-1 trade that only favours this DRG side.
Sky has been taken out with an ultimate in tow. Convergence is going to slow everybody down, but Shu hasn't been hit. Shu's maybe to find themselves in safety, but it won't matter. Flexon is here as well to clean up these kills. J Kuro in an impossible situation. So many fights to take, so many angles to cover. DRG back in this game. This round difference eking ever closer, and JDG starting to feel that pressure as those whispers of doubt are constantly resonating in their ears.
You think back to the stinger buy on round 2. It was a do or die moment for DRG. You lose that one, JDG go to 10. Start to really feel that they were going to close out this map, but instead it's a red carpet of 3 for DRG here, setting themselves up for success on this map, setting themselves up for a way back into this path to some redemption. And JDG just reluctant to really take any extra space either. Yes, they're on an eco, but it's not something we're used to seeing on Haven, as teams that with that lower buy just not aggressing anything. We've not even seen one mid push, which is, I think, probably the first time ever on Haven.
Yeah, especially within this league as well. I feel like mid pushes are the bread and butter of this league, but not electing to go for it. Knows that it will be countered, and that's a very scary fight for Jay to take versus Vukashu. On the flip side, Life has found that opening pick, and now it spreads the map so thin for JDG. You can't set up any crossfires, you can't really do anything. You're just hoping for a miracle, hoping to catch someone off guard at an inopportune moment.
Yeah, and this is where not taking any extra space kind of hurts you. You've not pushed up A, you've barely hold on to B, so now it just has to be a retake of miracles, and right off the back, it's going to be Yuko that falls down. Jay joins Coconut for the third. And with Stu left in a 1 versus 5, it was only ever going to be one outcome to that one. And it wasn't going to be the ace that we were screaming out for at the end, that's for sure. Not in this dimension, not in this world. DRG piling on the pressure, piling on the agony.
And maybe we see it here, but I will say, I'm personally surprised that we haven't seen a timeout be used, especially the momentum that DRG is coming through with. This round score is getting closer and closer, and at a certain point, JDG has to make that adaptation.
不要太想我。
I'd highlighted how JDG's defensive side had been pretty strong. Not really this time, as they failed to find anything after that first pistol round. It seems so promising, but maybe this could be the start of it. Pushing past that Hunter's Fury, they'll find some success.
A little bit of chaos on the site again, but a pop back means that DRG doesn't have to fully commit. And it's JDG actually favoured this time. And as I say that, Vukashu just does Vukashu things. Finds a pick by themselves, which makes JDG question their holds completely. Jay, close on this angle. Could be the difference maker. But no one really supporting yet. Coconut has found their way here. Can mate, but that information is perfect for them. Splits these JDG members up, forces some 1v1s. Vukashu just walks into sight and then backs away, knowing it could be a bad idea. A pivot over towards his C side now. J Kuro here lying in wait, still 30 seconds on the clock. They don't need to commit to shit, but they feel the pressure to move forwards. And why not? You can find kills like that, and a shot through the smoke puts Coconut in the grave. And now Yuko with the operator. You're not expecting anything at all. And they're going to be lucky to get out of this round alive with that weapon in tow.
Yeah, I mean, they couldn't be at further sides of the map, right? Just like, yeah. let's go next. Which I cannot believe we're sat in a situation right now where this game is going to be tied up at 9 apiece. We were just singing, it felt like moments ago we were just singing the praise of JDG about how clean they were looking on this map, how they've managed to bounce back off yesterday's woes, how confident that they were starting to feel. But if anything, DRG have grown into the team that we expected them to be. They've blossomed into the team that shall be victorious. And certainly looking like it. And I mean, what is that? That's just knowing, it's conditioning of knowing where these players are likely to play. Vukashu just seems to always have the right ones. I think that's at least 3 wallbang kills that are on so far. And when you have Lotus up next, though, this is the crucial part. You have Lotus up next. For JDG, if they were going to win this series out, it had to include Haven.
Not looking likely so far, as you said. Now, Operator is set up towards that A angle, but DRG sniffing it out, knowing that it could be there. Just opting to play heavy towards this C side. Right now, DRG are pretty much playing these opening rounds slow. They know if they wait long enough, someone from JDG is going to take that risk and go for some information and get picked off. And why not keep playing this style if it keeps working? No need to push the pace if the slow play works.
Seeing that value of the Sova that we've seen in the first half for JDG. The dog will clear out, finds that sniper posted up the back on Yuko. We'll think about re-peeking this one for now, just to hold off the angle. Here comes the drone, just to clear that space immediately. Much better clearance from JDG. For this sight hit, exploding over towards C, leaves Jikuro in a world of trouble.
Jikuro not even able to get out of safety. Jay tried to support, but Jikuro has found one. Underdone their job, 1 for 1, but at the end of it, it's still going to be JDG. Not favoured for this one. Art gives a bit of information, but with no weaponry to really work with, it's such a difficult angle to play. Life so close now with this Phantom. 2 players holding an up-down, and Yuko feels like they want to take a little bit of that risk. Coconut gets a much-needed kill. And I feel like with that Vandal now in hand, it's time to save, reassess your options, and head into the next round.
Yeah, it felt like J Kuro stuck on site there. Either needed to get back off immediately, but it seemed the call was for Jay to come in and support, using that overdrive to back their teammate up, but ultimately getting shut down immediately. You start to question if maybe this is the reason that we're seeing things fall apart. Trying to take an aggressive site flood on your own isn't the first time we've seen it.
Oh, and I'm not sure. I was trying to look at the monitor there. I'm not sure if that operator survived into the last round. Need to have a look. It did. It did manage to come through. It did manage to survive. Okay, so JDG are going to have that weapon in hand, and this is a round they must win. They have everything they need. They've got ultimates starting to come online, and DRG just wants to keep that momentum rolling.
Playing for A space here. Faster attempt at it, but we've seen this played out before. Just fight for A and then back off happily. Make JDG do the re-clearing. The util that they'll have to put into getting this back cannot be used on a retake. I think that seems to be the game plan. To waste Sova's util early on, and then you can just find yourself floating elsewhere.
And the IGLing from DRG is immense. It feels like every round they're avoiding this operator. We've seen no impact from Vucor on this weapon so far. Not been able to do anything, and yet again, posted up on an angle where nobody is. B hit could be the potential. Maybe looking for a split. That spike is heading towards Garage, and this could be good. Vucor in a flank position. Do what they need to get this advantage. But Vukashu just does Vukashu things again. Wins a 1 versus 1 in an unfavored matchup. And everything's falling apart for JDG. As J Kuro on site alone just has to back away. Knows there could be players everywhere. Gonna swing out, gonna find one kill. A brief bit of hope for any JDG fans. It's now Jay making that aggressive play. It's found another one. It's starting to line up as JDG has potential in this round. Spike not even down yet, 15 seconds. They want to fight this one. Coconut swinging out. Has 2 players to get, but Vukashu, the person that started the round strong, finishes it strong.
Just starting to feel like today will not be that day for JDG. Yuko's possession was perfect. Finally taking that extra space and exploring to hold back on, but when push came to shove, Vukashu just does Vukashu things. And what, we're on round 11 now in terms of where they're down, and that's the timeout just coming in. It's do or die moments. Yes, you're only 2 rounds apart, so it just once again takes one to bring it back together. But it just feels like we have not seen enough from JDG on this defensive side to justify where they pull the remainder of these rounds from.
And the difficulty is that they've been doing some of the right thing, like especially around this operator, getting them posted up on an early angle, an aggressive angle where they can try to find that pick. But DRG has just done such a good job of avoiding those angles, making that operator useless. And the one time we see the operator in a position where it could be effective, just gets taken out by Vukashu instantly.
Yeah, I want to see JDG fighting a little bit heavier over towards A, clear it out with your bodies. You know that DRG like to fake presence early on. Just take that space right back, crunch DRG into a hole if you have to. Anything to stop the rock. It's a low buy, so JDG looking unlikely to get to 10 here.
Information being gained by both these teams. JDG doing exactly what you asked for. You asked for a mid push. They managed to do it, and Stu gets out to safety. Teleport, perfect for them. JDG has an opportunity here, an even numbers game right now. They have multiple players set up towards B. A crunch could happen, but they're starting to sniff that something could be going wrong in Garage. Want to get that information there as well, as DRG is starting to push in, pushing the pace a little bit more. no real flank potential. Information towards ANC is non-existent for them, which could be great for JDG as the time starts to tick down and DRG is going to have to take their time clearing all of these angles out.
这里有武器。
Yeah, as much as this space hasn't been taken, like you said, it's the fog of war that has gone up for DRG. They don't know what they don't know, so they'll have to do it one by one. But a little bit of noise over towards A should drag these bodies across, while the spike firmly making its way onto B. Another excellent call from DRG to make this one work. And you have Spirits tucked up between the smoke. A bit close one, but excellently played. The execution, fabulous. Coconut doing their best impression of a winner, but ultimately, as they fall out of the tree themselves, just like JDG, they will be torn apart.
Very troll there, kind of. Not very troll, sorry. Very, what's the word I was trying to say? Very intelligent there from DRG to fake that pre-pressure, move back towards C, and JDG was, I thought they were one step ahead of the game. They thought they were there for that pivot over towards the A site, but in fact, it was just a fake all along, and it's these risks that DRG takes that when it goes right, it looks so good, but as we saw in the defensive half, when it goes wrong, it can be so detrimental to their game plan. As now, DRG taking a bit of space A early on. JDG thinking that it might be a fake, moves away, but this time, it's DRG keeping members on this side of the map and looking to contact in.
I think this might be the first time that it's not just been the fake presence right off the bat. All 5 members, like you say, heading this way. J Kuro have to feel for them. They've had it all to do. Anytime they're posted up, the opposition seem to hit it. Flexing, controlling how DRG want to play this one perfectly. And yes, JDG at least have all 5 members for this retake for what feels like the first time ever. But the Seekers being invested, the information will be gathered.
Now the question is the site hit, how it comes through. The paranoia is there. Double dash out, jumps out the window, trying to trade, but it's just a blender. It's a massacre on site, and not a single player from JDG manages to survive that initial onslaught. And DRG closing out this map, stamping their foot down and showing that they are the more dominant team.
The potential expected outcome from the start, but given where we were rounds into it, JDG will have to feel like they have missed an opportunity here on Haven. But you have to just highlight once again the calling from flexing throughout this map is a piece of beauty. A chessboard of their own doing was what Haven became, and DRG just looked confident and in control once they managed to put the pieces in play.
I feel like JDG on their defensive half was so reactive. They didn't try to really do many of these early plays that you're asking them for, and sometimes when they did, they would give up that space instantly, and DRG did such a good job of just dragging them around the map back and forth, just always making sure that they were hitting a site with not as many numbers there, and were able to overwhelm with just the immense amount of firepower they could put forward onto a site take.
Yeah, and I don't think it was traditional Haven either, right? That's something that we didn't really see from both sides, the traditional side of Haven. I mean, Outlaw barely in play. Don't even think we've seen an Odin coming into it. And not extra space being taken. And it was DRG that just completely controlled exactly what was going to go. I mean, there's no point even talking about how much they controlled the attacking sense, because only one round was JDG's favour. But as soon as they started getting back into control on defence as well, it was just that one-way traffic.
And I really love the confidence coming out of this from DRG, and you can see with these rounds just the way that they were able to push through these smokes, be willing to take these fights, willing to take these 1v1s, and while it didn't work on defensive side, on attacking side, it put them completely in the driver's seat.
夹 A 的，你们是顶 B 就是零了，架的。
爆能器落在 B 区。
在高点，不管。
low HP，你用
别把他杀了行吗？来过。
90。
来一二，
再跑点后，哦，左边去了，
左边
去了，
去吸了应该啊，
对他一枪死，
去吸，好，我帮你站着。
Cypher 我一直不知道的，
三分 A 了，我看 BY， 摸，是。我想从关键走行吗？可以。
你要吗？
不要等着，用一枪死了这边。
躲位吧。好诶，来，给我 P 个技能，我们直接顺爆了。
好，你后包，他有大。
来，3、2、1，
拆会战。好的，一枪死，西风枪死，一枪死，
顺摆看左边，我看左边。
他拖时间的。
我方还剩1人。
小心小门，
准备 C。
我少了一个眼线。
我假地一下，我看 C 大。
还剩1名。
C 大左边凹槽，我确定。
可以下去杀他。
Nice，Let's go。
Who else was it going to be, Snow? Bukashu. It was always destined to be top of the score. It felt like at one point it was going to be Coconut from the opposite side, but in reality, only one player is ever going to be the one to stand up. I mean, 82% kill assist on Cypher just makes this agent their own player.
Fukashi was just a problem that entire game. I feel like the few defensive rounds that DRG won came off the back of this player, and especially on attack as well. They just couldn't find an answer for Fukashi walking around trying to find 1v1s and always succeeding in getting these picks. And any time that DRG managed to kill them, it was always at the cost of 1 or 2 bodies.
Yeah, just the value that they can bring to the table. It almost felt like they were the one that single-handedly kind of brought on the comeback, right? It was when JDG were applying such pressure and really dictating things they wanted their way. It was Vukashu in some key moments that was able to creep through. I'm thinking specifically the Sheriff through the smoke when the spike was about to be defused, picking up that 2k onto Coconut as well. It was those little extra moments that picked DRG back up into the series and enabled them to find that success factor.
And that's the thing of having players this quality. Sometimes they are just going to pull a round out for you here and there. And when a game is as close as this game was, those are the rounds that make the difference. It's those clutches. It's those 1v1s when it really matters. You look at these stats. First kills, 15 over to DRG. Those opening picks were a problem for JDG. Yep. They just could not find the first fight win.
But it felt like for JDG, all those first bloods, they all came in that attacking half for them, right? And it was those rounds that they were able to convert. It just felt like afterwards, I don't like just saying, oh, DRG woke up and started playing better or started finding their footing and they were able to shoot, but it almost felt like that into a sense that DRG just flicked that switch and became that team that we were expecting to see, and JDG kind of just capitulated and started to repeat a lot more of what we've seen from them on Lotus yesterday.
Now, I feel like both these teams really showcased a lot on the attack. I'll say I'm quite impressed with all the different things that could do, pushing, you know, countering, coming through and making sure to fake one way, head the other. And it definitely wasn't just a throwaway game for JDG. We saw a lot of prospect on there. But the question is, Veggie, how do they do on Lotus?
Yeah, that will be that question, and there's only one way to find that out. So if I'm you and I want the answer to that one, I'm sticking around because we're going to go on a short little break and come back and answer that question.
You're my obsession, 'cause baby, set the world on fire, fire.
Welcome back to Project Horizon. Here we are covering the lower bracket runs in VCT China Stage 1. JDG versus DRG are where we find ourselves. The playground has been set, the battlefield has been worn out. DRG winning 1-0 on Haven after a very dramatically strong start for JDG, we'd have to say, but DRG finding their way right back in and just put the throttle right down. Here we find ourselves on Lotus Snow, a map that JDG most certainly have the jitters from yesterday.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough one for them, I feel. Like, they, one, don't have mental advantage. They got slaughtered by XLG. For anyone that wasn't watching, it was a 13-0. JDG just looked like they couldn't even shoot back at points.
Yeah, there was Melon's claims being posted around. Just, I think there was a 1 versus 5 as well, where a Cypher was in the middle of jumping and managed to collect all sides of JDG. Just a historically bad day for them, but one that they have to kind of sweep under the carpet, so to speak, for now. Address that at a later day and just now focus on the present and deal with what is most definitely a resurgent DRG side. Having fought back so valiantly and winning Haven, they'll be wanting to get off to a hotter start themselves. You mentioned at the start of the broadcast DRG like to win their pistols. They have a higher success rate on their pistol win rate. We didn't see that on Haven, but you'd maybe anticipate to see that here.
I love the way you say like to win their pistols. Like there's a team that hates winning pistols. I hate the pistol round. I'm not winning it. I don't want to. I want to play the eco in round 2. So that's
just
my
picking
preference.
a best so they can just jump off the map at the start every time. We're not even going to play. Just get it over with.
But looking at the flip side, DRG, similar composition. Well, I say similar. The exact same composition from map number 1. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Has everything they need. Vukashu on Cypher. It's a Taylor's older time. It's like bread and butter. The two just go together perfectly. And any comp that can facilitate that is always going to be a good comp for DRG.
Yeah, we mentioned that we'd seen some variation, but obviously not today. The stakes too high. Just a reminder for what is on stake here today. Not pepper sauce. It's knockout of this competition. And it's going to be an early exploration mission for DRG out of B. Find J Kuro, but immediately backing off and then re-engaging. And it's a 1-for-1 trade, but the door has been tapped as well.
I'm trying to push through now. As Flexen has found multiple members. The classic right clicks are not enough. Members down for both sides. 3 versus 3 for this round, but Spike in such a precarious position. DRG can just keep tapping this door, peeking out for it. Dog, gonna go exploring. Nick not finding anything. Spirits now is on an angle to protect this Spike, and it's an interesting round as JDG just waiting for this smoke to come back up so that it can find a position to get this Spike finally planted.
You almost forget who's attacking and who's defending in this scenario with where the positions are posted up, but just a reminder it is JDG that need to reclaim this Spike. And as that smoke goes up, Spirits knows there's going to be contact, so just tries to spray through, cause a little bit of chip damage. But now DRG just compose themselves back again for this retake.
Health pool's extremely low for JDG. Single bullets will kill Stu and Jay. Have to be very careful with what angles they decide to peek. No real crossfire set up just yet. Trying to just isolate these 1 versus 1. Spirits has managed to find at least one fight. The Spike is planted for this spawn side. Yukor jiggling now, trying to peek, has found the 1 kill, but needs more. A double swing out. A shoe. The timing isn't quite there. Spirits knows where to find them. And a headshot will clean this round up. And DRG starting how they mean to go on, and JDG might start to be sweating just a little bit as they are reminded of their 13-0 loss from last game they played.
The attack, we never really got to see too much from them yesterday. It was a defense that was just a complete capitulation. So maybe something to show for it. They would have wanted, like you say, a better start on that pistol. Came in close with the 2v1. Spike at least planted. But now though, just try and find some extra space over here on Rubble. DRG more than happy to set up with it as well.
Your favourite weapon now being utilised by Vukashu. That outlaw finds that opening pick and just backs away. They've got everything they needed, and the first bloods was such a detriment to JDG. DRG last map was just able to constantly find these opening kills and take advantage of it, and seems like the story will not change so far, at least for these first 2 rounds. Of course, with it being an eco buy, JDG not expecting to do too much, just maybe cause a little bit of damage to DRG and make them use more of their money for the next round.
Yeah, you maybe want to start to see a little bit of conditioning to make DRG have some thoughts later on in the round. But it's starting to look pretty clean here. 3 members finding their way down into A, but it's only flexing the IGL, who'll be flexing his muscles with the Spectre. Nice little 3k to clean up the finish. And it's a solid start for DRG, right? You couldn't really ask for much better.
Mentally, JDG, they need this next round.
Yeah.
If they lose this anti-eco, it's going to be so detrimental to them, because they know what can happen when it snowballs out of control. You got to feel the pressure mounting for them to get this round conversion through.
They're going to play the map's extremities. Let J Kuro push on towards A, but DRG want to fight it. They want the blood, they want the gun upgrade, and that they will get. All of a sudden, JDG at a huge disadvantage in what's a massive round. The change is faster pace up over towards C. The problem is it's Vukashu that stands here.
Heading right towards this raid boss, who has that outlaw in hand. Luckily, full armor for every member alive on JDG, so this weapon's not going to be quite as powerful as it can be. The spike is going to go down. And I feel like we need a bit of aggression here, taking some early fights, some early angles. The paranoia hits their own teammate. They can't push off it. Vukashu taken down, though. It's exactly what they needed. The neon slide past each other, and the pressure mounts for JDG to convert this round. But DRG will not give up fighting just yet. Flexen manages to sneak through onto site, but Coconut has spotted them, manages to find one, and it's a 1 versus 1 situation. The pressure here, it's too much. JDG, Ucore has to do everything. The flash is perfect, but the time dwindles down. Nick has to stick it now, and Ucore breathes a sigh of relief into JDG's squad. But man, at what cost that round came.
Yeah, an absolute crucial win there. He spoke about what the permutations would be if that round was lost, and it felt for seconds that it might just find its way through. Nick battling on site, but ultimately time was their enemy, allowing Yuko a chance at redemption from that last map. Maybe a more comfortable pick on this raise to set them up. Still have enough money to bring in some weapons for now. Keep this one as close as this fight wants to settle on A.
Romany pushing forwards now. Bichet found that opening kill, but Flexen's just way better in the draw. As now JDG has to run away with their tail between their legs. Spike rotating over to the other side of the map as they want nothing to do with that A site anymore.
Yeah, Jakuro exploring B ever so slightly. Not sure if the caption from the camera has caught it, but Nick now aware and will capitalise. 2 versus 4. Yes, C site is under their control, but just barely at best. Plant going down. Spammable, so Yuko has to protect the teammate. But DRG just happy to play together on this fast retake.
What a round from Flexen so far, looking for the 4K. It doesn't even need to get it, as all 3 members converging onto that one position. The few whiffs came through, but it didn't really matter when you have such overwhelming numbers to take those fights.
Yeah, that's the benefit of having 3 players swinging at one angle. As long as one player has their shooting in tow, then it should be fine. And this is the DRG side that we were expecting to see throughout the whole series, right? Granted, it took them a little bit of time to warm up. They're certainly here, and you have to think for the 2 teams facing off after this one, DRG are going to be an ominous threat. One that can cause you some serious damage if you don't get them under control. What looks to be under control is this B pressure. You can see the dots, they want to go fast, and DRG right on top of it.
Oh, and it's just a massacre from life. There's just nothing JDG can even do. Jay gets a consolation kill there. The spike should be going down. That is all that will happen in this round. As everybody dashes forward. The spike won't even go down, actually, as DRG just chases them away. And this is domination so far in these first few rounds. JDG has to find something that can work, but it only gets scarier from here, because if we look at the ultimates, I feel like DRG is completely stacked with everything they need.
Yeah, this initial push is so ironic, because it's life that JDG do not leave with. Dead to rights, bodies on the floor. The funeral director is being called as JDG are being buried alive here once again on Lotus. My woes are being fully called out. The one simple ask I had today was do not pick Lotus. They picked it, well, they didn't pick it, but they left it in the map pool. They left it open. DRG picked it prime for exploiting the weaknesses that JDG have shown. And it looks like that agony will be continued to be piled on blow by blow. JDG need this timeout to provide immense value.
You'd see that the showstopper is online. That could be the entry point they need to find themselves a site, get themselves into a post plant. One post plant conversion so far. It was obviously that bonus round that they were able to beat off the anti-eco from DRG, but from there, not really been much success. It's been difficult for them to find any avenues to really get themselves into a promising position.
Oh, it looks like we're going to see a bit of pressure being applied here on B immediately as well from DRG, so thinking about it at least.
So terrified of an aggressive play. JDG just sitting in spawn. They haven't even pushed past where the barrier's open. They're so worried that DRG are going to make something happen, and they would be right, as members were creeping forward for a potential aggressive play, but DRG feels like they don't need to take that risk.
No, they have the pace being set by themselves. They have the right read on this game so far. You have to say, throughout the whole series, Flexen has just pulled an absolute masterclass on how to dictate your team, how to dictate it against the opposition. But JDG want to kind of start exploring the map now themselves. They've had enough of sitting in spawn, so they will just start to wander down A as they get past this first bit of rubble. Explosion now to try and clear out extra space. Stuns out to find value, but Vukashu just disrespects immediately and will find the first kill.
Showstopper trades that one out. Stu in such an important position, but the Seekers will find them. Yukor now holding the flank for their team, has managed to find 3. A heroic performance so far has given their team the advantage that they need. A double swing could come through. Spike should go down. 10 seconds left. Shu been flashed away, but the peak is perfect from Flexen. A 1 versus 1 now. The reposition is there. The weapon has been picked up. The Phantom in hands now. Coconut. The barrel just not seen. The timing is there. The flick, almost perfect. And Coconut, the player that we highlighted from them last map, steps up when their team needs them.
Absolute massive moment. You felt like the reposition into Garden just bought Coconut enough time to catch Flexen off guard anywhere else, and that outcome might have been vastly different. Great hold from Yukor to keep JDG within a chance. But a massive round on the board for JDG. Getting that second one off the back of the timeout as well just gives them more and more of a chance of staying in. They want to fake some early aggression over towards A here, whereas the split really comes towards B.
But the trips are there, and it gives Vukashu everything they need. A pixel of a head. Peeks through the corner, and Flexen just rips it clean off the body. It's a very, very fast round. JDG tried to push the pace after how slow that last round was, and it doesn't work out for them. I feel like DRG are so fast to react to these quick pushes.
Yep. I think that's exactly it. It's any single time you think that JDG have a good idea, DRG are right on top of it. Orchestrated by Flexing at the helm. VukaShu maybe steering at the second wheel. Just making sure that there's no entry. No one's allowed through. Let's see if JDG can find a temporary sigh of relief. Pressured over towards A, but look at this fight on C.
Yeah, there's 3 members already up. Paranoia hits everybody. The fear is in their eyes, and it will be in their hearts as another round goes over to DRG, and JDG are starting to fall into that sunken pit where they think it might be over. The light at the end of the tunnel is showing. It's a very scary prospect for them, as a couple more mistakes will lead to them heading home and having to reassess their options for the next split.
We just cannot stress enough how great a master call this is from Flexing. Every single time JDG want to do something, Flexing has read it like a children's book at a nursery. Stickers and all. Posting in the right page. JDG just have to look at this saying, how does it fall apart? And it's just, it is just beautiful to watch.
JDG has finally gathered a little bit of space, but DRG ready to counter yet again. Paranoia comes through. The dash forward isn't quite enough, but Flexing, the IGL leading their team forwards, does go down. And now JDG finally having some hope in a round as they've managed to clear up the rest of the members. VukaShu, the sole member left alive, has this outlaw in hand. It's almost the perfect weapon for this situation. But the timing is there, but VukaShu just that little bit quicker. As the spike goes down, 2 bullets is all they need. Both these members on half armor.
Might want to consider trying to pick up a weapon, but has the ultimate as well to gain extra information. Could be crucial should the hat be flung to the ground. And there it will. Reveal both positions. Both tied up in the CT as well.
That ultimate, perfect. Shorty in hand, there's nothing to do there. The time is going to be wasted. As VukaShu just has nothing to be able to do. Has to back away, has to save this weapon. Finally, JDG gets a little bit of hope into these rounds. Something went right for them. Maybe it's DRG being a little bit overconfident on that last push.
Yeah, feeling themselves maybe a tad too much, but ultimately, I mean, DRG are going to be happy with that. A 2 versus 1 scenario, and they still managed to pull out the Steel Garden from JDG. A huge ultimate in the context of things, whether it's for retake or post-plant. To be that scared to use it against one man, albeit that VukaShu is not one regular man, a superhuman. But a massive result for them regardless. Means they can fight a little bit happier to get these Seekers online. More information being gathered. Be completely open, but JDG unaware, as they haven't pressed too much. And VukaShu all alone here on C, but we've seen this storybook before.
Luckily for once, DRG hasn't read this play. They're on the other side of the map, so as long as they can deal with this raid boss of VukaShu on site, forcing them away, but you know this player is going to look for these fights, is going to look for these angles, but being pulled away by Flexing, being told to just back away, do not risk it. We will play for the retake. The Seekers gets the information that they need, and there's a lot of space for DRG to have to take for this one. As Spirit dashes in, door is going to be open, but it's split off by a perfect wall. But now in the chaos, Life moves forwards. Coconut manages to find one, but needs more if they are to hope to win this round. Has managed to do it. Life taken away as Yuko peeks out. Coconut just runs out of bullets. in the inopportune moment, and DRG, a retake goes their way. JDG, once again on the back foot.
Yeah, it almost felt like DRG had the read that JDG had the Nightfall available, had the Showstopper available. Ults that can be used to either take extra space at the back, or when that retake starts to come through, at least buy more time and force your opposition back. But JDG just opting to hold on to both of them for now. I think that's why Vukashu was so happy to just push right off the back as well, knowing that that Showstopper could be popped to take that back alley space. But regardless, the ults held on to. DRG still come away with the win. But it's a threat for these next couple of rounds, right? 2 rounds away, you have both of those ultimates to should at least guarantee 1 round for JDG, but DRG have a load of weapons up their sleeves. A few ultimates left in tow. Yes, the Seekers were used. Overdrive used for the Neon on that retake as well. But this is a very, very strong defensive performance from DRG.
The worrying prospect for JDG is that, spoke about before, it was their defensive half that kind of went to shambles, and now having used both their timeouts in their attacking side, if that defense looks the same as it did again against XLG, these coaches have no intervention, no way to make those adjustments anymore.
They have to just rely on the IGL making the right call. And not to be dramatic, but they couldn't find it yesterday. Granted, it's a much different set of rules that you were playing up against. Much harder composition to retake. We have to say congratulations to Flexin on 1,000 kills, the second player behind Smoggy to do so. And I think we've seen today why that's the case. Able to read the script of this Valorant game like it was written for him and him only.
DRG again making this aggressive play, this B-pop to try find a pick potentially, but nothing but information gained, but that will be enough for them. They back away, sense that there could be players towards A, but JDG playing the dance almost perfectly, creeping around right as these DRG players have decided to back away, and for once it's JDG being ahead of the curve, but DRG 3 players in Cubby have pushed out, already on site, ready to fight these angles. They're all fans of the chaos as Life has managed to find one, but it's just the weapon disadvantage that goes the way of DRG. Actually, an even numbers fight, a spike going towards this C site could be in JDG's favour. A Sheriff and Guardian in hand. If they can just land those headshots, it could be everything they need to pull themselves back in the game.
There's one round on Haven that set the tone. This could be that one round for JDG. Ready to swing together. They know where both these players are trapped in. They enter the shadows to cause a little bit of chaos. The slow invested as well. Dashed up on sight. Only one outcome for J Kuro, and Flexin finds the next. DRG, I mean, it's a big expenditure, but when it gets around over the way, it doesn't really matter. Now on to 8 with the proposition of 9 at the half. You have to say, JDG almost facing elimination at this point.
Well, like, this is almost their last chance to show something before they go into that second half. Even the rounds that they've won have been scary ones. They've been close. There's not really been a round where JDG has looked like they're completely in the driver's seat. Now with Nightfall online, Coconut could be the difference maker. That ultimate could be the thing they need, as no one on DRG close to their ults just yet.
Has it been used all game?
They might not need them.
The Nightfall, I feel like that's been available since early doors. And I just don't recall seeing it. And that could be part of the flaws of why this JDG side just can't get themselves over the wall. Just not playing the mid game correctly. But at least this time they've got themselves on site, Snow.
That is the benefit. They've got a Vice as well, so a bit of that stall utility will be everything they need. Stu in a powerful position as well, but a triple flank coming in. Shu says, no thank you, I will get out of here, thank you very much. They're going to hear that information that Rubble has now been taken. TP away from Stu, as they just seem to be retreating further and further back into the site, making DRG overextend if they want these fights. Now it's all about this utility that's used, the swing outs, the slowdown is there, but Spirits manages to find two in an unwelcoming position, and DRG just completely decimates the hold, and a 9-3 half from them. As JDG, you've got to think at this point, backs completely against the wall. There's not much hope for them in this game. They're going to have to rally together in the half and bring up a miracle.
I mean, you just have to feel for them, man. When they have the post plant setting them, they know where the opposition are coming from, and Spirits can just walk out of a smoke and pick 2 kills, finds the third at the end, and obviously it's going to be Flexing who plays Cleaner and Janitor to sweep up the remaining 2. There's only ever going to be one outcome, right? You just cannot allow your opposition to walk out and get away with that so easily, so unpunished. Yes, you've got a Neon sliding out, but there was 2 players to hold it, and somehow it's the attackers who didn't know what they were peeking into to come out favoured. And now we get to see what DRG can pose on the attack. The side that they were so cleanly competent at on Haven. Cannot stress enough, 1 round is all that they lost on Haven, and it feels like 1 round is all JDG is really deserved in this matchup. Yes, they have 3 so far, but like you highlighted earlier, they've all been so close, so tightly contested for those 3 rounds. They're going to need nigh a miracle to get back into this one, and it's going to have to be Coconut at the lead.
You've got to think that the development of DRG as a squad and the development of Flexing as an IGL has really come to fruition, especially in this game. I feel like Flexing's just been 1 step ahead at all moments. Anything JDG tries to do, Flexing has read it, had a counter ready. The protocols are always in play, and DRG is so reactive to anything that JDG does that it feels like JDG is a ranked team playing against a team full of coordinated professionals in some of these rounds.
Was playing Omen and has 461 ACS. Like, it's just stupid, man. Like, it's not only just a masterclass in calling, it's just a masterclass in gameplay right now from Flexing. This is his world right now, and we're just living in it.
And that's the state you kind of want your leader to be in when they're calling the game and managing to frag out as they are. It's got to give confidence to the rest of the squad. And a scary prospect for JDG is we highlighted how good a player Vukashu is. Vukashu's not even been the difference maker. They're bottom fragging for their team right now. So if Vukashu activates, you've got to think that this is night-night for JDG.
And traditionally, the attack is one of these bits where that Cypher can be allowed to activate, right? You often think just because they're a Sentinel, the defense is where they find value, but it's the lurk plays like now that we're seeing being set up over towards B that has to be cleared out before the retake can come from this site hit. And it's the timing that'll matter, but DRG finding these first bloods on site will now just start to pivot over towards B, having found some theory back cross. Have to find in, and there comes the activation.
Stu manages to find a couple kills more than they should have in that position. It's up to Yuko now to stop this push as Flexing tries to back away, gets stuck on the corner. And a 1 versus 1, an important one for JDG. A must-win round for them if they want momentum. But Spirits is no easy player to beat in these situations as the peek out is perfect. The shots are found, and DRG fully brimming with confidence as they know that this game is only a couple of rounds away from being a victory.
Yeah, Yuko is going to feel a little bit bruised and battered from Haven. Didn't have the best of games. And then those 1 versus 1 pressure scenarios, you need to be at the top of your confidence. And yes, there's a little bit more gameplay back from Yuko on this map. Certainly the best in their team. It's just not to be opting to save at this at 10-3 is really where DRG managed to set the tempo on that last map. Interesting choice. Almost feels like we're starting to concede if DRG can get to 11.
悠着点儿。
Spirits now pushing forwards. Should be an easy kill. It's just a ghost. No real risk if they die here. Manages to get one, and they were all alone, but DRG says, oh, only one player on site. We'll take that site for free, as a B push out from JDG nets nothing. These players just getting picked off in isolated fights. It's been a detriment for them. It's what we saw against XLG. They just couldn't really manage to convert any of these fights, and now that same issue that plagued them in their last match on Lotus is coming back to bite them again.
I just need to know how bad Breeze is, that you're just so scared to play it,
消灭一个。
that you're willing to come into Lotus with no real fresh ideas, right? This is what I mentioned before. I wanted to see some cohesion, some stronger mid play coming on through, and it's just not been the case. Yes, Stu picks up a kill, but ultimately DRG are sat here 2 rounds away from qualifying into the next round of the lower brackets. 1 round away, one series away, I should say, from getting themselves to London. Whether it be AG or TYL, you'll have to wait and find out on the broadcast later on today who will be that team. But for JDG, it just felt as soon as this came up that they weren't going to be there for it. And I don't like to back and forth on teams, but it's just a question that it feels like is going to plague their off-season. Is what if we just not banned that map?
我先去了。
And that's not a good start to this round, as
No.
you're 2 away from match being over, and DRG trying to push the match point on what was supposed to be their bonus, instantly wiping out the main core of JDG. Coconut and J Kuro would have to pull out something monumental if they are to win this round. C site completely established. They got all the space they could ever want, and they're happy to just back away and play for Crossfires. They know the numbers are in their favor. They know that JDG has to be the team to make that move, and as Coconut becomes the last alive, hopes and dreams of JDG fans slowly die out as DRG are just fully cementing themselves as a top team and pushing JDG to the bottom of the barrel.
Pushing them to the wayside. I mean, this start is just, it's a dream situation for DRG, and it's desperation for JDG, trying to take that early aggressive fight, something that they didn't do too much yesterday against Shilai, and maybe that's why. Maybe we're starting to see an understanding of why they were scared to do it, because they're just going to get swept to the side. But
冲冲冲！
1 round is all DRG need. Plenty is what JDG need. And this A site could just be the end of it.
You know what they say, it's not over until it's over. Any opportunity is still a chance. Maybe if they can just find some way to get that momentum, to get themselves some picks. The utility usage so good from DRG, but finally an opening round pick from JDG. A double swing out to try bait, but DRG are just waiting. The patience is so good from them. As Ucore is in sight, but the Seekers are perfect to get the information that they need. Ucore doesn't manage to find an angle to get these 2 kills, and as Spike goes down, JDG manages to find their push through. This could be the moment that changes everything. But as I say that, it's only 1 round. 1 round out of many that JDG would need to win this game.
I mean, what was crucial there was Ucore just managing to stay alive for so long on site, right? It looked like they were about to get sprayed down through a smoke at one point. The Seekers put out, reveals the location, and still manages to pop up and really provide some huge value. Just as the spike went down, a respite, a moment, a glimpse of what could be for JDG. Delaying the inevitable, maybe. We'll have to wait and see. Want to explode on towards A, and DRG are here to fight that as well.
Showstopper is online. This could be a very explosive round if it's used, but Spirits manages to get one and just get away to safety. The power of Waylay really showcased right there. And as that opening pick comes through, so much pressure onto B. JDG just wants to fight aggressive, but Spirits has the perfect flank, the perfect opportunity to just end this game. But a 3K, will it be enough? JDG, 2 members still alive. J. Kuro and Jay need to be the heroes, but Vukashu is not a player that you can fight easily. And DRG brings themselves one step closer to London. And JDG will have to go home and VOD review from home, as there is nothing that they can do at the back end of this game but watch their demise.
So fitting that it's Vukashu and Flexen to pick up those final 2 kills. The 2 stars of the series. Vukashu's heroics on Havens. Flexen's masterclass in the calling will send DRG through to what will be a massive moment in their history on Friday. 1 series away from qualifying a place at London to represent this nation on the international stage. JDG will have felt they were 1 series away at one point from doing that themselves, but ultimately when it came to measure up against the big dogs of the region, they were unable to land a punch. They were unable to find a way through. Like you say, some reviewing, some homework to go back and do. But for now, DRG, the victorious side, will march on to victory and will feel that they have the advantage heading into what will be a massive match.
Teams watching this from the wayside who are potentially going to be facing DRG, there were a couple cracks showing, at least on that Haven. That defensive side didn't quite look the best. There were a few struggles there. They managed to pull themselves together in the end, but attacking, they just look so good. And Flexen as an IGL is just, I don't know if it's specifically this matchup, but homework has definitely been done, because every single move that JDG tried to make, Flexen was 1 or even 2 steps ahead of.
Yeah, I think it's an understatement to say that Flexen really drove this team into victory today. Was navigated every play perfectly. Anytime JDG had a set player in their bag, Flexen was just able to capitalise on it and make the exact play back.
我们今天邀请到的是那个选手，其实，在图一的上半场，你们是有一个比较大的分差和劣势的，但是来到下半场，那个强起局成了非常关键的一步。
So we're talking about the eco win on the second half of Haven.
强起。
哦，那是服了行的属于福尬的，因为其实比分有一点差距嘛。
And he said that was Flexen's idea to force on the second
你
round.
们后续是连续追了9分，一直到胜利。你觉得你们是怎么样把这个雪球越滚越大？
Yeah, how do you guys snowball that after winning that pivotal round?
防守对我们来讲本来就可能有一点不是那么适应吧，但是一到进攻我们都是非常自信的。
And he says that maybe like we're just not that confident on this defense side, but we're definitely pulling it back and on
相信
attack.
在你们陷入劣势的时候，也一定有很大的帮助。那么在队伍当中，谁会是那一个情绪化最大？然后
Yeah, who's the like emotional leader of the group? You
我觉得
think?
每一个人都可以当这个人吧，因为我觉得。
And he says that everyone on the team can fulfill this role.
逆风的时候，心态都是不会变的，我觉得这个很棒。
Yeah, and he says that every time it gets to stressful situations, everyone can like kind of like moderate it and kind of pull the vibes up again.
然后你们和对面都是双决斗，那从你的视角，你觉得，因为你们使用的是幻冷嘛，对面使用的是雷兹，你觉得？
They're talking about the double duelist choices on Lotus.
我觉得雷兹的话，就是他有那个雷可以炸半线嘛。但是相对于我们来讲，我觉得换人更适合我们，因为节奏很快。然后
And he says that the race pick he understands from JDG because it can really the raise nades can really easily break trips. But he thinks that Waylay is more suitable for DRG because they like to play at a faster pace.
有信心吗？
And what are your expectations of the last match? Are you confident?
因为之前 Nobody 跟我们讲过，就是我们这组是最强的，我会证明这一点。
哇
And he says that we're definitely confident because nobody from EDG said before that our group Omega is the strongest, and we have to prove that.
问一下，目前在北京现在的一个体验怎么样？然后有没有后续想要去尝试的一些东西
And how's the experience been like in Beijing? And any food you want to try?
我觉得在北京整体的感觉都挺好的，因为没有生什么病啊，然后整个感觉都很不错，就很有精神。我不知道。
And he says that it's been pretty good. Everyone's just been like full of energy. No one's gotten sick yet.
那我们的场馆还有我们的粉丝呢？你有听到大家的对你们的呼喊声吗？
Yeah. How do you think about the audience, the arena?
就是很爽，对，真的很爽。
Yeah. He says that it always feels really great to be on stage, to hear all these cheers.
好的，也是再次感谢你。那接下来让我们一起用联想拯救。
And that's it for the interview. It's time for a selfie and the prize draw for the audience.
So I'm glad they asked about that round on Haven. It really felt like that was a crucial point for me and the turning point in this series that sparked a revival from DRG and set themselves up for the domination on Lotus.
Just the momentum that they're able to gain through that map. I feel like when this team is firing, when they're on, when everybody is aligned on the same goal, they look so good. And it's got to be worrying for any team that they face in the next stage, because you see what can happen. And I mean, we were talking about it in the green room. We were talking about how good Flexen was this game, just not only individually in that second map, but also just the calling. It felt like everything they called worked out. Every time that JDG tried to make a play, Flexen was ahead of it, and that is a scary prospect, because we don't know if it was the homework that they did towards JDG or if Flexen is just that guy.
Yep, I mean, we'll have to wait till the next series to come through before we can really make that decision. I think looking at it right now, Group Alpha is kind of shivering in their boots right now, right? You look at the two teams who have qualified, Shilai Gaming and Edward Gaming, both from Group Omega. DRG standing in wait to potentially book a ticket to London as well. That would be 3 from Group Omega. The Alphas do play up next, AG versus TYL, but there'd be some serious concerns about the lack of strength that Alpha has maybe presented compared to where Omega sits right now.
I mean, the stats show for themselves, right? EDG, XLG both through, DRG looking extremely strong.
Yep.
The Group Omega squads are just, I mean, if you want to put it frankly, they're kind of wiping the floor with the other side of the bracket, but was kind of to be expected with such historic teams in there, a lot of experience and a lot of time playing together that really shows with some of these squads.
Yeah, it does. And I'm worried, man, for Group Alpha. I think they need to be some serious step up in this next game before they head on to this DRG side.
With that in mind, chaos of the game. We are going to take a brief look at the team comms in just a moment here, and I'm excited to see what the vibes kind of look like for this DRG squad, whether it was panicked or whether it was just all calm, cool, collected, having fun. It felt like whenever we saw the cams, they were just enjoying this game, just really playing their own style and having a lot of fun with it.
你有 100， 包掉左边。两个踢包点的，包在左边，包在左边。Only two inside, only two inside。用 ET 雷子的雷团上去。Spice。Where's Omen 在哪？我们家是不是有人？我们小心 ceiling。Be careful ceiling 一点。现在跑到两个了out。用1 HP 一点 ，raise 16。谁 ED 起来？霓虹 ED raise 半血。想 C 到 Omen。来看 C 包点，我来看。你不会弄个希腊吧？不会。弄个希腊。我来架就好。北烟了 ，smoke 霓虹 ED 放点。来 ，I check， must be chain， I check。 我闪，一起进行吗？哦，不用了。我再打个右边闪，我们打左边行吗？我 go left side。可以先丢吗？来3、2、1。
Dealer raise half new one。CT 包。
马上回来。
Okay, I got it.
Raise going city.
I take it.
Open half line. Only one.
Take it back. 30. OK。
我方还剩1人。
Waterfall， 财报。拿。
There you go, no surprises, Snow. That it was calm, cool and collected, just like the performance. It was a pistol retake, but it's probably what got them started on this matchup that went through. A different MVP this time, coming in from Spirits instead of Fukushu from before, showing that it's not just a one-man army on the team. Everyone is capable of pulling through.
And I think the biggest highlight for me with Team Comms is one, how calm, cool, collected it was, but also you would feel like it would be difficult communicating in hybrid comms, of course. A little bit of communication has to be done in English to help Vukashu out a little bit, so not all the communication is in their native language, but still, everyone understands, everyone's on the same page, they all know what's going on, and shows really the experience of this team.
Yeah, it wasn't messy, which can often be the case when you have multilingual squads that need to practice their way through. It was certainly shown why the roster's been together for so long, right? Some additions here and there, but ultimately the core has rocked this CN stage for a long time, and you would have to fancy them to rock it for a little bit longer as well. Dominant performance cannot be understated for DRG today. JDG just not up for the show that they started to promise with on Haven. 4 rounds on Lotus. We'll never know what that final map might have looked like. But for now, like you said, it's DRG that sit and wait, that can put their feet up and watch this next matchup with an analytical view of what they need to do to book that ticket to London.
Yeah, again, you look at that, the first kill is completely in the favour of DRG, and that's going to be something that plagues JDG, the mistakes that they made in these early rounds, not able to convert any of these first bloods, putting themselves in a numbers disadvantage so early, so often, just gave DRG everything they needed to take control of this game.
Yeah, I felt like control was all they had, and when you talk about control, it has to be a strong performance from your IGL, correctly highlighted out here. And it's a strong just individual performance in general. But when the captain of your ship is pulling out stats like this, 6 multi-kills to be seen, they just knew exactly what JDG were going to do at every single point of contact, and they were able to navigate their chess pieces that were their teammates into the right spots.
And you were saying about it, you weren't sure what was kind of going on with this pick ban, leaving that Lotus open for JDG. It means they have to have other weaknesses elsewhere if they're so unwilling to change it up after how bad it was before.
Yeah, when you're so scared of playing Breeze that you're happy to go into a map that's historically looked terrible. And I'm glad this is coming up here as the key moment in the series, because it really felt like it, right? It was one of those do or die moments. You're looking at it, JDG, I mean, seconds away from going on to 10 and what you would have assumed would close out the series. But Fukushu, that key player on map 1, able to pull it across the line, just stopped that. And it was from that moment in time that JDG just had no answers back. It was that the mid-game just looked lost after that. It was almost like they didn't have an answer back. Their confidence just shot, and all of a sudden the series seemed over.
It feels like when DRG gets on a roll and they play with confidence, it's so hard to play against, because they're so willing to make these aggressive plays, push forward, look for any potential skirmishes that they can. And with this comp that they run with the Sky, it kind of plays into that playstyle of looking to take these small fights, these 3 versus 3s, looking to pinch on potential angles and not really having to play heavy into that full retake, because they know that they can get these opening round kills.
Yeah, relying on the kind of contact angles rather than maybe the information that Sova or a fade that you typically see here on Lotus as well might provide for you. And for DRG, I mean, it fits their playstyle perfectly. They're the ones coming out on top today with a 2-0 series. They're the ones that get so much information on their opponents in this next matchup. And we should talk a little bit about the next matchup. We won't do too much because we do have some amazing casters coming on to that, but it is going to be the All Gamers versus TYL. Like we said, it's Group Alpha, the two remainders of them left. JDG were the second seed coming out of Group Alpha, by the way, falling away side. So DRG feeling a little bit confident that they have the read on this group. What's your take? Who's going to win this one out, Snow?
It's interesting you asked that, because I think at the end of the day it's unfortunate, but it might not even matter because whichever team wins it has to face the raid boss of DRG. I feel like I've been an All Gamers fan for a while, been an All Gamers fan from the start. I'm not a glory hunter like you, Veggie, who came in the backside when they started doing well. So my heart says All Gamers, and maybe my brain does too, because their performances look decent.
Yeah, I'll go with that as well. We've got a VCT Project Horizon here. Guarantee that AG will come out on top. Maybe not as successful as some other podcasting varieties over there, but we'll see what we have. But you'll have to stick around to see if that prediction does come true, because we'll be signing off now and we have two lovely casters taking over from us. So don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back after this break.
Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. Some things aren't meant to be fair. Demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady, yeah. 'Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Dynamizer. Burning like a wildfire. just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul, burning like a wildfire, dying of a miser.
You're my perfection. See, I need you like the radio. You keep the beat alive. Gotta have you like the stereo. I need you in my life. Hey, you're my obsession. 'Cause baby, you're my melody so sweet. You're my obsession. Hey, you're my obsession. Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, everyone in between, and welcome back to Project Horizon. Myself, Vandante, and Rigor back on together with the desk. It's been a little bit, Rigor. How have you been, my man, since we last caught up?
Tired, contemplating life in balance as a whole. And, new maps come in, old maps come out, new faces come in, old faces go out. But VCT China trucking along, ever consistent, as we're getting into low bracket round 2. We have a pretty decent game today, I think. AG versus TYL. So it's going to be a pretty exciting one, in my opinion.
Absolutely. For anyone that needs to know the stakes, very quickly, one more shot at Masters London still up for grabs, and the winner of this will have one more juggernaut to face, and that's before they've even worked out then who our top 3 will be in terms of seeding once we do send them over, and it's to meet DRG in those finalists. So AG and TYL, the winners of this, not out of the woods just yet.
Yeah, they have a bit of an uphill battle, like you alluded to. There's one more spot left for Masters London, right? They have the first 2 spots have been eaten up entirely, left no crumbs. EDG qualifying instantly, and then Zala Gaming or XLG qualifying as well. So the last spot, this game dictates, do you even get the opportunity to play for the last spot? And then the next game against DRG is that last spot shot, and then the game after that is, do you win CN? Do you go into it with a bit more winner's momentum going into it? So it's wrapping up it's heating up in the kitchen a bit as we sort of get to the tail end of stage 2. It's gonna be a bit of an exciting one. I think the big thing that I want to talk about is like how the meta has shifted and like how CN is adapting to the meta, and do they have a shot? Do they have some kind of way to make a stand or make a statement at London this year?
We will have to see. We can get a look at the rosters, of course, to make sure the players are going to be locked and loaded. A quick run up here, if you are surprised by, is having to step in on the fill for the 5th. So it does mean that Yuz is currently not going to be playing. So all gamers might be in a bit of weaker form, to be honest, just off the back of it. Yuz has been consistently showing up as like the neon player, the duelist, the entry, the guns blazing for all gamers to get them as far as they have done. So while no ill will towards Bai at all, I'm sure will slot himself in comfortably. Can he do it on such short notice though, and against a team like TYL? That could be a tough question.
Yeah, TYL in the head-to-head, so the head-to-head versus TYL and AG. TYL in the last 12 months has played AG 3 times, and they've won all 3 games. They've, I think, dropped 2 maps total over 6 games, so it's gonna be pretty interesting. AG, bit of an uphill battle here. The story of this AG team was a team that, coming off of a really promising Santiago, struggled to find their feet very early in CN, and now managed to scrap their way back into the playoffs, having lost their first game versus EDG. Now they're up against TYL at sort of mixed strength now, so it's going to be pretty interesting. I think TYL's fielding their full roster. They haven't changed much in terms of adjustments. Just the only thing that's changed is the map pool and their approaches to how they go through these maps.
It has just been that map pick and ban for these 2 teams in particular, for how the head-to-head has gone. Rigor, you were the one to bring on. We've got the map stats here. Of course, Ascent has basically been the insta-ban for a lot of these teams. Just while not a new map in terms of anything major, you don't want to learn anything new. You can't risk going to a map that you've basically not prepped for here. So we'll likely see a similar stat once we look towards TYL as well. But that 6 pick rate on Lotus with an 83% definitely is something that TYL should be taking notes on.
And it's conflicted entirely by the fact that TYL doesn't like Lotus, right? So you have AG with their 83% win rates in 6 out of 6 games played on Lotus, and then TYL hasn't played a single game of Lotus. Lotus is their insta-ban. It's all like the first ban that goes out and then Ascent comes out afterwards. So it seems like they index more towards just getting a map that they think is their weakest out of the way in Lotus, and then they will gamble it, right? They haven't banned Ascent as much. They've actually just left it floating as that final decider pick. So it's going to be interesting. I think in terms of map veto, this is one of the interesting situations where the map veto doesn't matter as much because both teams are losing their best maps, right? We're probably not going to go to Haven because Haven is something that is really, really strong from TYL's side, but also AG is also super potent at it, so they might actually want to be floating Haven as the first pick. But then if you know that, how do you ban around that? So it's gonna be a bit interesting going into this game. It's AG versus TYL. Let's get into Preds. We've been doing it the entire season. I think they're the most fun part of this. your knee-jerk reaction. Who do you think comes out on top of this? Stats aside.
Knee-jerk, you just want a flat. I say this is 2-0 to Tyler. I do believe the map. I do believe the map pool and everything as you highlighted, Rigor. This might be the most impactful map veto that this stage has seen, and so knee-jerk reaction before seeing that, I'm giving Tyloo the credit that they know how important it is and that they do strat around it. How about yourself?
I would give it to. This is recency bias. It's recency bias informed, right? This is also on the back of a bit of preamble. EDG 2024 best team in the world, right? They win champs. Getting to 2025, they struggled to find a lot of value because CN is constantly playing catch up and they couldn't adapt to the Euro meta that quickly. AEG comes out as like the new top or the new head honcho of the region, coming out and doing a fairly decent job beating gentlemates at Master Santiago. And then coming to 2026 or stage 2, they struggle and find a lot of value or struggle to find any value. But that was because Bind was in the map pool. Right? CN as a whole is struggling a lot with Bind. They don't really have a grasp of how to play Bind, how to function around it. They very lost in 2023 ideologies of it and can't quite keep up on an international stage. As a result of Bind being gone, Breeze has come in as a sort of CN map, but Tyloo is, or I think it's, no, AG started banning Breeze. That was their pick for a while before they started getting slapped around on it, and now they've banned it entirely. So now the only maps that they have is Lotus, and that's getting banned. With the sub, with all of that accounts, like Tyloo is just stats included, their 3-0 run, the fact that AG is struggling to find any value on the international stage, and Tyloo is just constantly dominant. I think Tyloo ekes it out 2-0 fashion potentially, but AG with their rookies, you never know. We're getting to the level where big games and big game players, who's going to step up for AG? But I think Tyloo in 2-0 is the comfortable pick. I think it's very conservative as a pick there.
I would kind of think that has to be the case, and I'm sure Tyloo are rocking off of that, but it does mean all gamers, potentially that's something to prove mentality, right? Especially from the IGLs in particular. You highlighted just the youngness of these players. I mean, Fangir, another picked up Russian star in the VCT CN. It has a few, and he has always been one to look out for. And again, this consistency that I highlighted earlier, both teams do have their flashes in the pan. Both teams have the moments where things don't seem to be cooking, things don't seem to be gelling, and how far can you rely on that star player, right? How far can you rely on the hero shooter to do everything for you? And you're right, Ringer, especially moving into that international stage, yes, a win at this is fantastic, and very, very cute to welcome ED1 to replace Vilio for the group hug there from the side of Tyloo. But as the group hug begins, as things get sorted, and we begin to have the map veto come up in just about a few seconds, tensions will be high, as I just alluded to. Even when this ends, it's not over for either of these teams if you really look at it.
Yeah, 1,000. Do you know what's? While you were talking, I was looking at the jerseys, and do you know the whole Masters curse and the champs, like the champs superstition, where it's like if you wear a white jersey the stage before, you can't wear it to champs, and then the champs winners are alternating in black and white.
Yep.
I don't know if anyone is like, I don't know if it's an actual thing, but it's just like something, it's so esports superstitious, no? Where it's, I think EDG, when they won 2024, they were wearing white jerseys. And then also, I think NLG was wearing white jerseys the next year. So this is a black jersey year. So everyone's wearing white jerseys. I'm like, oh wait, you don't want to win.
Everyone's got that superstition. Well, maybe just stition. It depends how super it is, and it depends the impact it'll have. But if it's having a big impact there, much like the map pool we've just seen, and you hit the nails right in the head, Rigor, there, exactly what we would expect. Lotus is getting banned. First pick on Fracture, move towards Haven, and then Split being our decider. We chatted in the green room. We had Pearl as well as the potential fourth. So 3 out of 4. We basically guaranteed it there, and it's nice to see that come to fruition.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Have these teams shown Fracture? Fracture's been one of the more marginalized maps. It's very underrepresented in terms of all regions, next to Ascent. But I guess when Bind left and Ascent came in, like, things got a bit dicey because you can't ban both of them. You have other bans like more targeted stuff. So we're gonna go into Fracture. It's gonna be interesting. What are you expecting? Speaking in the context of CN being a couple of like a couple of meters behind at all times? Like, are you expecting the double dive? Are you expecting double initiator? Are you expecting the double senti? What's your knee-jerk saying?
The fact that we're still seeing both, the fact that we're seeing, it's not just China, in fairness, some other regions are still considering it, but the fact we're seeing Waylife being so heavily leaned on by a lot of these teams, I am expecting that double duelist. I am expecting the Sentinels to return, to be honest, and I think we're already getting a sneak peek there as we look at the lineups. Neon, of course, she goes without saying. I believe running any composition without Neon, even the triple Senti stack that we've started to see really kind of come to fruition here, Igor, I still think it's a throw not playing Neon, so we expect her. And then the initiators, I'm expecting double, potentially from the side of AG, but no, it's pretty close to a mirror, and it's TYL rocking the double initiator, actually.
Yeah, we're gonna see like an adjustment of the speed of light comp. I think Waylay's buff hit people a lot more, like a truck, it seems, and people are just dumping the Waylay in its entirety and opting for more niche picks. I think we're seeing a lot more Jet coming through, but the Sky is still a pivotal initiator, and we're seeing Sword 9 on the tail. I think very, very good. The last time we played Fracture was tail meta, beginning of 24.
Yep.
Before Teo got absolutely nuked and removed from existence. So we're gonna see a lot of, I think, retakes on the side of TYL. They have so much util to play with. Meanwhile, AG going to be wanting to press that issue. I'm expecting a lot of north and south side crunches and just a lot of very pacey rounds from that side.
Fracture, due to its nature, due to its design, it can see the fastest rounds of any map in the game. Again, for anyone that's heard me yap before, you're about to hear me yap about the same thing again, but it was the EMEA Game Changers, a 7-second round off of a push from Giant X onto the B main and just meeting G2 Gozen in their spawn and forming a firing squad, essentially. But that's the playstyle of Fracture. You do have to play an aggressive defense towards one side. You do have to at least deal with one extremity so that, you know, going from 4 extremities down to 3, it's still a high number in terms of spreading your positioning around the map, but certainly a lot less of a taxing effort that from 4 down to 3.
Yeah, and it's going to be, I think the 7-second round, I think, isn't a completely different region. It's also in a completely different style, right? I think EMEA GC is a lot... It's on trend with like EMEA main roster or VCT in general, where it's like a lot slower style of game. Sienna sort of bucks those trends and adopts certain ones whenever convenient, right? So, we'll see. I think they have a lot of firepower, a lot of aggro, especially I think Kira's on the raise as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if it just like a bat out of hell, Kira just jumps from the jump and causes a lot of havoc. But that's a lot of preamble as we get into server. This is VCT CN playoffs round 2. I am Rigo and this is Medante.
Coming at you very much live indeed, and I'm sure both of these teams wanting to be coming into this stage very much alive as well. By, of course, anyone that still needs the run-up use has just been subbed out, not feeling the best, so Bai is coming through to pick up that Neon in his stead. I'm sure I'll have to answer that a couple more times, and we certainly will, as to where Use is. We currently know he's doing fine, just not up to 100%, and that's currently what everyone really needs going into this. The first peak of the entire series. Fangir, the headhunter, does only find the body, but 50 damage is not to be snuffed at for the pistol.
It's gonna be a slow B, it looks like. It's a very slow build up. We have Arcade and B main. The pop is here, and it seems like Tyler's ready for this. Ready to receive. A Splash gonna take first contact. Oh, that's a shoulder. Fangir spots a shoulder there, but no fights, no contact yet.
Free aim on the Cypher trip is good though, and now it is Tyler stuck on this tower, stuck in the middle with AG, but ERV and Skills, they fight it back. Fangir with the headhunter. It is the body shot bandit in this case, but enough to do the job as Shrimp follows him up. 2 versus 2 of the initial engagement there. Still no spike to be planted. Kira needs to get a little bit more positioning, a little bit more information. But Shrimp on 20 HP here. The regrowth cannot save himself. The swing comes through. Sword 9. The positioning onto Kira very, very clean. And no gun here. No upgrades for you, Shrimp. This is down to you and your metal. 20 seconds, but you're being met at the exit. Sword 9 to greet you at the door. And it's the first pistol from Tyler.
A very novel concept from Tyler as well, playing double heaven. I think it was Scales and one other player, the Sky, playing in heaven to contest any kind of B pop, like B fast pops, right? So they're ready to receive onto site and they're ready to receive from ropes. And Fangir with some excellent shooting, finding a lot of value with that headhunter, but can't quite get it across the line. Shrimp in a really precarious situation. Is there going to be a trend? A very slow default onto B? It looks like it's going to be a fast A dish default, it looks like. As AG gearing up for some kind of fast pop here.
Nice thing about... Oh, wow. Fangir tanks a salvo to the jaw. Nice thing about that tail is that salvo can shut down the initial aggression, but of course Fangir has been sent all on his own here just to pull out utility from what TYL have. Because if AG can play this right, they could concern themselves. They could actually convert themselves a Thrifty and give TYL a lot more pause for thought, but at the moment still this patient play style. And definitely Rigor, you did say that, you know, China had foregone the immediate aggressive pushes, and you could not have been more right.
Yeah, and it's very belabored here. It's a bit indecisive. You saw, I think it was Bai. Yeah, Bai was shifting over onto B before deciding to turn around and come back A. So it's very, very indecisive. Fangir with the late shift and the late reshift over. It's very indecisive actually. Is AG gonna walk into the blender, but it's weak side here.
Find it here. Now the defense stuck in the A main. This could be a rock and a hard place though. Again, you have to deal with Fangir, you have to deal with the rest of AG collapsing in on you. The relay bolt does mean the stun is guaranteed. The attempted backup from Belt though has been called. And TYL have adapted to this pretty damn quickly, all things considered, Rigor. Still a decent chunk of utility though that all gamers can use to fight through, but they're going to be the proactive one with the lower buys here. They're trying to make something happen out of nothing, and credit is due.
Wow,
certainly
okay.
a disgusting and a dirty fight, but AG have still got the spike planted. They've still got a bit of the space. If Fangir can take the head here, that is one. Two might be a touch too far. Never mind with the classic here. A fake drop, but Skeels is sticking. Gets it to half off the spike and prevents a clutch from Fangir, but an expensive round all the best.
And then I think that's on the back of a very slow default from AG, but I think the thing to note was how far Fangir was from that fight, right? Fangir started north side, and he was actually contesting all of that B main area. If he just stayed, they could have played like a really decent crunch, but him leaving, taking that rope across to the other side of the map, caused a lot of problems. But TYL navigating that exceptionally. Losing a lot of guns, obviously. It's 4 guns, 4 Vandals being dropped, or 4 rifles being dropped. Isn't the greatest, but navigating a B main fight, or late round B main fight, is quite impressive.
If anything, Fracture is either the rounds that end in 10 seconds or that test an IGL's metal down to the limits, and both of these teams have exceptional IGLs, so TYL's just showing that right now here. AG with the gun buy, and an aggressive defense is through the A main this time, and a trade out actually, splash forward the controller. I think you're more than happy with that as TYL song.
Yeah, you can pick up the Vandal on the south side, and the pop's going to happen on A. Immediately off to try to chase that gun down, as Bai's going to clear all side. Kira's going to follow up, as in a very disadvantageous position. Fangir all the way on the other side of the map, struggling to find a bit of relevance here. Oh, he finds him. That's crazy.
You say, I can't believe he got away with that either. I was genuinely about to say he'll just get spotted out, but he does not. And suddenly AG looking very posed, very primed to take this round. The spike's still not planted. A little bit hesitant, not exactly, probably not going to be the most relevant factor at the end of the day. I say that, Sword9 has walked onto the side, but the body shots from the bandit will not convert a kill. You can see the frustration. You can see the heads being scratched. How do you possibly walk away from that? But pistols are a cruel and fickle being at that, Rigor, and they will only choose one way.
Which I'm quite surprised that... Okay, so there's a lot of stuff that we can dissect there. I think the big thing is we should be looking at Fangir finding relevance at any point in time in this like attack side, right? I think Fangir finding that kill is like a sort of optimistic thinking. I don't think that should be the metric we should be using to determine whether he's finding value there. Oh, that's a huge fight. Yeah, a huge fight there. And then just gotta back off as well. They have all his control. Fangir's all the way into... Oh my god, he's in heaven. Oh no.
He's got the time. Oh, Rigor, he's got the time. He doesn't know he's got the timing. That's how good his timing was. And he panics a little bit with the shots, but he's still good. I like the reposition though back on Arcade actually. Will Fangir have the knowledge to realize that he is being flanked indeed? Okay. He is faster. He's not prepared, but the mechanics... The young star, we highlighted them earlier, and he is certainly one of them here, trying to get more slowly. Doing some acrobatics though, a gymnast on this rope, and he's managed to pick up 2 dopes. This is suddenly winnable here for TYL, especially with skills on that timing here. Shrimp now in a 1v1, guiding light online, 10 seconds until the recharge here. It's him and slowly to meet, but the timing looks to favor Shrimp. I say that. Slowly has to turn the flash, doesn't actually do it successfully. Shrimp doesn't swing off the back of it. Spike not planted for him here, but it's getting low. It's getting loud, Rigor. He's going to have to at least stick the staff. Slowly not going to concern himself with the flash. He's going to just stick it at all. He's just going to deal with it. Here's the steps, but he's fast enough. And the half, not even necessary. This bomb at disposal is expert.
That's incredible. That heaven sequence was a roller coaster of emotions, right? So Fangia runs into heaven, gets behind Irv, finds that kill, and then gets refranked like all the way through heaven. Gets that first kill, and then the second reflank on the rope finds the third. So on the back of some on the back of me critiquing him finding relevance, he finds 2 kills and pressures for a third. And how do you replicate that, right? How do you replicate that from AG is going to be the big thing. If you want to be getting consistent value from that, how do you get your weak side to be putting themselves into positions where they can be finding 2-3 kills at a time?
The most tragic part about asking that question is they did all that and they still didn't convert the round, Rigor. So, I mean, a fantastic work from Fangear, but TYL just holding that core together. And I will have to highlight Bai's doing an exceptional job. Slot again. Currently doesn't sound or look like a substitute in any shape, manner, or form, which is an impressive stage, especially with the stakes being so high. And another fight for the A main here. This is going to get bloody.
And the flash pops immediately dissuades that hit. And they have no other options here. They're all south side, or north side rather, south side on the map. Like they can't get out of here. They have to just re-clear into another main, but aside of TYL, expertly giving them all of that space as well. Giving them every single main and just dealing with any kind of pressure in the actual main in question.
Fracture will always be a map that just can never be solved because there's just too much that can be done. There's too much that can be called. There's too many decisions that can be made. In the opener, in the mid round, in the round end. The Seekers get forced out as well by ERV though. AG might be comfortable with that. The paint shell's going to the backside slowly with the orbital strike to force the engagement on his terms, but gets traded out pretty damn sharp. It's this judge in tower though. All gamers with 13 seconds left. They might have done it all, but it still might not be enough.
I was going to say Scales is in heaven with the judge, but Irv's going to find that kill into Kira. Flash pops and Fangia managed to get out of there.
Oh, what is that window through the fast lane? What is that window that Shrimp has opened up? We are not on the map, but a cool, calming breeze feels like it's just watched over the members of AG. They're looking a bit more confident to put those 2 on the board, and already TYL's focus looking so clear on their faces.
Yeah, and I think it's on the back of almost a really, really good hold there, right? TYL's entire defensive plan, especially towards this B side of the map, was just to lay at that choke as much as physically possible, but AG manages to brute force it, managed to get onto sites and find really important kills there. But TYL, or AG, going back to their standard default, they're trying to split the map a bit more than they have on previous rounds.
I'm really asking of TYL here, what were those 3 rounds initially? Were they the start of something and this is the stumble? Or was that a bit out of character? All gamers suddenly find the space to capitalize. Beautiful use of the guiding light, but the shots are going to need to find their mark, and that's where the questions are being found. Special delivery should mean... I'm shocked Kira survives those paint shells, to be honest. I'm shocked survives the utility coming through, or not the paint shells, apologies. Special delivery. Managed to save on just a teensy bit of HP, but TYL have done well with the low buy.
Yeah, meanwhile, all that fighting was happening on the north side of the map. Fangia actually scales all the way through B main to find that kill with the outlaw. So, AG opening up this round in a very convincing fashion, but TYL not want to let it down. Have 2 Phantoms and can make something happen here.
And will TYL ever let anything be lived down? But this is a pretty tough retake. Yeah, you've got the Phantoms, you've got the guns online, but Spike's already ticked down a good 15-20 seconds. Fangear finds you. Sword 9, the IGL, having to do it all. But in a 2 versus 1 with the Spike is ticked down as much as it is. I think this is just an attempt to get the exit. He doesn't see at the top right of his screen. Chamber on lockdown towards that tower. And Fangear, you asked him to get value, and not in the way that maybe he typically would have expected. The lurks not been as powerful. At least when they have been, TYL have been able to answer back. But this was a different story.
Yeah, I think the minute he's enabled, it's a big thing, right? And I think what we should be looking for in terms of pattern recognition is where's the fighting happening, and is it close enough that Fangear can get value, right? If it's in the way, in his path of like least resistance, he's going to find a lot of kills, it looks like. So, for example, an A main fight with the Salvos here gives Fangear that open B dish side, or A dish side, to actually contest through. And he's going to scale with Kira, but with his operator in hand, going to catch anybody who tries to rotate out of that B main. Meanwhile, everyone else is sort of set up to give them an outing on B.
I like the reposition here from All Gamers, right? That B side setup is very solid from TYL, but look at what has actually happened here. All Gamers are super scaled back on that A side. They're really scared of a potential collapse from an ultimate, the Armageddon or the Neon, even the Overdrive, just catching them unawares. But that's a beautiful angle from Fangear. ERV, no way in hell are you dodging that. And off the back of this utility spam, Kira has enough. That's the comm to say, go for the showstopper. We think it will get value, and it absolutely does. Kira continues to get that value. Indeed, All Gamers have made this walk on the site look so easy, Rigger.
Yeah, and Fangear has this operator posted up, and it's you sort of counting the inevitable. No, he doesn't want to. He's optimizing. Yeah, giving it to GRQ so he can get that ulti online. Is Fangear? This is very Demon 1-esque, no? Or no, not even Demon 1. Yay-esque. Remember the chamber on Yay, the operator spawn. Oh, I'm old. Oh no.
2 years in Valorant feels like a lifetime. It's pretty close to a lifetime as well if you consider this region's sort of beginning years, that life expectancy here. And speaking of life expectancy, Scales has dropped down to a 0 on it. No further expectations of himself. And I just love that patient attack where it was just one fight, one execute, one piece of utility. Everything was just so staggered from AG, and everything that you could ask of them. Look at it, just cut back and forth to every single fight going their way. The only reason Fangear falls that way is just because he's got his eyes buried deep in that Tour de Force scope.
And we spoke about it in the preamp or the prelude to that round about how Fangear will find value if he's enabled, right? In stark contrast to where he was in the beginning of this game, I'm talking the first 2 rounds where he's completely polar opposite to where his team is playing. There's been a shift, a radical shift. He's either in the same lane, and I'm talking either B main, B site and arcade, or A site, dish, main and site, you know? So he's actually being in the same hemisphere as his team and finding a lot of value that way. And that's probably what TYL is trying to time out for, right? Try to isolate that they're over-indexing into how do we deal with the chamber, that they're forgetting about the 4 people that they're actively dealing with. They're so hyper-aware of it that they've completely like let Fangear escalate from a thorn to just like a full-on stick in the thigh, you know? So let's see if TYL makes the adjustments. I want to see some kind of proactive fighting into one of the mains, just whittle down the options that AG has to play.
I would love to see as well. I think that's what the coaching staff should, or at least would likely come to a conclusion on. Of course, again, they can only see half of what we can see. It's excellent, you know, parroting what should be done. When you've got the wall hacks, you've got the life positioning of every single player. Of course, life is not so easy on the server here, but we'll see if that timeout is enough. The timeouts, to be honest, over the course of this series, over the course of this stage, have been particularly effective, Rigor. We've seen them get converted at least pretty consistently, all things considered. So if the pattern continues, TYL are on for a thrifty.
Yeah, let's see how they're going about it. I think being on the wrong side of the map doesn't bode well for your thrifty. Going into 5 rifles is over-indexed into it. I think TYL has the wrong read of this. I think they've misread what patient gaming means, right? They're interpreting patient being like, oh, they're gonna late hit into sight, when in reality, patient basically means they're waiting for you as the defenders to make the first mistake, right? So the first mistake was not necessarily having someone to respond on the outside of the map, and the next mistake is going to be taking a challenge that is very disadvantageous, like walking into these high lows, and doesn't look that promising for TYL, but I'm ready to be surprised, yeah.
I'm happy to be surprised. It would be a hard one, but you do look at the ult economy here. Overdrive and Armageddon. So that is tower cleared. And that could be some decent damage here. Spike's already going to get tapped. ERV, they don't actually even need the overdrive here. Bai's going to show them, though, what they are missing out on. The electric fingers, the zaps coming through. Fangear actually finds one, but Sword9 answers back here. Okay. Okay, a decent chunk of damage been done. Skills cannot pivot from the initial shot, from that initial frag, allowing a 4K for Bai, but You know what? I had lower hopes than what Tyler were able to bring up.
I expected an ace, or like just 5 alive in terms of AG, but the overdrive having to be committed there, like on rip, just to repair some of the damage and lost space that they had. But it's going to be concerning, right? You shouldn't be losing that many bodies when you're, that favored to win, and you've just lost your Neon overdrive, and you're on the back of TYL having 3 super potent ultis at their disposal, so it's going to be very difficult the next couple of rounds.
They're about to basically stare on the barrel of 5 here. ERV.
Oh, the flash.
Such a good flash. This is such a decent flash, but the salvo stops it. There's decent utility though to keep ERV in this, so the battle for Sands continues.
Buys all the way through. Oh my god, buys all the way through.
Sure. Do they know? Oh my god, do they? Kira is in the smoke. Kira is everywhere. The shorty has been done. He's absolutely on 4-1 here in Scales. The position is going to be known. He's going to be handled already, in fact. And the spike being dropped here. Splash stuck with the operator all the way on towards that B side. I think a 1v4 retake. You've got the overdrive, I guess, but I
have an operator as well, and he's 2 and 8. It's
it's done. It's done.
Yeah, it's a bit chalk here, but AG ramping up the pace significantly. I think with the double initiate, you want to be contesting space more. As Flash fighting for his life. Oh no.
Oh no.
Cue the Looney Tunes music. Oh, he finds one.
Oh my god, how many is he going to find? That's not a hard shot for a player like Splash. Why is AG donating the guns? We've seen the economy struggle before here. Surely Fangir does not overheat. Surely he does not. He has the patience. That's playing patiently. That's the patience you highlighted, Rigo.
Yeah, that's a patience in the micro sense, right? Making sure that he doesn't forfeit another operator to that guy. But this is the second round in a row they've lost 3 guns when being at a supreme advantage. Maybe it's for ultis. I don't know what the situation is. I didn't notice that annihilation from Sword 9. A bit optimistic. I think they could have played it a bit better. I'm a dry run that a bit harder, because I think that should have come over the back of that flash. The minute it's all 5, the annihilation should come through instantly. But that annihilation's now gone. That's an ulti for the past. Is TYL standing up in a more B favored default share, but the attacking team ever the more favored, especially in CN. Lean towards Dish, and it's going to be a Dish part with Sword 9 ready to receive.
Sword 9 stuck in his own. But he only has a bandage. We've seen what this pistol can do. We have absolutely seen the damage this gun, above all else it seems, can do. And TYL have always been the lovers of the bandit, particularly. I believe the most use rate of any team in the entire region here. So Sword 9 living up to that statistic here. And TYL have managed to scale up pretty heavily into Arcade. This should give information to Sword 9.
So they need to hurry up as well. The B Arcade pops happening as well. Oh, bye-bye. Oh, well.
Oh, bye-bye. Oh, well. Suddenly, actually, though, ERV manages to pick one up. The operator online for Splash Overdrive as well. ERV's even managed to get himself a Bucky here, so a decent amount of map control. GRQ, do you know? Are you ready? You are not. Suddenly, the skills have very figuratively and literally been tipped. Kira, that neural theft wasn't for you. That was for ERV. You can't just shoot through the smoke off the back of it. Not with that level of confidence, but to hell with what I say. You do you. But still, TYL here, they're managing to scale back very, very well here. Shrimp fighting back hard. Skills with the sheriff shot here, the fast lane to buy a bit of time in the operator. So lovingly donated by Fangir. Reintroduced to Kira in the form of a bullet to the dome.
Wow. Okay, well that's that's a way to win a round.
Yeah.
That's 1000% a way to win a round. So 4 people play on Dish, 4 people play on Arcade, run through spawn, fight towards the A side, find an operator, split up, and then play a B split or like an impromptu A split. That is an insane piece of micro from TYL actually, and really well handled, and on the back of sheriffs and pistols mostly. And now they've just got an operator for all their hard work. So TYL, not one to take this lying idly down. Still trailing by 2 points as AG taking an early lead here.
Very, very early lead, but not so much of one that you're completely concerned yet. No panic there. Splash! It's uncomfortable, and you can tell it's uncomfortable. A shot. I highlighted the prowess of this of the operator in this man's hands, and that was a much easier shot than some of the previous ones we've seen him land.
It's gonna. I think it's we spoke about sparks of brilliance, right? How are they? how much of this game is going to be coming down to sparks of brilliance is AG very cautious, very belabored, no? And the reclear is happening in B. Oh, the contact into splash with the operator. But he's going to get secret out of there. It also has to be forfeited there, but not before they're finds a kill.
The orbital strike on a tower is such a casual, such a tried and tested move to basically force an engagement. And it exactly does. Initiator for initiator, Sky for Sky, but slowly here has the orbital strike. Slowly does have his teammate supporting with the overdrive. Orbital strike used to clear out tower. But look what Fangir has done. Look what you have asked him to do, Rigor. He has got all of this control onto the A site. He's forcing TYL to make a move to try and do something on a timing they would not like to do so on. And we can see how quickly that push crumbles.
I think the big thing that we're going to be focusing on, right, especially because we're switching the halves in one round, right? We should be looking forward into the future, and I think the big thing is the comp differential. CN attack side is very favored, but the AG side is playing a very favored attack side comp, right? The double duel versus the double initiator. So we're gonna have to work through a bit of a rough period for TYL. Trailing behind is not necessarily the most comfortable feeling, even with that double initiator.
It's 4-8 is the minimum that you would have wanted here. So TYL have secured the absolute minimum, but we're at a stage now, Rigor, you can't be aiming low. You can't be setting the bar at 3rd place, because 3rd place, it will get you a spot at Masters, but it won't get you a convincing one at that. An excellent execute here off the back of it. The Trailblazer being committed, though, actually allows Fangir to get away with his life. That could have been a twofer if TYL had just played a little bit more confidently, not the case.
And all sides once again forfeited as B is basically in control, but Spike's not there. Fangir takes a challenge, loses the scales, is 3v3 post-bonds on the last round of the half.
Look who is up, planted up. It's AG by the fast lane, and all this presence covered through means Shrimp can clear. It means he can put his back towards Arcade. Losing a little bit of object permanence there in his mind, but fortunately for him, he doesn't lose his mind in the process of it. Potentially a critical error from AG there, or not to get that frag, or potential error from TYL, apologies, but ERV wanting to fix that mistake, taking it personally as the spike is tapped. Sword9 gets one. All those skills comes off the spike to try and take down Shrimp. Suddenly, a spike ticking away. Shrimp in an infinitely favored position here, going for the pre-fire, going for the jumping swing. Sword9 stares his opponent down, tries to go for the stick,
wow,
and he cannot do it. Shrimp has played that post plan clinically so, and he stands up. He knows that was all him.
Man, that was really well done. I thought the spam for sure was going to get him. I thought he was done when the counter spam came through, but
I can't believe it.
Yeah, neither. Like, it's actually quite impressive. And AG, I think, recovered quite well this half, no? They started on the back of losing pistol, losing bonus, losing their full anti-eco, and then they strung 5 rounds together in a row, and then they just never looked back. So AG definitely bucking our predictions in a very meta caster sort of way. Showing up big when TYL, at least in this casting desk, has been more favored into this. But we look on the other side of things. TYL now with the double initiator on the attack side can play a bit more defaulty, but lack the explosiveness that AG has. So how do you feel like this is going to go? What do you think the interaction, especially with the Teo, is going to be like?
At this point, it's potentially already over. I don't want to be so cynical saying that out loud. Maybe that's a bit unfair, and certainly for any TYL fans out there. I mean, look, we have to be as unbiased as possible, but I'm there with you. I want to see a closer map either way, regardless of which side you pivot towards. But I don't see TYL scaling up from this fast enough. AG actually scaled off the back of TYL's timeout call phenomenally well, as you highlighted, Rigor. Basically 5 or 6 rounds back to back off of their opponent's timeout means that all gamers are feeling something on Fracture right now.
Yeah, I think the big thing, we spoke about agency. We spoke about Fangir finding agency and finding relevance in the attack side. Defense side is one where he doesn't have to do that. He doesn't have to look for the agency. He doesn't have to look for relevance. It's entirely up to where his IGL puts him based off the read. And if his IGL guesses correctly, oh well, Bob's your uncle. Fangir comes away with 3. So, especially with the chamber, he's so early A main contest. It's going to be a rough one. Definitely an uphill battle, not an impossible one. But TYL currently trailing 4-8 versus AG in this lower round 2. Playoff spots and Masters on the line here.
Still all to play for and everything to play it in, but TYL now on the attack. Show us, demonstrate to us that you understand Fracture on an attacking scale. We've seen this happen before. This map especially has been known for those kind of 3 and 9s, so even those 2 and 10s to not be story enders, to not be chapter closures for teams. TYL, they need to just really feed into that right now. Have the belief that they will be able to convert, and Fangir trying to force that space. Yeah, that's a start.
And finding a B main pop as well, off of the kill off of this chamber kill. Oh, they're so slow though. They're so belabored. Even look, AG's wasn't even like they went so slow that AG wasn't even convinced there was a proper B pop. So they're rotating all of that.
But look, that might, you know, maybe just a very solid comm from Sword9. Maybe very intentional. Hard to say, especially without the team comms, which we might get to hear later on. But either way, the fight between Skills and Kira. Skills still allowed to get away, though, causing a decent chunk of a distraction here. Kira and Shrimp on the regress, looking very, very clean with it. Answers back from TYL, but they're not looking particularly confident, all things considered. A 2 versus 1 here now, slowly. The Bandit to steal everything away.
Everyone's so low. GRQ's 1 HP. Kira's like 2 body shots and it's gone, but it's halved already. Oh, it's halved already. Yeah, there's nothing there. Yeah, too far. What is slowly doing on the other side of the map? Wait, what is my controller doing on the other side of the map? Was he? Where? How? What?
We'll get to see in the replay. We'll get to see maybe a bit more into the thought process here, especially. I mean, Skills getting that pick. I think maybe TYL had deemed a bit of an indecision, a lack of a conclusion on what the overall play was just because of it, and I think slowly by the time it was worked out, Chaos had already befallen the B site, and all gamers have converted the second pistol.
In a very similar way, right? The trend is currently you win that pistol, and then you win the next 2 rounds. So, based off of stats alone, AG looking towards a 11-4 first map, before the first rifle.
And an impossible task, near enough at least it would be, but this is where dreams happen. This is where magic can be made. TYL, we've seen Thrifties on this stage happen more than any other stage. Capacity for pistols is a very, very solid and formidable point of this region. And TYL capitalizing off of it, not entirely with a frag, but getting the ult orb stolen is something.
And Scales is scaled, but I guess found by GRQ, who's ever patient on the A side. Since it looks like the A pop's going to be the final destination, yeah? Entirety of TYL in dish, ready to receive. Jump out of here and be quite explosive with this.
Indeed, but the angle's really good here. GRQ doesn't care about the one-way at all. The Spectre looming over the A site, and I didn't realize necessarily, looking at that first kill there that GRQ got, look at the distance all gamers had actually, like, got onto the A site initially. I forget who it was, or sorry, that TYL had gotten. I forget who it was. I don't think it was Fangir. No, Scales. Look at where he gets to. It's just slow walking up, but still none of the major aspects of the site are cleared, and it means GRQ can essentially cripple an attack before TYL can even calm its beginning.
And it's gonna. I think this is gonna be. It's a very dire trend that we're seeing here. This very like 4-1 default, right? So we have the people on very different hemispheres, the north and south side, and it's just Scales. And if Scales doesn't find any value, then the entirety of TYL's attack side falls apart, because the pack isn't quite getting it done in the sense that there's just too much force and opposition to deal with.
It's a suffocating force right now. And oh, come on! That wasn't a... I thought, to be honest, at least that was a collat as well. A little bit of noise being made at the rope. Flash making a bit of one of his own namesake there, not respecting any sort of control that AG might still have on towards Tower, but the reset, the repositions already came through. Splash has been lost on the top of the B site there, and it's the funnel from Arcade as AG look to fully regroup. The Scales tipped not in his favor at all. 1 versus 2. He has managed to get the spike, but he doesn't know where either of these last 2 players are, and his gun barrel is actually what will prevent him from seeing the bigger picture, as all gamers put it to 11.
Yeah, it's a gun model diff. We spoke about how like dire, how the pack isn't really getting the value they need to. I'm surprised that didn't do any damage. I'm surprised that didn't do. Maybe it went straight through the head and hit the roof or something. But I thought that was like it ate through someone's region.
I thought it went through like I thought it was like legs into the head kind of shot. Like I'm shocked that headhunter bullet did not collapse on 2 people. And oh my days, I am not shocked to see TYL's coaches looking like this. Collapse might be too dramatic of a word, but you can tell by their faces, Rigor. They may be out of options. They don't look to have many plans to fight this back.
One of the main things that I always speak about, like when I've done coaching or in the past, is like the only reason like you'd call a timeout is if something tragic happens, right? And when Fangia walks all the way underneath sight and then takes a pick on your pack before you can even develop an attack, it's pretty tragic, right? And it sort of gets into your head, and there's small things that you start overthinking. So like you mentioned, desperation, running out of options, the first one, but like if the players' mentals just aren't there, if the people are like, hey, sort of swimming and all their plans are coming up nothing, like intervention is needed, and it could be worse. He could not have intervened at all. So this is the TYL's coach's last attempt at making a difference here, unless they can force an AG timeout here.
If we see that AG timeout forced, we would likely be looking at that 11-7, 11-8 scoreline. We might see a very proactive one. We might see the AG just lose 1 round and suddenly, bam, timeout's called to try and stem the bleeding, but that would be actually quite a dream for TYL Rigor. You've just hit the nail on the head there. But moving into round number 16, TYL looking to be playing this fast and hard. It is a low buy for them, so playing at your opportune ranges. But Fangear, speaking of opportune range, look at the distance he's just executed. What scales on towards the splash. Stinger has stun. Too many options for GRQ, but takes too long to fall down. All things considered, Spike collapses back onto the site, will be secured. And TYL already made themselves at least some distance.
Look at Shrimp as well. Shrimp's all the way in B main early, or A main early rather.
Big potential flash here as well. We see the guiding light from Shrimp. Swing a little bit too early from Bai. I say, very arguable though. Doesn't need the backup of the flash. Splash is trying to dodge it as he speaks, and Bai with a swing. So Sword 9, the IGL 1v3. Everything falling down upon him. Believed there was someone in Sands. Had no clue the positions of those 3 staring him down. And that means all gamers now. A single match point for them, and TYL have to deal with 8 back-to-back rounds, knowing every one of them could be their last.
If you're being an optimist, we're always the optimists here.
Oh yes.
It's an attack side. It's an attack-sided map, right? In recent CN, 52% of the rounds end up in attack-favored rounds. So all you need to do is flip a weighted coin 8 times in a row, and hopefully it comes up TYL. But AG just needs to get it across the line slightly, and it's not going to be that hard on the back of this tour de force on Fangia, setting up some kind of early line and early control here.
You said flip a coin 8 times. Fangear is a weighted coin that has been flipped precisely 8 times. And it's been what TYL need, and they're trying to make something happen here. AG want this over before it ever starts. But it's ERV that goes the one for the first. The Pain Shells answer back. The Orbital Strike as well. It's the Boom Bot and the utility. And meanwhile, in the B main, Shrimp and GRQ just clean up house. As if nothing was ever wrong. The place is spotless. Not a single speck of TYL remains on Fracture.
Yeah, you spoke about the GC 7-second point. Well, that one's a pretty close one.
Pretty close.
So that one's running down the clock as if you're being charged for every second in the round. All gamers comes out big with the sub. By stepping in on that duelist role on the Neon, Fangia shifting over from that primary duel onto that chamber, finding a lot of value on a map that I stand to be corrected. These teams haven't played all split. I don't think they've played a single game of Fracture all split due to just the nature of the map pool. So. Very, very good start, and it gets if you're a TYL fan, it gets a bit worse. It gets pretty bad here, as the next map is going to be Haven. But before we move on to Haven, like, final thoughts on this game?
Look, just absolute clinical from all gamers, to be honest. Really, really nice stuff. The defense was very, very nice. The attack even better, to be honest. There, I mean, highlight from Slowly here, but to really have to call a spade. Can we tell another round that Slowly really popped off? The only one I can imagine is the slow walk in the 1v2, while the Spike is just getting actively diffused under his nose. The rest of it, as these highlights come through, TYL already running out of rounds to highlight, and it'll basically be an AG showcase from here on.
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing. Slowly was the only person who I could argue, at least this game, was active. He was the most active situation, but it was more activity based off of desperation. Like he had to do something or the rounds just fall apart in a very dramatic fashion from them. So AG putting the pressure on, putting the nails in, getting on the gas early and not letting go until the end is... Yeah, it's a pretty impressive showing. I think we were pretty down on AG in the beginning. I don't think this is any way to... I don't think this is a reason to suddenly switch up on it, but AG definitely coming out strong here.
3。哎，没看完梦，我们还得打，还你这个，我比3对比3对比。Contact me guys，准备后头 yes。来等我，到了跟我说。好，3、2、1，我左边。我2颗烟。他 B 绝对是来放都慢的，假提退提，回烟了。他在看下头，有上头有发现，我们丢好了。没事，不急。可以，你走这30秒钟，我们就打，有线，我一会儿可能要第3烟里，因为我是打枪。我在这里，没上了，拉，没上了。有线，我进来了。楼上的一个，加速，CT来，小下楼 ，Care Tower， 这包后，和我在这，来，他可能没上了，和我在这，来，还收干净。靠近治疗，剩余10秒。和我手了，都，别漏，我瞎 K，我要补你们枪，我瞎 K。2个假的，别漏。单 pick， 还有一个跑点，哎，是小虾。
And place your bets. Who else was it gonna be, really, at the end of it? 94% kill participation, and that is because one bullet very cleanly and very commonly was the only factor needed from Fangir here. A phenomenal showcase on the chamber.
Yeah, the upstart, the rookie in his rookie year, and he's an opportunity to actually get himself into a second champs for the year, second masters. Fangir puts his team on his back, especially on Fracture, finding a lot of value and impact. We were a bit scared in the beginning. Because he was just finding it's very difficult to find any kind of relevance, but very, very lethal in the zones, especially the minute he gets onto those sites. That is a crazy graphic. What the?
I've only seen it done one better. I forget who it was, but it was off of like a 13-2. It was 13-3 or something, and it was a full blue hexagon, but Fangir touching distance from greatness there. Every single metric you could class him on, and he said, I can basically do you at 2 over. And yeah, it really shows, even just from the headhunter shots at the beginning, you knew Fangir was focusing.
The only thing the crazy thing about that hexagon specifically is the only way he could have done better is if he contributed to literally every single kill.
Yep.
That's the only way he could have done it. He could have done better. So, yeah, Fangir definitely sparks of brilliance, and the sparks cause the bonfire. AG takes the map in a 13-4 fashion. Pretty dominant showing from there on the first map of this lower round 2.
Sometimes sparks fizzle out, sometimes they ignite dynamite. As you said, fireworks, rigors, as they just do the damage indeed. And we'll get to look at the team stats here. And Scales, a worthy effort, all things considered. Did feel like his name was showing up, but considering that, you know, the worst show up is GRQ for all givers, and that's 15 assists, your controller has got this under control.
Yeah, and we spoke about slowly in the mirror matchup, referring to GRQ, being someone who could only find who was the most impactful member, but it was just due to sheer desperation. So, gonna be interesting. We move on to Haven. A bit of meta shift here, but a bit of meta shift. Maybe these roles slot in slightly better come the next map. Maybe this is just a map that AG has had as a pocket pick for a while. They haven't been banning Fracture, so maybe it's just something they've been working out behind the labs, because they do look very drilled. They look very confident in understanding what's going on, despite them having a substitute. I think that must be emphasized. AG 13-4 TYL, who's beat them 3 times in the past with a sub.
I mean, with a damn good sub. I mean, by not looking like a sub at all, doing exactly what we would have asked Use from on. I genuinely believe you show someone a clip of that and you just remove the names, I think they would turn around and say, oh yeah, Use is just doing his neon. Use is just doing fine. And then you would turn around and go, no, that's the sub. That's the sub that TYL could not even deal with much at all. But that does mean Fracture is going to be the end. The stages will be in the past, and the teams will look back on it in the VODs to get themselves sorted. But we move on after the break to Haven. Potentially a shot at TYL for redemption, and potentially AG one step closer to Masters London. We'll see you in a sec.
Got a monster inside of me, you better watch out. If your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets caught real big, gets off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score. Never getting bored, that's the blood and gold. Always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really listen until they feel the force of thought in. If you start shit, you'll be hard-lived in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped. You'll be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
You'll take us in, or I'll take us in. We are back in for it already at the Agent Select, so not going to have too much of a preamble than me and you, Rigor, that we had for game number one. Both teams looking a lot more set and locked in. But seeing that initial stat, all gamers have not ran this composition specifically before. Double Sentinel, but off of Fangear's performance on that Chamber and Fracture, you cannot blame them.
Yeah, I think you just want to keep the guy in comfort, right? We're going to Haven, right?
Yep. Oh yes.
Wait, we have double Senti?
Oh yes. Oh yes.
We have Chamber Cypher double Senti with Neon Solar Sky Flash, and then just traditional Omen on one side, and then we have the Neon Waylay Sova on the other. What are these comps? Okay, I guess I can see the theory behind it, right? Neon, the Rock Paper Scissors is like Cypher is really good as a response into Neon. Sure, Waylay's a really good response against Cypher. Sure, Sova's really good for double dive. The Sky is really good for solo flash. I guess it's okay, if I'm talking about the comps as a whole, they make sense in terms of like isolation and isolated interactions. It's gonna be interesting to see how they head or butt heads actually going into this, because I'm struggling to find like a definitive win con for these teams. I guess AG wants to be playing for heavy, very directional hits. Meanwhile, when they get to CT side, they want to be playing, or defender side rather, they want to be playing for heavy anchor and fast rotate with the neon. Oh, my brain hurts. Okay, well, we'll see. The pistol will answer absolutely all of our questions. So
the pistol will, and a consideration to your questions and Rigor, a point to be made here. Neither of these teams have above 50% pick rate on the compositions that we're looking at. So that highlights to me that in some way, all love to them, they don't know. They maybe don't know what's going fully on here. I mean, I adore this double Sentinel setup here from All Gamers, to be honest, because Cypher Cam, as long as you keep it alive and as long as Kira keeps that safe, you can basically use it as a proactive and a reactive Sova drone, right? Or a Sova drone for the retake scenario on towards that C site, which means you can afford to give up that initiator in Sova. Haven is his home. It's very risky giving him up on this map, and so the fact that AG have done that in place of Sky, who is a solid initiator in her own right, I think All Gamers have really gotten comfortable with buy setup here, and I think they're a lot more comfortable with it than even they may have expected.
Yeah, and I think it's especially when you have such strong systems, you just slot him in wherever you need to, and if he's functioning on the neon, then he'll be functioning on the neon. And speaking of functioning on the neon, Splash all the way onto C-side, challenging, and loses his head to Kira. Kira finds the first blood of map 2. As it's going to be a B or C hit, we have garage control and B main control.
An attempted fake here, potentially, but the guiding light does give the audio cue. Vi's had hers removed from the arc rose, but the guiding light will do it. Scale still good for 1. Was the namesake of TYL that kept showing up time and time again on Fracture, alongside Slowly, but will have to do a lot more. Spike planted on towards the A-link, but you're walking into this Headhunter. You're walking into the man that was very good in Fracture. But ERV hears the Headhunter term, and he decides he likes that name for himself.
Yeah, and it's going to be an A flip, which is actually really, really good. They clear out all of A side to make sure no stragglers are there. And they're playing a very Gen G style post plant, holding A link, planting towards A link. As contact comes through, and they just fight through. As that finds the first one, Shrimp finds 2. With Vi, as Slowly finds 1, slowly but surely in a 1v1. Low HP as Shrimp gets off and slowly finds him. Pistol for TYL, 2 pistols for the series.
Not as bad.
Very good adaptation there, yeah.
Yeah, very good flexibility. Very good flexibility indeed here. You kind of highlighted it, especially off the back of Kira. Getting fragged initially there. This was a really good extend. This was a really good presence of mind from TYL. That A site being completely covered, making sure the flanks weren't coming through, especially on a map like Haven, where you kind of always have to consider that the Cypher might be lurking somewhere, that someone may be in your backline, but TYL, absolutely flawless work on the pistol.
A Splash with the Outlaw as well, looking to challenge, but he doesn't know that Fang is all the way up here. He thinks it's only one person.
Not enough abilities to gain, not enough utility or information gained one way or the other. So if you've got the money advantage, if you've got the gun advantage, play the biggest, widest open site. And it is this C site. You just have to get through the spider's web that is Kira. The double cross here from ERV. And Sword 9. Try and get through without much incident. They do exactly that. It's to an empty site with no fanfare from AG.
As the only person who's going to be receiving this is Scales in garage. Fangya on a very long wraparound through A main.
Oh, here we go in Scales, the lurking Cypher. Where is he? All Gamers have found the answer to that.
Fangya's work's still developing as well.
Yeah, actually it is. But he's been held here. The Splash knows this. He has that knowledge available to him. The Saturate immediately being fired towards the defender side spawn as well. Excellent presence of mind from ERV. 1 bullet into the Saturate utility to prevent the full collapse here. And the Headhunter not initially good. Fangir just going for the pre-fire on the utility here. Throws the gun away. Does he have anything to save though? Where's he? I don't fully get the pathing here, to be honest. Is he just trying to concern Sword 9? Maybe try and get him caught by the spike? I'm not going to lie, I'm I'm not in his head. His thoughts elude me entirely.
I think he's trolling for the culture. I'm not gonna lie. I think it's just, yeah, it's that simple. He knew that the round was chalked, so he's just like, well, if I stab someone, then I get aura points or something. I don't know.
True.
Kids these days. But speaking of that, Fangia, similar trend to the first map, right? We spoke about him being on the completely wrong side of the map sometimes, and his team sort of has to just survive without him there. Let's see if he can patch that hole a lot sooner, or if Tyler's gonna run away with this.
I think Fangear and Kira are both doing the lurk sentinel strap, and you just give up too much. You just give up too much map. You give up too much coverage if you play it that style. But this aggressive C push here, good for a trade out. Absolutely works in all gamers' favor. Well, I say that actually, it works out in all gamers' favor to get control of this C long. But that is a gun bot. The buy will not be able to convert here. Slowly, not going to be able to upgrade, of course. Already got a Vandal in hand, but someone else might be able to pick the bones of buy from AG here, and that space that was worked so hard to gain, GRQ doesn't have the support for it, has to back up.
And GRQ looking for a fight, finds one, slowly loses his head. GRQ's gonna TP and try and get out of there as completely scuppers that Tyloo hit there.
That's just a one and done. That's just a shot that you kind of look at and go, okay, how do we actually flex off the back of this? How do we still scale up here? Losing two really big players slowly in scales were your MVPs. GRQ just holding the site down though. He's done a wonderful job surviving this utility. Manages to take out a third as well. Fantastic work from him here. Excellent maneuverability around the site, and it allows AG to be pretty comfortable 3 versus 2 in the retake.
Oh, and it's a challenge. Irv's trying to challenge CT early, trying to find the first pick. Finds it quite comfortably as the conversion pulse gets committed to dissuade any other hits.
Oh, not only to dissuade, but to make these hits even better. It's a greatest hits from ERV. A 4K on the board from him there. Excellent use of the ultimate. No hesitation, for it is defeat. And that's what's just been handed to all gamers here. Tyloo scaling up beautifully, surviving this initial encounters and engagements that look to be going all gamers' way. This looked to be theirs, but Shrimp a bit overzealous, and ERV the one to get the kill when needed most.
Yeah, EV's been on one this entire game, no? Yeah, he's 8-1 in 3 rounds. That's incredible. Yeah, 2 of them came in the back of that one, so 6 rounds in 2. Or 6 kills in 2 rounds is impressive.
Oh dear, we might get a couple of kills in a couple of seconds here, Igor. Flashback to how I expected Fracture to go, maybe. But all gamers, this... If this fails, I appreciate this is a thrifty. It is a lower buy round, but if this fails, I plead on the coaches to call a timeout and say the aggressive defense has not worked out. You're not on Fracture anymore. You can play the pace a bit more typical style Valorant. Because if Tyloo continue to play this way, look at the scale up there. Splash has been dealt, or Kira has been dealt with by Splash. Buy now has been read out here, tries to make something happen. The shock dart really, really clean. A decent distraction though that all gamers are capitalizing off of. Suddenly they do have that B main fully under control, and Scales is very out of the discussion. He has to try and rush back in to make his voice heard, and that's going to actually just kill enough time. Him and Sword9 just not in the positions to prevent the defuse, and Fangear a beautiful one tap from the Headhunter as even more salt added to the wound.
Yeah, we have a bit of correlation equals causation here, right? So whenever we have one of our sentinels playing very aggro, looking for a very deep lurk, we struggle to find and actually anchor down those sites because we're buying a lot of time for our team to actually rotate, and we're just not getting there in time. But then whenever they batten down the hatches and play a bit more conservatively like they did, they're finding a lot of value, right? The double sentinel does a really good job at focusing your defensive efforts. So let's see if they continue it, right? We have both sentinels on the extremities and an A main anchor setup to receive this A bomb.
Oh, it's going to be a big one too. Hunter's Fury immediately, but Kira pretty comfortably able to sidestep. Don't believe any damage has been done, but Splash meanwhile doing exactly that. The Odin is online now though, and the minute that Odin comes out from one team, suddenly a lot more people start to look at it, remember it's a gun, and remember its viability. Look at the power though. Fangear has forced a neural theft in a 1v3. Apologies for all gamers. It's a cheap ultimate. Scales will get it back pretty quick, but if that's not a compliment from your opposition, I don't know what is.
Yeah, and I mean, now they know that he's not there, but they don't know his gun. He had knife out when both pulses happened, so They don't know that an operator's in play. They do know that Noden is in play. They do know that a judge is on the horizon potentially. So. But I think you're right. I think it should be a timeout angle, yeah. I don't think they should just keep hemorrhaging rounds without making some kind of intervention, yeah.
Look, I'm all for reconstruction. I'm all for building buildings, but you don't knock down a foundation that your opposition has built by slamming your head against the foundation until it cracks. You have to do something a bit more thoughtful, a bit more considerate, and that's exactly what the coaches are here for. It's why they exist, and I do implore AG to make use of it after we get a look back at the replay and see what initially looked to be a firm hold from Kira that just slipped from his grasp.
There's a lot to deal with. Hunter's Fury, the way they double saturate, the Neon sliding through and causing havoc, but no timeouts. Okay.
None.
Yeah, no timeout. They're feeling confident, it seems. An A pop with no people on A is potentially gonna, counteract some of that hubris.
Hubris is the word. I think this is very hubris from AG. I mean, fine gear on the operator, so anything is possible. He is on the wrong site, of course, so he is now stuck retaking with that operator, essentially, especially because no other guns are going to be really available for him here. And TYL off the back of that single bandit shot should realize they are going against the low by ERV, changing out the classic, just have the guns support him a little bit more by, realizing there's something needs to be done. Seekers and overdrive, but it's been dealt with. TYL have dismantled those ultimates, taken them in their stride and stomped on them as well. Spike only just goes down, but TYL have made AG fall long ago.
And Fangia once again forced to save with the operator. 2 rounds in a row with negligible impact, not because of his operator in general, just more just the way that the map is being played, right? With the double sentinel, you kind of lose a lot of depth in the sentinels as a whole, right? Like when Chamber is on his own, you get like a very fast-paced, very rotate-heavy playstyle because he has a lot of gaps to cover and he's very, very active. But when Cypher's there, he can play like very aggressive, move around the map a bit more. But when you have both of them in tandem, they sort of just lose their identity to just anchor this site, right? So Fang is trying to find value, but I think that's more just the comp, not necessarily the comp's constraints causing a lot of issues for it. But timeout here? Surely? Timeout?
Surely.
Any timeouts in chat?
Surely it's gotta happen.
Surely.
Well, we have to wait until the replay, of course, but we get to just see, like, look at how confident TYL are. You said that you highlighted the composition. It is the 2 sentinels potentially butting heads. You're also just missing that key initiator. A round too late potentially, but better late than never. All gamers finally taking the first timeout of the map.
Yeah, and it's like we mentioned, it's 1 round too late, but I guess it makes kind of sense. It's an econ reset. You're back on rifles, and Fangia still has his operator in hand. But I think it does some kind of damage to it, right? Because when you save, your econ doesn't funnel as much. It just sort of constrains and falls to a funnel. So let's see if AG can make the adjustment. I think the first thing I want to see from them is a bit more proactivity in terms of anchoring, because they have the double sentinel. They know where they have like 2 out of 4 lanes covered.
Yep.
But they're like not doing any effort to like clear out the remaining 2, and they're just playing for like head against the wall, deal with the retake sort of ideas. So let's see if they make the adjustments. I do want to see either strong side anchor or a bit more proactivity in terms of clearing out unknown space.
I'm gonna lean. I want them to heavily focus on the anchoring. I think we've seen all gamers try that defense. We've seen them push up C long. We've seen them get the opening frags actually go their way more often than not. I think in all of these rounds thus far, I would genuinely say, I don't have the stats in front of me, but I would say all gamers have at least taken 60, if not 70% of the first bloods right now. It's TYL just maintaining the composure and the composition just being able to do a little bit. Doing a little bit more. I have to say, I think all gamers might have flew too close to the sun, and we've just renamed the sun to TYL. Right now, DRG off the back of it, manages to sneak underneath, manages to get an adaptation there. A shot that shouldn't have popped. He's absolutely insane is what he is. But slowly, the one we highlighted initially, good for 1 there. The trade's still back and forth. Scales now the last one standing. It's Shrimp. And all gamers cooked with that timeout.
Oh, this guy's incredible. GRQ is, I think, a player who was in Ascension last year and didn't get drafted for a team. I'll have to double check that, but this is a rookie season as well, right? We spoke about how AG has 2 rookies, Fangia and GRQ. And GRQ is, yeah, this is incredible. Finding this pocket and just mincing them apart on that double execute.
Well, it's a well played from Slowly to try and keep something clutched, but potentially now the backswing that all gamers needed, the comfort pot. There we go, the setup that I wanted to see from Cypher, I wanted to see from Kira. You don't need to even let the camera be known, the presence be known. I say that, Splash takes a bullet to the dome, ERV as well. If that was a Vandal, we'd be seeing 2 less members of TYL standing, but they can counter Lucky Stars, that's not the case, but knocked down to 10 HP and 2 players so early on, it's going to make these executes a lot tougher.
I think he just needs to shoot. They're so low. He just needs to click. Oh, he did. Well, never mind.
I'm furious. I had to mute my mic because I was yelling at Fangir. Why are you pushed up? Why? Just why? It's not necessary. We've seen the aggressive defense has not worked. The timeout has came through. I would hope to highlight that fact. And what do all gamers go and do? They put 3 players of TYL down to no HP, but they've lost 3 players for the trade. I think I know which trade I prefer. I think I know which trade offer I accept. And now there's a full A site control here, and all gamers have just staggered themselves onto the C site, I guess guessing the rotate would come through, but why would it ever? Especially with Scales, all this control through the B main and this link towards A.
Give them sort of a lifeline. I think all of those spams were blind. I think we have the luxury of being able to see the holograms and the health bars and absolutely everything. So we know that they were doing a really good job, right? This is a very dramatic comedy or dramatic irony sort of thing, where we as the viewers can see they're doing all the correct things, but they don't know, so they feel the need to push and push and push until something gives, even though stuff is giving quite easily.
I think that was something that should have been highlighted in the timeout, and I'm very concerned for all gamers' future on this map. If this is something they are still trying, they managed that round they won off the back of the timeout. Eventually speaking, was down to that anchoring, was down to that patience play, just surviving the initial execute. And all gamers, they looked at it and they just kind of said, okay, we fixed it, back to what we did.
Yeah, crisis averted, no need to make any more adjustments. That shot didn't. That's a spectator bug, I think. I think on his screen, that guy was dead center in the crosshair, and that shot just missed, so. Shame. Yeah, shame. That's unlucky. But in terms of thing, if you're an AG fan, you're head in hands. If you're a TYL fan, you're sort of rejoicing. TYL finding a bit more of their identity.
That is something. Benefit at least. Surely. You don't... This is... I mean, okay, there is the B main support as well. There is that mid support. But Shrimp here with the guiding light here. Is this wise? Is this wise? The team flash could be a big pivotal factor here, though. The L drone is going to get dealt with. So Bai's push up not going to be discovered just yet, but Scale still pre-aims it regardless.
Are they backing up? Oh, it's a 5. I guess they didn't want any of it. Yeah, they wanted none of it, so they're going to cancel out of that B hop, and recognizing that we saw our chamber, we saw Sky, and we saw the Neon just now, so there must be at least 3 people mid. They're just going to pivot onto this A side, and you wanted an anchor. It's once again, Kira's going to have to try and come up big here, and I think it's going to be nigh impossible with the resource at end.
Being smoked off. Oh, well, okay, the spray from Sword 9, that's not really something you do something about. That is just unfortunate, but a mistake from ERV, a costly refract out in the open is punished adequately. Shrimp as well finds another fine gear with the Tour de Force online as well. This by 4AG could go their way. And we've got this all this map control from GRQ as well on towards that mid window. Splash trying to go aggressive here. Picks up Shrimp, steals it out from under AG's nose. Suddenly as well, Overdrive online. Gonna get popped, not full value, but it forces all gamers to consider the option. But GRQ, timing is perfection. The execution to boot there. 2 bullets into the spine. 1 versus 3 for the IGL. 3 letters in his name, 3 on the server and on the site, but his sights are not right.
And that's on the back of a very belabored and a very indecisive attack from TYL. They seemed, especially when they were confidently winning and stringing together a lot of rounds, very clear about the direction they want to go through. And I think they're just overthinking things. That I think I imagine AG is making a lot bigger adjustment than they did. But in reality, AG's entirety of their adjustments is just be ready to fight for actual space, you know, contest space together opposed to switching things up. But we're going to see a pretty unique switch here. So TYL is opted for a C-pop, one of their eponymous C-pops, and the side of AG is the strong side fight A with the 3 members on site just in case they need to anchor. So going to be pretty interesting as double sentinel Ray on C to receive.
The high-low as well. It's a good one from Fangir. I would have actually liked to see this a little bit more on top of the B, generator, or on top of that backside on the wood panel. Even just to steal an operator's shot. It's risky, but Fangir's been playing risky as it is, and those risks haven't been playing dividends, so we'll see if there are any decisions there. Beautiful dodge on the wave dash. Immediate refrag though does. Yeah, immediate refrag keeps her alive, but Kira with the support, the Hunter's Fury. Fangir is going to get sorted out here. Completely cut down. The first neural theft comes through. The tag is there, but Kira doesn't have the confidence, at least initially, to try and go for the swing. And TYL have exited all of that effort, all of that space, and it's actually for nothing. Shrimp still on the A site, though, potentially ready to receive. The pivot looking towards the B site, those scales off the back of this push could be the calm here. All of that control from the shadows as well. Now forced out from all gamers to try and keep the A site, but we know where TYL want to end up.
Yeah, it's going to be a B-pop. They're going to just circumvent this trip entirely as Irv. Oh, it looks like an early challenge here. Oh, it's an early challenge. Irv's going to find this kill potentially.
Oh.
Doesn't. Shots get fired, but no kills.
He's one off the convergent pass as well. He could do exactly what he did last time against all gamers. If he's given this frag, okay. A crucial refrag from GRQ. Does he know? Does he know where this last member is of everything here? He gives a look at Scales. He certainly does now. A tap and a wide swing. Wow, Scales is GRQ stomping towards the spike. And it means that all gamers have to do is a casual swing. That's not too hard at all. I guess just getting a bit too concerned. TYL a bit nervous at the be-all and end-all there. A long round, plenty of back and forths, and Scales just tipped the other direction in that final 1 versus 1 here that we're about to see. GRQ, credit to getting everything cleared out. Credit to the full control, and look at what it means to Fangir. Look at him keeping the team going, and I'm sure, yeah, the coaches are going to similarly pop off. What a round.
Yeah, GRQ's insane right now. I think he's bailed AG out of 2 rounds and making this a 2-round affair, actually.
The best they have. We'll see the overdrive come through. There's the judge immediately. They cut the convergent path as well. Not going to find anyone. Beautiful from the amazing from the shadows by GRQ. Holy, he's rewriting the playbook on Omen as we speak. Done good damage. Is it enough though? Can all gamers capitalize off the back of GRQ? That could be the greatest Omen I've ever seen. Fangir with a wallbang shot though, slowly playing the super aggressive angle. Fangir finds the second. The guiding light's not good. It's down to Fangir. He's having to now lift the torch. He should be inspired by what his captain just did, by what GRQ did just do, but slowly. There's nothing about that in his name this time. He answers back with a 4K of his own. This is getting electrifying.
That's a sigh of relief if you're a TYL fan, right? You thought on the back of that GRQ double that the round was sort of gone, but calm, cool, and composed. They managed to clear out all the CT, managed to fight through all of that, and managed to navigate the weirdness. 7-4 is the scoreline. I think it's a similar scoreline to the previous one. What is the final score? It was 8-4 in favor of AG, the previous one. So, yeah, the trends. The more things change, the more things stay the same. Map changes, the scoreline evidently looking on track to stay the same. An 8-4 scoreline potentially.
I mean, I know we've got the double sentinel set up, so all gamers do have that to worry about going into their attack, but that does mean that they essentially don't have to worry about flanks, that they can naturally control and command a bit more space and make it easier to really flex onto those other extremities, onto those other angles with the trademark and the Cypher trips. So all gamers will be considering that going into the attack side. They will not be able to chop and change as much as a GRQ. Oh my god, he's done it. He right past the drone, he smooth past it. Don't. Not now, not after that. Okay, he pushes regardless. He doesn't listen to me. I have no input whatsoever. It's GRQ. That's who he is. And he is certainly him right now. Gun secured and safe. Back up in heaven. And the spike in no man's land.
Oh wow, all on GRQ as well. 1v3 and 19 HP to his name.
Good map control from Scales. Good lurk from the Cypher, of course. The lurk, the necessary that we highlighted it here. The potential fake smoke. No way. Okay, Scales does turn around, but only one shot needed for the body here. 19 HP, 25 seconds left on the board. The spike does actually still need to be planted. A 1 versus 2 here, but a 1v1 while the spike gets stuck. But it's slowly to spot the hood first and deals accordingly. Sends him up to heaven. He was already up there figuratively. Let's make it literally. An 8-4, but this time for TYL.
I think the big thing to look at is GRQ's impact in this first half is going to be like a massive selling point for AG's, I think, competency on defense. I think if GRQ doesn't do half the stuff, then AG is in very, very deep waters. 1000% in the deepest waters they've ever been in. So, TYL, finding A4 with their double duel, I think. Yeah, they're playing double. Yeah, they're playing double duel with the Sova. Finding a lot of value there on the attack side, but we get onto the defensive side. Can they find a bit more proactivity here? Because especially when teams start off this strong, and it happens in C and it happens consistently, where teams start off really strong on this attack side, finding a lot of value, and then they just trip and fall over and over and over again, over their own feet, over their own aggression. So let's see if TYL can actually manage to keep this under wraps here. Manage to get the sort of tap it in, make it sure it gets across the line there. So, but otherwise, it's a good game. It's a good day. It's not some bad Valorant today. Some very high quality Valorant. There's a picture of Harbor on the top. I like Harbor.
I love Harbor. I love Harbor. I hope we've seen some teams kind of look at him, but I think that's really the most consideration he's ever gotten, is he's looked at as he's scrolled past by other agents that just do kind of fill his role better. And I think until people just find someone or some way to cut off a map that isn't just a Viper wall, I don't think we'll ever really see him come into full fruition. But meanwhile, the spray, it's one down, it's one below there, and it looks like King Harbor will be the one here. AG getting a lot of love and support in the crowd. Not too surprised at all. I'm right there with you, sister, holding it down in silver.
That was such a self-condescending jab at the end. You just slipped that in there. But yeah, you spoke about Harbor not being picked, and we spoke about rewriting the playbook as GRQ looking ready to rewrite the Omen playbook, especially on Haven. But as time ticks slowly going to be the point man here on the C pop.
Be patient now. TYL, you've done the hard part. Do not make the same mistake that all gamers did. And as I say that, Scales is trying to pivot on towards that deep cubby. I believe he's been found out. Yeah, he has not. That's beautiful presence of aggression, but immediately the disengage, immediately he gets out. And meanwhile, that distraction has occurred. A B site essentially empty for the taking, but we might see an extend pivot all the way towards the A site. The saturate comes through, is going to force the refract out as well. The utility is just being thrown thick and fast here, and suddenly a red carpet. It all comes up, gamers. And TYL, Scales stuck in the mid-map, wondering how his team have just vanished.
I think Scales is not long for this world either. Kira's well aware of it. Yeah, easily handled. AG wins another pistol. So in terms of trending, TYL won the first pistol on Fracture. AG won the second pistol, second half. TYL then wins the first pistol of Haven. AG wins the second pistol here. So if trend continues, then AG should be able to close this gap by at least another 2 points. 6-8 scoreline on the horizon, maybe 6-7. Oh my god, 7-8. Oops. I said the dreaded word.
You did indeed, but it seems to be losing its power, its grasp. I think we can just go back to saying it, at least without having everyone immediately groan or facepalm or whatever you did to deal with the emotional stress of hearing that, because I know I certainly had my coping mechanisms. But the coping mechanism from AG, they've got the pistol, they've got the economy, they seem to have a free sight as well, and Kira on this lurk with the control, the trademark supporting him, but I don't think he's going to realize quite how much of TYL's ready to rush down and meet him.
Oh, that's a pink and that's a kill. Kira finds it. There's 2 more people there. I think he's aware of it. Yeah, he's hyper aware of it. The spike's planted on C.
Really smart. Really big pivot here. There's no way yeah, look at that. ERV. He flicks towards it, but he's going to have to moonwalk. Oh, no, he's going to have to moonwalk back. Not the end of the world, as long as Kira doesn't die here. That's the biggest as long as in history. But as long as he doesn't die here, not the end of the world. It does mean essentially that Tyler is stuck in a 3v5. Mecha a 2v5. A refrag there. GRQ shooting it. GRQ getting so lost in the sauce. He's trying to take any kills he can, including his own teammates. But friendly fire is off. Fortunate enough for Shrimp. And meanwhile, yeah, the delay here is still looking excellent. Good lurk from Garage, on Garage from Scales. But the timer played to perfection by all gamers.
You spoke about Kira, especially playing it to perfection in that CT spot. There was so much push and pull, and there was a silent dance that was happening on the minimap where Irv couldn't walk to join the C fight because Kira was right there. If the Irv decides to run and try and cross, then Kira finds the kill. If anyone messes up at any point in time, then that round potentially looks a lot different. But AG, get their sort of second guaranteed round. They have one more round in theory. To close this game within one, but it's getting a bit contentious. The call is getting a bit tight for Tyloo.
Ooh, and the call is just run it down A long, but this time with the guns to boot, with the guns to suit. Splash is already there. Fine Gear, that's a really awkward angle, but Kira here with the Bucky. Splash is put down to 5 HP, but as long as it's not 0, he can pull the trigger one way or the other. Meanwhile, slowly here, Self in a perfect position. The paranoia does go away, but manages to dodge the recon bolt either way. Dodges the flash as well, and doesn't even need the support from his teammate. Doesn't need Scales. Slowly, the Guardian himself picks up 3.
It's on the back of a massive piece of initiative from Splash. Runs all the way down A main, bypasses any kind of util, finds the kill onto Fagia, and then finds the kill onto, I think, Kira? Yeah, immediately after. Double Sentinel were both on the same side, trying to nerf that A. I think that's something to note. Traditionally, you kind of want to have one of the Sentinels play with the pack, but opting for the double Sentinel lurk, I can understand the theory behind it, but in execution, Tyler's just going to take your head off if you're playing too conservative there.
Conservative is the name of the game right now, and this time trying to play out of it. But there's the first shot. Second actually goes Tyloo, though. This is the aggressive defense that was not working for all gamers. Has to be said, though, Tyloo making a different beast out of it. Fangir as well also has to be said, struggling a little bit on this attack side, just consistently being caught unawares, consistently not finding the angle. There it is again. I'm trying my best not to just have life imitate art before our eyes, but there we go. It has to be said, a far cry from his performance on Fracture. And this is, again, another aspect of the flash in the pan, the consistency that teams will need, not just to win this stage, but to have a chance at competing at Masters.
And I think that's going to be a big thing, right? You having a very hot first game and then struggling to string together at least a lukewarm second game. Is Fangio struggling to find value on the back of his team. It's a bit difficult with the comp. They're not necessarily enabling yourself for success. You're sort of enabling yourself for individual moments of brilliance here. But C-Pop on the horizon is Scales all the way down C. It's gonna. I don't think they know he's there. This was a pretty foregone conclusion, I think.
25 seconds left. There is the Trailblazer still alive, but if Shrimp commits that at this stage, that would just be a hell of a decision. They have managed to dodge a decent chunk of the utility here, but there's the first one going down. First Cypher trip actually going to be Kira's. Gets shot down. Spike is going to be planted. The knowledge should come through. Seekers is going to be invested here from Shrimp. He did get it from the pop here. Kira, the mid lurk is massive, but he pulls out the knife. He manages to get the gun out in time. ERV equally caught unawares, but a massive mistake. An opener for sure. The Seekers as well has given the information. Kira could be anywhere. The swing from Shrimp is good. The crosshair placement, though, is not. 2 versus 3 on the site hold here. He tries to be proactive to make something happen, but he gives the 1v1 because of it. Sword 9 will capitulate, will meet him, and put themselves onto 10.
They eke it out. I think the big thing there was that mid interaction, the scuffle, with the Irv pulling out his knife at the wrong time and Kira just having his gun out at the opportune time. But this is on the back of this round only happened on the back of what I argue is just like a really struggling an A main pop from AG. They can't get out of that lobby area. They can barely, like, they get out of the lobby and they get into sewers and they just get munched. They can't get out of that spot. So I think they need to default back to their old idea, which is just that C pop. Knowing they're only running to one Sentinel, there's not that much stall utility to have to deal with.
There is an aspect of eventually, if we keep doing the same thing, TYL might overthink and go, they don't do the same thing again, right? They don't push
Surely
through
not,
A-main
yeah.
Surely not. They don't push through A-main for the third time. It's went horrible for them the last 3 times they've done that. And that's AG's sign to go, do you know what we're going to do this round? We're going to go down A-main. And no, to their credit, not meeting near as much as the resistance here. The oil drone to find some info, but that's really all there is. Kira going to just try and walk in through mid again, but surely going to be prevented. Does do a chunk of damage. Tripwire dealt with, so an extra angle now needing to be considered as all gamers look to stack towards the end.
Dogs are going to be broken as the jig is up. They know it's an A-main pop. As TYL rotating over to try and receive this, but AG potentially going to get the Cypher free here.
Cypher free, and this is the thing. Look at where the Cypher trips are. That's a decent chunk of information if those trips decide to pop. It means TYL can actually opt for the flank as much, and this was a big aspect, right? They have 2 angles. They have this heaven window, and they have that spawn side door. The paranoia, though, is absolutely beautiful. It's going to be thick. It's going to be fast here. The feed can't even keep up with it. It's catching up now, though, as TYL, they actually on the man disadvantage. They answer it back quickly and slowly. What a complete dichotomy of phrases, but that's exactly how it's went down. Shrimp in a 2 versus 1. Sheriff fully loaded. Guiding light online as well, but the spike on the dark cover means slowly can't afford just to step in and step off. It's ERV that lands judgment, and all gamers looking strong in the initial engagement collapses by the end.
And I think it's I think the one grace you can give them is that was pistols. The fact that they got that far is, I think, quite impressive in and of itself. But like you mentioned, the kill feed was just littered with red and green. It was a Christmas tree in the middle of April. Or middle of May now, actually. We're in a completely different month. But yeah, AG's, I think, struggling a lot, especially on the stack side. But we alluded to that, especially in the pre-lobby, how they are going to struggle. They have the double sentinel. Their attack side isn't that strong. And especially if it's going to be so hot and cold, it's going to be very nightmarish trying to string together any kind of consistent small wins.
Small wins are something, and they are what form the bigger wins, but as you say, both timeouts now gone. 5-round deficit. Too late for the small wins. Is it too late for any wins? Yeah, the answer is no. The fundamental answer is no. It's Valorant at the end of the day. Anything could happen. The comeback potential is there. But TYL, this has been your moment. This has been a gasp for air that it did not look like you were going to get in Fracture, especially considering this is opposition map pick. All gamers are not looking as comfortable on this as they maybe should, and we have to harken back to the 0% composition pick rate from all gamers and 25% composition pick rate from TYL that we've seen at the start.
Yeah, there's argument to be made that the 0%, like the first timing of a comp versus the, middling success in attempts of the comp might be the difference maker, especially this deep into the tournament.
Everything's just allowing to go its course. The A-long finally being fully given up, despite Fangir actually being able to make something happen off of it here. The operator could have found its value. It was just all about dodging that utility from Splash. There's an operator on his side from his own as well. Trailblazer's been dealt with. Shrimp does get tagged by that Hunter's Fury. Use your legs, jump if you can. And meanwhile, Bai gets cut down to half HP on the ultimate skills, attempts to capitalize, but he falls a bit overeager, overzealous, and that could potentially cost his team the round here. Fangir taking a shock dart to the face, high in nutritional value, of course, but it's one of his 5 a day. He needs 4 more if AG can get this round at all.
The recommended serving size for shock darts is 1.5, but he is a big boy, so we can scale that up significantly. Yeah, make it 2. Speaking of 2, is the second kill of the round. Bai is going to fall trying to scale through A main. Looks like AG's trying to go for a B pop, trying to play very close, very close personal here, and Fangir playing underneath this one way. So he has this op and he's trying to look under the smoke. Yeah, there you go. So if anyone tries to swing through the 180% backside, they get operated upon. Fangir's going to find the first one. Kira trades, contributes to it. Is 4v2 looking favorable for AG.
Wall hacks as well. So slowly though, we've been seeing the Omen meta be rewritten. It's not go up and give Shrimp a hug. It cannot be the answer. It's very sweet. All is fair, peace and love, but we are at war and nothing is fair in love and war. All gamers managed to get themselves the 7th, and this is the thing where Do you know how All Gamers did that? By not taking the fight in A main and giving up 2 frags for free.
Yep. Except for that one.
Except that, they played in A main and give up 1 frag for free. Apologies.
But A main's not where they should be staging. I think I don't know if they realized it or if that's what the coach made the adjustment for. It looks like they've realized. They're putting the chamber trip towards C, and then they're just gonna start playing towards B and C. Oh, trip towards A and playing towards B and C here.
This is going to be a big explode from TYL. Conversion paths already prepped. You can see as well, Splash trying to get the information. The operator shot is baited out. Rendezvous immediately covers through. But that means the information hasn't been gathered in mid. The initial set play of explode out from Garage using the convergent paths is not going to be an effective one. It means TYL are going to have to consider their other options. They're going to have to try and dance around this operator from Fangir. Nowhere near as much as an omen of death as it was on Fracture, but still deadly in anyone's hands, let alone potentially one of the bright futures of VCT China.
Oh, and AG's going A. Oh, he said with mock enthusiasm is AG's gonna contact into you. I don't think Tyler's the jiggers have been up from Tyler and they're ready to receive this double trip in main to play the anti-rush. Even the dart, yeah, very proactive. They were so prepared for it. Is running out of time here. Oh, AG's running out of time here. We need to make a decision at one point or another.
Needs to be this frag, but you've got half of your team lurking up mid. Like, you're stuck in
30 seconds.
You've got enough time, but there's something has to be made here. Something has to be done because you're sacrificing half of your team. The From the Shadows there, that's a beautiful kill. It is a fantastic kill. The rest of All Gamers, 20 seconds left to capitalize on it. They don't have to worry about the Hunter's Fury. They don't have to worry about anything stopping the plant. So they have played this timer to absolute perfection here. Sword 9 though, very aggressive, very greedy corner angle held by. You can just play patiently. Wait for them to swing into you. The convergent paths, though, is going to be a factor. Is going to be a little bit more of a thorn. Make things a little bit more difficult here. But Kira on that angle. An excellent hold here. The spike in a beautiful position for All Gamers on this post-plant scenario. ERV manages to take down his first 1v2. Has to do it again, though. Does have the refrag to get one and be done. And GRQ turns to him and says, that's exactly what you will be.
AG is so polarizing at times. On one end, right, they struggle to find any kind of consistent wins, right, especially like the early wins. But then when they get into like the scrapping and they just have to adapt and act off the cuff, they work so well. They function, especially in these post-one situations, so exceptionally. So they get their 8th round on the board. Their hopes aren't doomed. They've lost both their timeouts. The only saving grace is, I was about to say, a TYL timeout if it needs to happen. And I think if anything, it just exaggerates. It gives you an opportunity to sort of emphasize, exaggerate. Don't go A early. Go B, go C. Start BC. Because the TYL defense just isn't moving. They're not being sold and not being convinced by a single Skyflash.
They are rocks, boulders, and confident in their hold. And I mean, All Gamers could be using that to their advantage, right? I mean, we're seeing the level of initial execute that TYL had been putting on towards the A-long. You can use that against them. We can see Splash, is going fairly deep up there. And Neon, yes, okay, fantastic movement she does have. She is the worst at just getting out of a situation. The slide, not as effective as the refract, not as effective as even something like a jet dash or a perfect movement with the raise satchel. So I definitely think there's moments here that All Gamers have seen that TYL are doing, that TYL are repeating, and they can work around it. Do they decide to do it, or go from what the last 2 rounds have looked, completely ignore TYL's set plan and just go for something more of their own?
I think following your own idea is probably the best way to go about it. As they look like Spike is towards C at least, setting up Fang here towards A with the Outlaw. Oh, it's very educated as well. They're on eco here. And playing a very slow first phase is... Oh no, Cypher's walked all the way up. Oh, he's dead.
No way.
Surely he's dead.
Do not let skills escape this. Do not let skills escape this at all. And he does not. They do not. That's a big kill from All Gamers, but they will not push. They are not executing off the back of this rigor. They are still waiting and playing patiently. And I don't mind them using the clock to their advantage. 70 seconds is a lot of time for TYL to make another mistake.
And looks like they're about to win. Oh, sword line. Oh, he gets out with his life, but that's it. That's valuable info.
I love that. I adore the Seeker's pop here. You get to watch how they go, and you basically get to say that that's the only person on the site is that Sova. Credit to Splash, they did get that rotate through, and enough for a kill, but only that refrag. The rest of this map control, the rest of this space control from TYL, semi-meaningless. And look what happens. The Cypher trip set up towards the defender side spawn, and the trademark on towards A main. It means that either angle TYL go from, AG are either expecting them or have a pre-fire ready to go.
GRQ potentially looking to play spoiler here. Slowly Peaks shows a bit of leg, presents a threat, but GRQ doesn't bite entirely, commits and finds that one, is Irv's the last man alive, Sheriff in hand, potentially going to go for the save, die to Spike and salvage that econ a bit.
Almost certainly has to be the case. Yeah, definitely. Here we go. One last lurk. One final attempt from Shrimp to steal it away here, but not going to be the case. With the light speed and the refrag, try and get something there, but not going to be enough. And no ult point given, but no ult point taken away. So the convergent path still sitting at that 4 out of 8.
I'm liking the AG look as a lot more, actually. Starting towards that C side and then just dogging down if anyone contests early, and then finding that kill and adjusting from there is a really good look. I think TYL, what I would like to see from them is shift the Cypher off of A. I think Cypher just needs to be a C player and just contesting down C long, and then just have that A main fight that you've shown with the double duel is so proficient. AG is going to potentially walk into the meat grinder here. TYL, I don't think has lost a single A fight this game.
Yeah, this is, you said itself, meat grinder. The saturate is not going to be enough to make this first shot from Fangir awkward, but he doesn't have the initial confidence. He doesn't have the initial confidence. He cuts me off. Literally about to say doesn't have the confidence for the re-swing. Probably shouldn't have had the confidence for that re-swing, but takes the head clean off Splash, op for op, and finally the A long side goes AG's way. And off the back of that, where do they go? Back to C.
Yeah, and they're going to walk into a Cypher, but I don't think they're that too concerned, because this Cypher trip isn't for the initial site hold, it's for any like secondary pathings, right? Anyone that's going into garage or trying to go back site, trying to catch anybody, but they're going to figure it out, yeah. Break the first trip, break the second trip momentarily.
Oh, and the paranoia timing is absolutely wonderful from GRQ. Catches slowly unawares in the TP. Another cage here, sword down, been found. The information be granted, and somehow the bullet to snap through the cage. It's Fangir on the tour de force. He's managed to get his first true win up onto that A long site. No other commiserations, no other considerations. That was an op shot, an op 1v1. And Fangir, we're about to see it here. Incredible confidence.
He has no business doing that. He has zero to no business. And at the end of that round, by the way, he was giving it. Just absolutely chatting across the stage after finding that kill. Like, yeah, we spoke about Fangir being quiet in the beginning and not finding as much confidence, but if Fangir's going to be shooting like this for the rest of the game, I think it's full conclusion. But oh, it's taking too big of a bite. Yeah, he needs to leave. Oh god, he needs to leave. Okay.
The sharks are circling. The A-long fight is not long for this world. TYL really want to keep that going. This is another low buy for them. So suddenly, one errant kill, one opening that AG can find. TYL have to play this perfectly. No ifs, ands, or buts. And Scale's kind of stuck in his own here. This is a one-and-done corner, Rigor. This isn't the type of playstyle you need. You might be able to steal one away, and that's hopefully the plan, but to get the Trailblazer, to get the information. It's a full sell, it's a full bait from the Neon. Is it going to be sold entirely? Slowly in the cage, stuck there, but he will get scouted out.
Shrimp is so hyper aware of that.
Insane from Kira as well to turn around on Scales. The attempted flank. And we're going back to C. No matter how well the... No way. No way. No way. No! ARV! ARV puts down the V. Puts the 5th. 5 shots from the Sheriff. A wave to the camera. Potentially waving all gamers goodbye. What the hell? Pardon my French, but we're gonna have to see this again. Trigger discipline, the master in the house, misses 1 shot out of 6 and shuts down TYL, and I'm sure has deafened everyone in the audience, I am so sorry, ladies and gentlemen.
我要出手了。
I'm crying. Well, anyway.
What? I know it's our job to commentate over these things, but what do you say? What do you say when someone loses 5 out of 6 bullets in a sheriff and has a name on every single one of them? That will never be topped. There has been some disgusting stuff on this stage. We're gonna spend the rest of this round talking about it and I don't even care. What the hell, ERV?
Bro, it's on the back of an eco as well. It's on the back of a 5v1. It's... Anyway, it's gonna be... It's a C-pop. The AG's on a C-pop. They can recover. They're in a very advantageous situation. They do have numerical advantage yet.
I'm struggling to recover. How did AG? I'm struggling to recover. I'm not on the server. That was... That's absolutely madness. Absolutely beautiful. TYL, after given such a lifeline by ERV, what should have been an even Steven scoreline, surely you take this, you run it to the bank, deposit your win on Haven. And we said about hero plays, ERV is every superhero robbed and put together into one. Superman's bulletproof capacity, Batman's strength, everyone's conviction. And TYL, they make Haven their heaven. What else can you say?
That is... I have no words. I mean,
oh my
I have no words. I have no words. There's nothing. Everything that's this is a story of AG struggling in the beginning, struggling in the middle, finding their footing towards the end, and at the one pivotal moment, it's a Chamber jumping around with a knife and an ace that defines this entire comeback potentially.
Skip the replay. Just show ERV doing that 12 times. Just move on. The rest of these, it doesn't matter. They're good, I'm sure. They're fantastic even. Oh my god. You just can't.
Bro, it's great. You've reduced the entire game to one ace. That's like how fine some of the margins are sometimes. Like, the entire game, regardless of how well AG did at every single point of the game, that one ace is like
everything
defining, potentially series defining. Like,
oh my! If I have to say now, if the team comms are not just a reaction to ERV doing that, I'm sorry. This entire map, this entire series, especially if TYL win it in a reverse sweep off the back of ERV loading a 6-shooter and taking down all 5, it would be an absolute cinematic statement, but it would be one round of greatness that every other team in the VCT regions would be looking at and going, cool, do it again.
Yeah, like it's literally, someone said like generational throw. That's like gifted to him, and he just unwrapped it and put it away. Like,
oh my, like that. And this was very, like, it has to be said, all gamers, now that the adrenaline is worn off me, I can actually remember what that round was looking like, but it just came through. Like, look at this, just absolute, no one clears. IMGRQ tries something, and then it just all collapses. Blink, and you literally will miss it. And we should hear the comms from that play.
左边无上的陷阱，两个左边双进吧，双进吧，双进吧。双进，
想 C 大，想 C 大 ，I think C push bro， go C go C。我留 B C 大可能压了。
来，他们上8号，别再转 B， 别再转，留我。好。我们能去 B 点打 C B 点吗？没有烟了。可以打，等一下。
B 有个 trap。
等我3看到我了。等我8秒后烟，别急，不要急。我被黑了。走。还有一个784凯。 来打一比0，来打一比0。Chamber 应该在 A。先拿一比0。好，来3、2。他说4凯1滴。我 pick 了。Nice。拿死了。A 楼梯死了。把 A 清完，去进水。我知道。还有黑去进。我贴着行吗？我贴着。我说全在 C 比0那边了，全在。我找机会打，跟我一个补枪行吗？有没有道具？防弹放，sorry，防弹放。我右边进了一个。好，打了。 2个都在，对，2个都在。
今年用花了。
贴了。一滴4凯，
还没拆呢，4凯，没拆呢，换子弹吧。
一滴，防水，那一滴。
哎呀 ，nice，let's go。
Should be. Yeah, no other person. Yeah, like it's not even a consideration, not a nomination. There's no second, third recounts. It's always Irv. Every day of the week, it's Irv, especially after that. We speak about impact rounds. Now, impact rounds are defined by a single round where you, with either greater or superior weaponry, find any kind of round-winning situation. Irv at the Sheriff, look at his lethal zone. It's all C long. All those 5 dots in C long, that's that one round. That's just one round. Irv walked down once and it became his most lethal spot in the entire map. Keep that in mind, like.
Oh, he was in control.
Yeah.
He was in control. And he never stopped. Like, 7 multi-kills? And multi-kills in Valorant are 3. Are 3 apiece at least. You do not get the multi-kill stat for 2. So he's gotten 7 at least 3Ks in a single round. And we get to look at this again. Hell yes, I'm not going to scream near as loud, but 3, 2, and 1. ERV. The 5 in his name, romantically speaking. And yeah, he steals it away from anyone else it could have been. He steals it away from... With that in mind, yeah, he steals that away from Slowly. Because it really was an omen off until that moment.
Yeah, I think that it's a completely different story if that ace doesn't happen.
Oh yeah,
it's
no,
a
we're done
completely
here.
different story.
We are done here.
If that ace doesn't happen, it's a 2-0. 1000% it's a 2-0. Because it's a what? It's 11. It's 11-11. It's 11-11, and then an eco 12-11, and then a rifle 13-11. So yeah, that's a hell of a game, hell of a start. AG was in control up until they careened off at the edge due to an Irv-shaped rock in the road. So
yeah,
I mean, we came here for a game. We did say it was going to be a barnstorm and a half come game 1, and yeah, that's a definitively a change in tempo. As yeah, GRQ he got robbed, bro. He genuinely got robbed. He put his heart, he put his everything into that game, and just for at the very end, Irv stealing it away. And in football, it's called a screamer.
Yep. Oh,
yeah, that's a screamer and a half.
I think I made it literally a screamer. My voice is gone. It's left. It's not in the building anymore. It's in a completely different postcode. But who's gonna be in a different postcode are these teams. It could have been that 2-0. It could have been Cell and Del. But all gamers, ERV in particular, has something to say. Climbs over his teammate Slowly. Again, an omen off between him and GRQ. Go back and watch that VOD whenever you can, just to keep an eye on those two, because despite that ace, them two were phenomenal. But because of ERV, we go to map 3. And because of that, we go to a break. We'll be right back after it with map 3 after this.
set the world on fire.
Welcome back, everyone, to quite possibly a game that is dissolved into shambles on the back of 6 bullets, 5 of them connected in a stolen win from TYL. It's currently 1-1 in the series. AG taking Fracture, TYL taking Haven, and now we're going on to Split as, yeah, we're in a bit of emotional distress based off of the back of sparks of individual brilliance. That have defined basically the entire course of this series. But we had some thoughts about this, especially like as we get closer and looking, contextualizing these teams in an international context. What ERV did is that either the best play physically known to man, or is that like a team playing to a sub-bar win con, or is that the standard that sort of should be expected from teams going into internationals?
These are all questions. Can... They have literally taken my throat as well. ERV managed to get a 6th kill, and it was under the caster. Can't believe you can do that. Didn't realize that was possible. But matters of fact notwithstanding, and my voice holding up as bad as it can. One last map now for Split, and again, the hero plays that we highlighted, the moments of brilliance. But that wasn't anything else. All gamers didn't do anything else to deserve, or to kind of lose that round, and TYL didn't do anything else to deserve that round. That was Fangir hopping around like a bunny rabbit, believing the round was secured, and overconfidence is a slow and insidious acer by the name of ERV.
Yeah, and I think it says a lot about the state of that game and how like exceptional that one spark of brilliance was, that it completely overshadowed like literally the rest of it, because that was on the back of an AG comeback that should have, like we projected, should have been an AG win. It should have been a 2-0 series. Like that is stealing destiny from like fate's hands and keeping it in your own. So but we move on to Split, right? That's a thing for the past, but it's like the ramifications are potentially long felt, right? Like that's a massive confidence boon for TYL. You know, you've done it. You survived the hard part. You've survived the difficult one, you know, and now you just have to like tap it in terms of Split. But the way things have been going from a 13-4 scoreline to a 13-11 stolen victory, like what does this map have in store for us?
This is the thing, can TYL maintain that momentum? And the biggest question, it feels like the only question that gets asked, TYL and AG in particular, some of the other teams as well for this region, can they just maintain the momentum? Or is this something that gets looked back on and you know, we look at that single round and go, how does that not bring a team to Masters? How does that not convert into something much greater? And the answer is because it's a single round. Because it's one round in the grand scheme of, at least now, if we talk about regulation and stuff, we've had at least 17 on map 1. We had 24 there, so that's 40 rounds. Even in a 13-0, we're still looking at 53 rounds played. To look at one and say that was it, and all gamers should have just won off the back of it, that is focusing on too narrow a point. I have to make that clear now.
Yeah, it's literally just you can't look at it as the single round as the round that won the game, but you could definitely look at it the round that stopped them from losing it. That's one way you can look at it, but that's in the past. We still have to focus. As the producer Fran will be mad at us for being so past focused. We need to be more present and future focused. Is map 3, lower round 2. It's AG versus TYL in a 1-1 fashion.
Some statements never believed to come true at all, and Split now needing to be the factor for both of these teams. Again, this is not even a shot at Masters Santiago, though ERV certainly played like it was. This is just a shot at DRG, a shot to bring them down. So the winners of this don't even have their work finished, and I mean, the losers, yes, they will not be going to Masters London, but at the very least a sigh of relief can be breathed as the initial execute up towards the A ramps.
It's gonna be an A pop, and there's no one on site to receive this either. It's just gonna be just a clean, non-complicated A pop and an A retake for the first round of this second map here. all of A Heaven contested quite expeditiously by AG. Oh, Fangir's late. Look at where Fangir is.
Oh yeah, of course he's late. Of course he's going to be lurking, but hey, that chamber blood, old habits die hard, and that mid control, not going to find anything here. TYL adapting, opting for a different playstyle here. Just walk onto the site and play with the retakes. Utilize your composition for it. We didn't even really get much time to talk through it, but AG currently talking, currently walking on their way to the site here. Slowly has been figured out. One dark cover online, but you can see the Viper having a little bit of a schmoove, a little bit of a dance as the defuse that comes through pretty cleanly. A 3-stack to protect the President style. Pistols are not going to do that. Not even ERVs would.
Yeah, oh, the stuff of legend. We spoke about they're going to move that clip to... That's going to be in the end of your highlights, I think. Yeah, that's definitely like a champs-worthy clip, but I'm focusing on this one, making sure that this team can even get to champs. TYL struggling to find any kind of value getting off the line here as they get the spike down, and they just sort of have to just try and recontest into this, and also they're just giving up too much space, I think. I think that's going to be the main focus, especially for those A retakes. You do want to be playing very fast and very, very loose with how much space you're holding, and just making sure the defenders never get comfortable.
Well, hey, arguably, let all gamers get comfortable. Fangir might bunny hop past you and not get an angle cleared, but again, we can only meme on them so much. We can only be as harsh, but at the end of the day, so far, the defense from all gamers already looking a bit different. No aggressive holds, no immediate push out of garage or A main. It's just been waiting on TYL to push into them. A potential playstyle that would have netted them Haven much sooner and prevented this map 3 ever at all happening, but play the cards that you're dealt, and Fangir is holding 5 cards, and it's got J, U, D, G, and E written.
He finds the third one. Okay, well, there you go. Very, very neat. All I'm thinking of in the back of my mind is like, TYL and ERV have traumatized the caster.
Yeah,
they've completely ruined the man. He's gonna be in the old age home in his 80s, and they're like, I was there.
Oh yeah, I was there. I was there. It was the day my throat. It was the day my throat entirely gave out on me. This is exactly the day that it was. I'll mark my calendar, the 5th of May, 2026, the day I lost my job because ERV took it from me.
Yeah.
But
shakes fist angrily. ERV.
Old man yells at VCT CN.
Oh man, but yeah, if we look at it, right, it's gonna be pretty formulaic in the first one, right? We alluded in the previous series about how it's like very stats based, right? So AG wins this first round, they're guaranteed to win the second round, at least based off stats. Looking at the third, and then also by a 4th round is when TYL makes their intervention. So judge on Fangir, backside A is it's going to be an A pop of some variety. The double dive potentially not going to interact with Jen until the very end. Is Splash is going to find by is Fangir's going to get that judge kill. Open up the round a bit more as TYL's sword is going to find more.
Oh, Fangir, okay. Very optimistic on that second swing. Really believing he was getting fully rammed down. But look, patience is the name of the game now. We've seen what magic can happen. The possibility is now endless. I honestly view ERV's ace the same as the first time a team buys an Odin, where suddenly the gun exists. Because for 8 to 10 rounds, you don't see an Odin. You don't see the judge. You don't see the shotguns come out. It's the first team to break, and all of a sudden, then both teams start to run it. And it's right now, it's TYL running away with this 3rd round, the round that they are expected to win in GRQ. A statement being made back on Haven, arguably usurped from MVP, and a 4-0 right now. He's looking to continue to make his voice heard at the very least.
Yeah, I think it's very form-based as well, right? We spoke about confidence. It's for all the people who are looking forward to like analytical deep dives into this, we're in the early stages of this, right? I think as we get into the early stages of this map, as we get deeper and deeper into the series, mental resilience starts to matter more than individual performance, right? Because anyone can have a really good map 1 and map 2, but depending on what happens in map 1, depends on if you have to rally map 2 and you cruise into map 3 or vice versa, you know? So it's like a very pivotal talking point, like, what is the mental of these teams? GRQ was the ace for the previous game, and he literally had a win robbed away from him, right? How much effort is he willing to expend again this one, knowing that the fear of potential of that happening again is going to occur? So, very interesting to see how these teams are going to manage it.
It's a bit do or die either way.
GRQ. Yeah.
It's a bit do or die for either way. So I don't hate the idea of just forcing those circumstances out, especially in the earlier rounds. And ERV also does have a big target on his back now. 0 and 3 is not at all a concerning kill death right now, but you suddenly start to look at round kind of 8 or 9, and ERV's maybe on that 2 or 3. Again, hero plays, the consistency. You can never make a play like that in your life, but have infinitely stronger performances, just down to your consistency and down to your playstyle and fundamentals.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a big selling point. As Scales, man of the moment, yeah. Sees a shoulder, spots him, but doesn't find the kill. Finds it immediately, cleans it up. Oh, good recovery. Finds the kill to buy, but Kira trades it out immediately. It's B pop, yeah.
Good distraction on the mid lurk though. Not really fully a lurk. Guess just an attempted retake, but either way, will have the same results. 3 on 4 apologies. 2 on 4 apologies. Oh my days. Everyone did from AG just slowly tumble off the back of that 2k from Scales. ERV as well. Adds another one onto the tally mark. Brings down Kira, and suddenly, yeah, Fangir stuck with this operator. Has to run and save it. And seriously, if there was a way to bet points on how many times we would say they're stuck with the operator and have to save it, my coffers would be pretty full.
Yeah, this is what, 8, 9 rounds that he's done this. It's like in the double digits as well for how many times he's got a kill on these saves as well. So if we're looking at trends, if we're looking at stats more or less, EOV or Fangir on these op save rounds tends to save the op for about 2 rounds minimum, 3 rounds maximum. So this is the first of the 3, right? If he doesn't get any value the next, is it the first of 3? Yeah, it is, because Scales walk through. Yeah, so the first of 3. So then he's gonna potentially save again, and then the 3rd round he gets a bit more active, right? Where there's a forced of a timeout or any kind of variety of him to straight losing the op, but he doesn't hold it for more than 3 rounds on average, especially this series.
It's a wise decision to be made, especially split, because that angle right there, in towards kind of from screens all the way up to the B stairs towards heaven. Yeah,
give it to Kira. No, an early adjustment. He's playing Bladestorm this round.
Hey, look, 2 and 2. Economy is equal. You can make something happen here, especially off an angle like this. It would require good bait from GRQ, but GRQ has not led this team astray yet. He has been such a fundamental rock for them. I can imagine he's only going to display that now if we see the commit towards the B site. Not fully intentional yet. Still the mid site looking at some potential avenues there to break through.
Very slow hit here as well. There's the smoke, so it's speeding up pretty significantly.
No clear. Oh, there's the Blade Storm. Cuts through 2, and GRQ makes it 3. Beautiful stuff from Fangir. You could not have asked a better way to play that angle, and then the gun juggling all the way back up to make sure Shrimp can get a gun up as well. Absolutely stellar hold. Flawless. No notes.
Yep, Scales is all the way in CT on the A side, trying to potentially open this round up a bit. But it's a very tall order, yeah. 5v2 to take the lead in this map 3 of round 2.
剩余30秒。
Like, will get planted. Sword 9, 1 closer to his ult, 2 as well from Scales and him. So a double kill here, especially with this timing on the flank. Have all gamers stacked too much? Have all gamers played too retake heavy without actually being proactive about that, without taking the space? It's only going to be the one angle right now. It's not a heartbreak yet. Scales, though, would be on board, and the crowd even starting to get a little bit restless here. Rigor. But the first shot does find its mark. The snake bite to stop by with be diffused, but Fangir, the spray and the smoke is good. Mollies have now been extinguished. Beautiful first kill from Sword 9, but Shrimp now just running him down. Either a distraction or a kill, whichever comes first. And it's the 3rd for AG off the back.
That was actually a pretty novel concept, that lurk from Scales. All the way through A main, all the way through CT, all the way through Heaven, and then into Vents and then nuclear through B. Like, it's a bit belabored. It's a bit like a very long way to go about it, but time playing that to perfection. The same way that AG played this entire A retake to perfection. Sort of dodging, like ducking, dodging all the coverage and playing through there, and then playing for like a 5v5 post point. So, like you mentioned, no notes, pretty standard, pretty effective and conventional round from AG, and they get the lead because of it.
Just play the standard and the conventional. I had to mute my mic to yell at all gamers about trying to bash their head against a brick wall that just wasn't going to cave in on towards that Haven. whenever the round differential started to look less and less in their favor. To their credit, the adaptations are showing. The difference in playstyle and pace is present. Especially for a map like Split that can be so scrappy, that can be so close angles and carnage going on every which direction. Potentially a refreshing aspect to these players to live in at the moment, but it's going to get crazy now.
Yep, looks like a speed up. It's going to be spam. You're going to see a lot of this in this double controller context. It's double duel all the way in heaven, and the team's trying to come out of lane. A bit stuck here, but Splash is so rare of Kira.
Such a good distraction off the light speed as well. That's perfect. Oh, the paranoia timing means the double elbow swing can't happen, but Splash has already been paranoid enough, has already been concerned of so many additional extras. Good first frag there. Fangir trying to go for the swing, but not going to find the fruits here. If GRQ can do this, it'd be a massive one. Currently on, it would be the 1 versus 5 ace clutch. That was the one aspect that ERV did not have, was at 1 versus 5. So GRQ, I'm going to be optimistic for you, but Scales is going to shut that optimism down and probably more lean it along the lines of misguided foolishness than optimism.
Yeah, and it's going to be, I mean, the caliber is so high, to be honest. Like, you can't really compare anything to that ERV. I will mention, like, for GRQ to do any better, he has to, what, drop 30 kills and get a 1v5? Like, it's a bit unrealistic. It's a bit of a tall task, but GRQ maybe could stand up. No, on this round, obviously. Relegated to an eco. The bandit, maybe he can pick someone's pockets, find the vandal.
Scaling up via the theft of guns is a nice way to do it. The paranoia comes through. Attempted push being answered back. Again, it's these two controllers slowly in GRQ consistently meeting each other in the battlefield. Really the ones to ask and answer the questions. The true, I would say, controllers quite literally behind the scenes here. As well as everyone else been doing the numbers, doing the damage. It's been these two consistently, and off the back of that initial frag from Slowly, given no major mistakes, TYL looked comfortable to convert.
And it's going to be a very slow, like, setup from AG. Like, they're playing for, like, this heavy duelists are very connected at all stages of the game. So you have Kira and Fangir always within one lane of each other. And then you have some strong side anchor on the other side. So, Bai, on a different role. No longer on the duelist, on the Viper this time. Gonna be our point man. The sub was one of the narratives we had at the beginning for being blown out of the water by ERV. But let's see if the sub can get something done here. Oh, shots fired, finds one. Looks for the second, but doesn't quite get the perfect damage there.
Oh, Slowly going for the lurk. Shrimp with the even deeper one with the flank. Not going to be found out. The awareness on the controller. Again, it's quite weird seeing it come to fruition, but really literally living up to the name. Living up to the tag right now. He's going to swing in. He's going to find Fangir. Not a difficult proposition, but doesn't need to reswing. Has Scales' back. Actually checking towards sewers again in case there's an additional flank. Of course, we know the case. It's just these two stuck towards screens in heaven. It's 2 in elbow from TYL. A high and low awaiting Kira. The satchel is nice. And it's a great opening kill, but TYL play that to perfection. They only give the 1, and Sword 9 actually makes it 2.
Yeah, it's a good effort. I'm not gonna lie. Like him jumping on top and finding a kill with a bucky. What, 800 credits? You get 300 per kill, 500 deficit. But it's an eco, so it's like you actually, yeah, plus ult economy. So you actually, it's net positive that conversion there. Could have actually got 2. I think if he knew where the second one was, he could have potentially got 2. But that's an eco. TYL eking out a lead here off their equalizer point. Playing here once again on the operator. Remember the pattern. If he doesn't get value, and he doesn't look like he might get value this time, it's going to be another 2 rounds, almost guaranteed loss for KT.
Almost guaranteed. We have to say almost. We have to be that pivotal because something like this could happen. Because something like this could happen. A burst out of the Amiens hallway, but slowly from the shadows, quite literally. Now he gets a dark cover on the board, but the spike stuck in an awkward position here. He has to try and reconvene with Scales, or Scales has to try and find a way to match up with him. 4 players alive, 4 all gamers, a 4 versus 2. Where have we seen this before? But all gamers now, that has to be weighing on them. That has to be understanding that if ERV can do it, we can do it as well, or someone else on TYL can do it. They have to play with full respect on the board now. We're on the final map here, Igor. No more second chances, no more mistakes. The loser of this goes home, and the winner, a prize in facing DRG before London.
Yeah, and it's gonna start for a lot of these moments, right? We spoke about the narrative leading up to the series was a lot of individual sparks of brilliance, and how some sparks result in bonfires, and how some sparks sometimes burn the whole bloody house down. So it's gonna lead up to these moments, right? Big game players, big games, and skills. In a 1v3, has a bit of a tall task in front of him, and side of AG have a very sort of tap it in sort of approach here. 4v1 should be very formulaic, but Scales looking to score. Yeah, and Bai finds him.
No spoilers here. No spoilers at all. Happy just to go with the way it was always meant to go with that round. And all gamers, potential here to start running away with it. It's the 2-round differential is when things get scary. No timeouts. I think it's been the latest differential we have seen so far before either team is willing to opt for it here. But our apologies, not running away with it. Look at the equalize by mistakes. But either way, really, really solid performance here. And just a good heads-up play from them. It worked out, but risky. Had they tried that on the B site, it would have been a completely different story.
Yeah, 1000%. But I think the big thing that you alluded to about like how it's a late timeout. This is the first map in this entire series that hasn't been a blowout in the first 8 rounds. Like, it's been rather contentious the entire time. So no need to intervene because there's like you guys are trading blows back and forth anyway.
They can find here stop, I guess, pulling his punches. He was a big reason that All Gamers had such a decisive 13-4 on Fracture. The young man himself just kept getting the frags, just kept getting the kills and the executes. That's too much for even him to deal with, though. Dash is out trying the uptrap, doing as much distraction as possible. Anything to save him. But Splash, not really a lifeguard, but certainly a Reaper to bring him into the afterlife itself. The site gained without much incident, all things considered. A lot of commitment here. But TYL committing even further. We want this round. The showstopper from Kira trying to shut it down. The rocket goes to a different postcode. We don't even see where the missile lands. And Splash, a 6th sense right now. Able to get a decent chunk of damage and a frag to boot. Sniper's Pit here, it is everything. ERV in and out. And you can literally just watch Scales. Might as well have his hands off the keyboard. He's just watching his team play around the space granted to him. And GRQ and Shrimp both now having to save off the back of it. And TYL stem the bleeding. Back and forth is really the name of the game, Rigo.
Is there gonna be a? I don't want to say it before it actually happens, but I think this would be a first time for the entire series. I suspect. I feel confident in saying it now, but I think this is the first flawless of the entire series. Actually.
Oh my days, is it? That wouldn't even shock me. That wouldn't shock me if that's the case.
It's the very first flawless this entire series on map 3 on round 9. So, a difference in mentality. You spoke about how as you get deeper and deeper into it, like a lot of stuff starts to matter a bit more, and now like people are less or have a higher risk aversion. Don't want to be making the mistake that snowballs out of control and causes like a massive crisis. So we're a bit default. We have this traditional 1-3-1, but without the Sky from TYL. So relying entirely on slowly to enable the duelists it's gonna be a bit more difficult with the Viper's Peak thing than it's a deal.
Will we see a question be asked, or will it just be left alone? I mean, Kira, All Gamers, they tried to force TYL out of it. They tried to force Scales out of the pit. Fangir finds the namesake there. So the Viper already down. Still a controller online, of course, for the side of TYL, and it is Slowly, who has been that anchor. It's been so good when he's been needed. GRQ and him likely about to meet again. A very risky TP, one that's worked out absolutely flawlessly, I would have to say. There he goes, he finds his counterpart in the bus stop, in that deep corner. He's done enough, he's done it all. The backup from Kira and Shrimp, just a final nail in the coffin, or a cherry on top of the cake, depending on how sweet you're feeling.
That's a really cool piece of mechanics actually from GRQ. So what he does is he holds that paranoia and he jiggles B main, right? And he's just constantly jiggling B main until he has signs of life or hears anything. Throws the paranoia, knows that he's nearsighted and can't hear, and then TP's backside to actually contest that space. So then when I think it was Splash runs onto backside, he's full paranoid and gets eaten up by Kira. So very cool piece of micro. GRQ is a player who's been saying since Ascension has been on top of his game. Like, I think he started off very, very slowly, but he's actually a player to be looking out for, especially for the next generation of CN players.
As much a statement for these young players for themselves. Of course, like, the team gets to the stage, the team gets to Masters, the teams win Masters, but individual performance is still always going to be a factor, and as a young up-and-comer, it does matter even more. So you have to imagine here, Fangir and his cohorts on the younger side are going to be feeling that pressure on them. They are going to just be consistently made aware as well, you know, whenever the mistakes have been made or whenever the play hasn't been as solid as someone would expect for them, because they've also set very high standards and a very high bar for themselves.
Yeah, and I think especially with teams like AG, teams that have performed on the global stage, I say performed, I'm referring more to one pivotal performance that showed like a sign of like sheer like magnificence when they beat Gentlemates at Santiago. You sort of come off of that high and you have to work from there, you know. In the same way, if I was to use a microcosm, you take ERV's ace, and then how does the rookies on TYL, for example, I can't think of them on the top of my head, but how do the rookies from TYL take that and then snowball that into further success, you know? How do you take small individual wins? How do you take moments of momentum and capitalize on it? And I think that's like the big defining thing, especially for as players get more and more matured, more and more experienced. That's like the winning mentality, you know? How do you keep winning? How do you start the win, and how do you just keep that win going? So that'd be interesting. I think Irv is also one of the rookies, no?
ERV, I believe...
I stand to be corrected.
ERV, I believe, fairly new, all things considering, but I will not say that with absolute confidence, because while I enjoy spreading misinformation over the internet, it's more of a bit than something I actually do. So I'm not going to say comfortably. What I do know is Sword9 is going to be identifying those factors, just as you said. The IGLs from both teams are going to be identifying those factors, are going to be identifying that there is going to be that little bit of additional support truly needed throughout to keep that mental stack going, to keep that confidence in a place that allows a conversion of a map. And with the fact that the scorelines are so even, it may not be confidence, but definitely both teams are playing with the respect now that they feel that the other has earned. And that always feels like the overall atmosphere of a Game 3 is. Map 1 and 2, just a back and forth. Map 3, okay, you took a map off us, we will give you respect.
Yeah, no, the trolling stops now. We kind of want to win, you know, like making those big statements. Big statement made by Shrimp, taking out Splash, and Kira joins the kill feed. 3v5 in favor of AG.
Really nice hold from AG just to survive that. Nothing too out of the ordinary, nothing too crazy, but it is value, and it has been done successfully. Slowly, immediately answers back there. If it's not him in the first blood, it's usually his counterpart. It's usually GRQ. GRQ, speaking of the man himself, he wants to continue living on that kill feed. Fangir though, the flank is on time. The shot just had to be as well. He tells everyone else to sit back down. The young star, of course, going to get the audience and potentially his opposition a little bit riled up.
Yeah, and I think he's been giving us this entire game ever since map 2. He was relatively quiet on the first one, but as map 2 hit, he's just been absolutely sending and absolutely giving it. So I did check. So they are, I think, 6 rookies in this entire game, by the way.
Oh yeah.
I might be wrong. GRQ's a rookie. Fangir's a rookie.
Yep.
Splash and Irv are both rookies.
4 at least.
So four of the players that are like 90% of the impact and like every single moment in most of these plays are the guys who are here for their first time, like for the very first time. So eyes on Fangir, one of the men of the moment.
Oh.
He couldn't see. He was just obfuscated the entire time.
Risky angle, the swing. Don't hit it, but that's kind of the moment where the respect stops coming through, where you just kind of swing and go, I'm better with the operator, I can do something. But GRQ at least answers back solid. The saturate isn't fantastic. Buy not actually scouted out immediately, allowed to get away with ERV before getting traded through. Shrimp a little bit too long, a little bit too late on the rotate. Is it going to even up us with a 6-6 half? Rigor Splash actually didn't even get to pop the overdrive. Fangir similarly with the Blade Storm, but if there's two ultimates you're not getting full value out of, it is those ones. Scales actually using the Viper Wall there to really allow himself to reposition. Doesn't just swing into Shrimp as soon as he's distracted. He waits. He puts the Viper Wall back up, repositions, and makes sure there is not a double tap necessary.
And that's going to be on the, that's going to be a 6-6 half. So we've had an 8-4, we've had an 8-4, and now we have a 6-6. So we speak about contentious games, we speak about very close games, and this is going to be one. It's going the distance, might as well keep it as contentious as possible the entire time. So
you say it's going to be one as if it is not one, as if we are not staring down the barrel of one of the most equal scorelines. No, this is what we have to consider. This map is traditionally defender sided. Yeah, why not? Let's just look at this again, because of course we will. I mean, hell yeah. But I've immediately been distracted now by just excellent mechanics. Going into defense on split at 6-6 is kind of rough. Going into 6-6 is something that you do struggle with, because split is such, as we highlighted earlier, a scrappy map. It can be easy if that good teamwork can come through. If the executes are solid, you can have a very easy attack on split, to be honest.
Yeah, I think especially depending on your comp, I think we're seeing a lot more arguments, or not arguments, conversations about like how these comps function and what's the easiest way in like the path of least resistance when it comes to at least attacking on split. Because I think split is one of the, I'll have to check. Historically, right? Historically, split has been a very defender-sided map because a retake has been just, it's just ridiculously easy to do, right? You just get into heaven, you just jump out of heaven, and then clear all that space. As a result, stuff like mid defaults and stuff tends to be very, very difficult for attackers. So it's interesting. I think, especially with double duel, there's another conversation to be had there about, oh well, it's easier now because you have multiple ways to just dive onto sites and contest a lot of the deeper space. And yeah, I literally, have you ever been in a relationship and then like you move off a relationship? That was me with ERV's Ace. Where I was literally, I'm like, oh, I think I'm a better person now. I'm finally a better person. I can go about, I can be a happy man. I can live about my days. And I saw the Earth thing and I'm like, damn, I miss it.
Oh my god.
Damn, I miss her.
Having a honeymoon period for a clip is something I never thought I would hear, but to be honest, you can't blame it. You cannot blame for looking back at the happier times. I mean, I say that, happier times are forged out of the most dire straits. And I mean, we literally just seen it there. That was the most dire strait potentially. And looking at other dire straits, TYL is going to be struggling here. We do just have a little bit of a tech timeout here. Player issue on TYL's side. So hopefully we will be back in game very soon. Much sooner rather than later, hopefully. We will get to see how the last half of this entire series, a map that, again, probably should not have came into fruition, Rigor, but here we are regardless.
Yeah, I mean, such as like VCT, such as Valorant, right? It's a game that I think has been constructed around moments like that. Moving to, what is it, MR12 instead of the old ideas of like MR15 and 30-round games. Moments like that stand out significantly more, you know? When a person does something that, what's a word? Unexpected,
monumental,
miraculous, monumental, you know, when that makes a big difference because you only need to get to 13. And if one of your rounds looks like that, then
I mean, yeah.
You know, everything feels so much duller in comparison now. I don't know how to explain it. I feel like I'm going through like social media.
No, because someone clipped you saying this looks boring, or this is getting a bit not boring. This is getting a bit more anticlimactic, and we just cut to one of the AG players literally sleeping. Like that's a clip in and of itself, surely.
But bro, I'm fighting for my life. Is this what dopamine dependency feels like? Where like you scroll through TikTok because you need to get the next hit. Yeah, I have the withdrawals. Give me another ace.
Someone give my man an ace. Someone inject an ace into this man's veins stat is what we're being heard.
No,
Who knows?
Support, yeah.
We might see it. Again, Split is going to be the map that just with that utility spam, with that, you know, damage that can be done, it is a surprise ace out of nowhere. It's one of the easier maps to do it. You know, you just throw on a paint shells, you get some damage. I mean, Kira's been doing phenomenal with it, so we will have to wait and see, but I hope at least, well, to finish off the relationship analogy, I guess I hope that these next 6 to 12 rounds will be a nice rebound for you, Rigor.
I hope so. I mean, we'll see how it goes. Like, if trends are accurate, and they've been really fairly accurate on pistol, it should be TYL in some capacity, and I think they are kind of favored towards it. They do have a very strong A hold. But it's going to be on Scales. Can Scales shut down this mid push or create enough havoc on mid to dissuade a mid pop?
Have to see it. Snakebite in hand, so definitely has the utility. But all gamers have gotten up pretty damn tight here in towards Mail. They still have the decision. Convert through, yep, onto Vents, or push up onto Heaven, and it's a full 5-man stack up through the mid here, up through Vents. I've said full 5-man. Apologies, by, of course, on the lurk, on the Viper there, on the hold down, on towards the A main. A trade either way, so ERV has done his job. But that's a very dominant, yeah, it's a very dominant drop from Fangir. The rest of AG, Kira actually moving to make sure he's back on the main side, to make sure Bai does have the support if any shenanigans from TYL come through. But another pretty just solid no-notes pistol round here, short of something shenanigans going through, and slowly would be the person to do it.
Oh no, my stats. My stats.
Oh well, he's
3 more.
He's farming his stats now, but Bai will be taking him down.
No, I'm a fraud. I'm fraudulent.
No, it's okay. It's okay, King. No one paid attention to damage. So quickly, show the ERV ace again. He'll move on. He'll move on.
Oh my goodness, 5 kills. How did he do that? It's a good pistol from AG. I think the big thing is we spoke about how a retake is just jump out of heaven and find that first fight as soon as possible. Fangir does exactly that. Drops out of heaven, lands in cubby, finds that guy elbow, and the rounds sort of cut and dry from there. So
they'll see it again. This lurk from Bai, having to swap over from the Neon. Of course, anyone that doesn't know, join us a little bit late. He has subbed in for Use. He's just not feeling on top of his form right now, so highly wanting to, or AG, apologies, wanting to make this work. And this is the thing. They've been doing this with a sub. Potentially even Haven would have gone a different way. Bai was absolutely holding his own. The Neon was pretty damn solid from him. It wasn't too, it wouldn't have been easy to tell him apart from his sub that he had replaced. So getting a decent amount of space here onto the A site as well. Look at the rest of all gamers. They're just chilling in market.
Lurk. Oh, it's a great lurk. And look at how it's activated everyone. He's all the way into spawn, so he knows that there's no one in heaven. They've isolated this guy exclusively onto site. So AG rotates over. It's going to contest main, and I think they're just going to go straight through main. Like, there's no reason to go heaven, because you've just completely... Yeah, this guy's trapped. Oh no. Sword9 should stop praying. It's not looking good.
He might not know to start praying, though. And he might be fast with it. He is not. The optimism in me, again, just gets completely shut down. The optimism to try and see a good fight from him, not going to be the case here. And there you go, slowly trying to be the one to jump out of heaven and take the fight. But Fangir, the Marshall, the body shots, the fire rate, when you're on that level of a low buy, is going to be... It's going to be chump change for someone like Fangir to get those frags. Not a concern for him at all, as another one capitalized for AG.
Yeah, and it's on the back of a really slow... You spoke about the point, man, the sub in the moment by just getting free A contest. If TYL wants to contest this, they need to... They have the Sky, they have the Neon, they have the double duel. They can't just fight into this. They can't, honestly, they shouldn't be giving this Viper Wall so much respect, because you spoke about how, at this point in the series, respect is going to be a big thing, but I think they're giving too much of it, especially with how much util they have.
At what point does respect become fear? At what point does fear stay your hand and potentially prevent you from ever convert into something more here. A very close push from a lot of TYL here. They're answering back with some utility of their own. Paranoia has come through, and GRQ, I adore anytime he gets hit by utility and he uses the silent step, he uses the shadow step and goes, oh, that's my invitation to fight you. Not to run away, not to respect, but to say, okay, you want to throw that at me, I'm going to throw myself back at you. And he continues just to do it. He's walked 2 of his team, one of being himself into his death, but he's got Shrimp onto the site here. And a 2 versus 1 with Skills on a low HP. It would be tough, but this is certainly more doable than other things.
Yeah, in the 1v2 here. Oh, but there's low HP and Scales.
X-Ray, oh, the moment the tension gets hyped, he will hear the drop. Has to be a fake shot. It's going to be a double swing to go into the stack there, and Shrimp, he lines it up perfectly. Absolutely clean. That low HP from Scales, the jump shot, if anything, not going to be a concern. Shrimp had his eyes locked on the prize, and it was that Sova dome. Such a solid start from TYL, and then I am GRQ.
That's actually really cool tech. So, you know, obviously he's chasing after the Paranoia, etc. with the shadow step.
Yeah.
But what he does is he throws the Paranoia and he immediately looks to where Waylay might be refracting from. So he looks at where Waylay might be. If Waylay gets caught and going into heaven, then she TPs back and she gets caught. If someone else is in heaven, then he just looks at whoever's in main. So really good decision making from GRQ to find that round, to find 3 rounds for AG, as a Master Santiago invitation slot is about 4 rounds away for AG here.
It's down to patience. We're now seeing the double stack towards the A site pot. Bandits in hand. If there's a way to steal rounds, it is with this pistol, it is with this range. Of course, not knowing what's waiting for him on the other side. Shrimp playing the anti-flash absolutely stunningly. Kira doesn't even realize that 2 people just tried to swing into him and kill him because of how confident Shrimp was in the aim. But that's enough to call him out that it is going to be a rotate. We're going to try and get the A site here. Could be a bit of an over thing, especially with Scales in the position he is and ERV waiting, but the Seekers should give all the information AG needs.
Spanky once again drops from the heavens and finds ERV as Outlaw in hand, contesting all the way into CT, and Spike's going to be committed as Tyler's struggling a bit here. Sees the leg and finds the body. Slowly he's also going to fall. Scales last man alive, Sheriff in hand.
Let go of the W key back gear. It's okay. You can let it go. It's fine. No, he doesn't listen. He's never gonna stop. Oh my. He's gonna stand up and wipe away the tears off of TYL's face. I can imagine if anyone looks across the stage and sees that, that would cause some potential harm to my mental.
And this is on the back of the team that lost because of 1 round. Oh yeah, no. Oh, it's worse in slow motion. Oh, and it's worse with the timeout in context. Oh no.
Bang gear.
I don't think Chris can even see that, but
yeah, the confidence is king. Can you be overconfident? Can you burn yourself out? Absolutely. But hey, after what TYL just did, being able to stand up, basically wipe away the tears from your own eyes, see them in your opponents and go, a clutch play, a play with only possible through divine intervention, and it might still not be enough to allow TYL to take down AG.
Yeah, especially how I think as we get closer and closer to the ending and the outcome of this, it's important to know that TYL has basically been beating the brakes off of AG for the last 12 months.
Yep.
Like 12 months included from this point, you go back 12 months. So 2025 of May, right? So to see that potentially AG on the cusp of breaking that tradition, in a very scrappy fashion, mind you, but breaking that tradition nonetheless is going to be very interesting and speaks, I think, volumes about how much this team has grown since Mouse Santiago.
And because of the age of them, like, it's not even grown in terms of emotional or player capability. Some of them have just got a bit taller. I'm glad you like that.
Just got it a bit taller. Thank you.
Scales gets a bit shorter. Scales gets a bit shorter.
Reduced to -6 feet down as well as Fangya early peek into mid with an operator. Attacks that operator for him. I think it's the first time you've seen that, no?
It is indeed. And it's currently getting results. TYL scrapping. They're trying to make a round, force one to happen, and AG, they do have a plan, and they are sticking to it.
Yeah, it seems like a mid-shift towards... They can honestly go anywhere. They have number superiority, literally every single lane of the map, but they lean towards A. The smoke's going to be a bit preemptive, but it's okay. I think, yeah, they lean towards A. They're trying to pop straight through main. Is Fang going to keep this operator, though, no? He should drop it to someone and then just dive. Oh, he has Blade Storm. Okay, everything's looking up roses.
You're starting to really get fully concerned with all the shenanigans that could come through. And speaking of shenanigans, speaking of coming through here, Fangir and co are through, but they've not found any space. They've not done anything. Kira and Fangir, they get the kills in the end, but TYL suddenly find themselves in such a winnable position. Sword 9, no all orb gonna be on for him. Will not be able to get the Seekers online at all. Is gonna have a little bit more oversight onto Akira than vice versa. The jump peek to C. Doesn't spot anything. Sword 9 has such timing here because of that dodge jump peek. He's currently under heaven. He's lurking. He wants to pull Kira down to hell alongside him. And the swing, the timing could be everything! But Kira just manages to get his eyes right back and settled on the prize at the perfect second.
Yeah, okay, so positives, AG won the round, right? But negatives is they won the round in not the most convincing fashion. ERV almost completely blew this round open for them. Yeah, these two backside anchors reduced it from a 4v3 into a 1v1. Like, that's trades that are always net positive. So even the score is 11-6. We've seen situations like this before. Hell, AG was in a similar situation in the previous map.
They were indeed. They were indeed, and of course TYL did convert it. But that might not be a point of confidence here. That might be a point of contention. That's 3 players seen for AG, by the way. Fangir definitely did spot all the 3, and they're still sitting here. They're still trying to fight in this garage angle. The showstopper takes down Splash, and the back of Sword 9 has already fallen. This was a thrifty from TYL. They needed to make something happen. You know what? ERV's still alive with the Sheriff, so I'm not going to speculate one thing until he is taken down. It's a completely different scenario. It's a completely different map. This should not be possible. Kira should see him and take him down. At the very least, no, ERV's just going to get up.
You're so hyper vigilant about that. To check his spawn off of that timing is actually quite impeccable. But the pump's going to happen on B, seems. Oh, Slowly's ready to receive, and there's a Bucky as well. Holy cow.
Patience from Scales, but GRQ still manages to fight out his Omen, his shadow from the other team. And these two really, GRQ and Slowly, the back-to-back between these two alone, the assists that they've got on the team, the clutches, the round openers, all off the back of these two, does need to be looked at. ERV initially did take away some of the attention. I think he's trying to do it again, Rigor. Fangir is not even going to let that come close. 1 round away from all gamers, stemming the bleeding entirely off the back of an upset in Haven to bring us to where they look to go in the first place.
Yeah, and I think we spoke about how like that 1 round is just a spark of brilliance. AG has just been on such like oppressive momentum. Yeah, since midway through Haven when they were 11-6 down, they've been on such oppressive momentum. And I think it's Tyler's just been trying to delay as much as possible. They never truly felt in control of the games at any point in time. So they might be able to turn around. They have the stack here and they have double duelist and a lot of resources to stop this.
The thing is, they have to use all of these resources. All gamers can just play the slow style. They can play the war of attrition. We already see the convergent paths go through, and the trades are even, actually. ERV has already fallen. No saturate strats, nothing to come off the back of that convergent path. Slowly has used the From the Shadows, but it wasn't for any sort of information. It was just to regroup with his team. So a little bit less information worked with. Splash doesn't care. The Viper wall does go up, and the opposition in AG do go down. And this is the worst timing possible. So we'll either come back and tell you that TYL are still in it, or that all gamers have went to London. Or, well, 1 step away from going to London.
1 step to London.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, yeah, we're sort of... Welcome to purgatory. Yes, it's... Yeah, we're back.
Oh, right. Okay, round. Round. Full restart.
I'm fully confused.
It's full restart of the round, so ERV is going to get his kill on the Fang here. GRQ is going to trade him out, and then we're going to go back as if nothing ever happened. Not sure if the game had crashed, not sure if it was just a player. We can't obviously speculate, but something happened, and it has given TYL potentially one more chance here. The exact same swing, the exact same setups. Very, very nice indeed. And we'll see off the back of this. Can AG do something? Oh my god, GRQ, there's map there. There's map there. You can't just shoot where there's map and then get a kill, but he does exactly that. It's Shrimp yet again. One in his name and the last in the server. 2 versus himself to get AG against DRG.
Yeah, previous clutch, especially on defense, 100% win rate in terms of these clutches. So Shrimp, what can you do here? 2 1v1s.
1-1v1. Hold effect, the delayed flash! But it's a shot on each elbow. Scales managed to keep his head intact, ducked and covered. And now with that, with getting to see how that round has actually fully went, you're of course back with us, but we will be back in game in just a moment. I believe... Oh, we've got a timeout. Okay, never mind. Well, I believe this is fitting for some sort of YouTube thumbnail face reaction. I say that as immediately we do cut back to the replay, but there's maybe some time. There's maybe some time for those shenanigans. But Rigor, how are you feeling? It's not over yet.
I think I am coming off of shock. Yeah, I think I'm coming off of...
I promised
what
it.
happened? Whoa!
Someone,
no,
it's a game and a half later, but someone put me and Rigor's reaction in with the ERV clip. Like, we're not reacting to it at all, but people might think we are.
Well, we prayed. That's what we prayed for, no? We prayed for something, for a good game, and yeah. But yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about it. To be honest, like, if the nature of this game, if one of these teams were to go to Masters or London now, I wouldn't be upset. I think they're both really good sides, and this is arguably one of the games that we spoke about, like how there's been a lot of throwing and stuff. This is one of the games that least throws, besides maybe one main character moment, but
yes, the main character.
But yeah.
But that's the thing. The main character moments have necessarily stopped, but I think that's what all gamers do, just have the capacity. We say that, we give them all the credit in the world, and then the guiding light is given a concussion per bird. Either way, not going to get the information because of that. Sword 9 does have to throw out the Trailblazer to get that ramp area kind of recontrolled here, and we see the Viper's pick committed towards the mid here, so it is going to have to be a site execute, and AG look comfortable on which... No, never mind. Completely disengage off of a single jump peak.
Yeah, it's because also Kira has all of the same main space, and he's hearing this jump spot. Oh, the timing.
Oh my god.
Oh, what timing from Kira. Yeah, blows open B, wide open. Viper's going to try and come here to try and stall us a bit more, but from the shadow is going to cause a lot more problems. But Viper's on site, like a snake in the grass.
Oh, she's hiding. She's biting. And actually, Splash has managed to get the first one here. Scales likely not going to get cleared out. GRQ still fantastic. Splash flicks in and out of the flash, and still absolutely lands true. And Fine Gear in a mega late rotate. I think just trying to get some map control, believing that TYL would split up for the retake. A risky choice and one that will not pay its dividends. This operator has to be saved yet again.
Oh, this is hey, my stats. This is the second op round. The stats never lie.
Stats never lie.
Stats never lie. It's Svengia having to save the operator on attack side nonetheless. Why do... I'm not gonna... No, never mind. I'm not gonna put rationale to reason. I guess the attack side operator makes it really good on the A default. Especially because then you can just actually contest one of these lanes, post up the operator to hold the space until you come back. And you can play through it. So let's see if AG is going to go for it. Running out of opportunities to tap this in. It's currently 8 to 12. They have 4 opportunities. 4 more mistakes that they can make before they're forced into an overtime, which is all but secured with them being on 12 rounds.
It's overtime or it's finished this. It's overtime or it is right now. In all games, of course, you cannot be looking at aiming for an overtime. You cannot. TYL stole Haven from under your nose. You give them 2 rounds or such, they might be able to do it again on the split. You need to finish this now. You could play that War of Attrition. No ultimates online for TYL. Nothing to really help them with the retake here. And the Viper's pit is locked and loaded for buy. If you get that Viper onto the site, you get fine gear, a gun traded out, the operator into a Vandal or Phantom. you suddenly are looking at an unwinnable scenario, an unwinnable retake for TYL. With 60 seconds left in the clock, and no one is budging.
Yeah, literally not a single soul has moved. TYL playing very, very conservative, and AG struggling to just straight penetrate through this defensive line as soon as possible. So now, running out of time pressure is going to be creeping in a bit. Yeah, Fangio with the operator is going to have to try and find some kind of relevance. No Blade Storm in hand.
The Viper fit as the Viper wall falls. As things come down, ERV in the exact same position, the same double stack. That's done such good work for All Gamers beforehand. He's already done one. He wouldn't even need to be done here. He can get another. He finds exactly that with the backup of his IGL. He makes it 3. ERV, the man, the myth, the legend. It's a shorty though from Fangir. Delivering death from on high. And Scales follows up, matches it. The angel of death from heaven smites them down and tells them we are not done just yet.
Yeah, 3 opportunities left for All Gamers to tap this across the line as ERV. This is the second time he's done this, being backside and completely capitulating A side.
Yep.
So yeah, we're gonna go down to the wire here. Fangio now on more orthodox weaponry. However, his team on a bit more unorthodox weaponry. Not being able to salvage a full buy here is only buying Fangio on actual rifles. And the rest of his team smashing of SMGs and shotguns.
That strikes to me of panic. That strikes to me of surely if we just run at this wall, we can convert around. Surely if Sword 9 captures a paint shell to the face, we can do something. But 2 HP in a dream. He is now just going to be the thorn in the side here. A crossfire being played for this elbow side. GRQ spots out his compatriot, spots out his argument with a Bucky as well. But the Viper's Pit, Bai has managed to get that put up and, more importantly, locked down. But it is a random shot from Scales. And the follow-up from Splash and Sword. It's double digits. 2 more opportunities for TYL to bring it to OT. All Gamers, the ball is in your court. The questions are being asked. The exam is due. Submit your papers in 1 round or face OT.
Yeah, and it's even dire restraints. Dire restraints? More dire? You know what I mean?
Yes.
Because that was a force bar. 2 rifles were forced into that. So I don't know what the econ for AG is like, and this might be a forced eco, which potentially a 12-11. And it's a timeout as well that's been forced, so... Boy, it's getting quite late in China, and it's also getting quite late in this series, and mistakes are mounting up. Mistakes are adding up. As AG on the precipice of potentially a really good continuation of their series. 2 Masters back to back if they play their cards right here. But TYL potentially looking to make their first Masters appearance of the year. So.
Incredible possibility for them. 10 seconds left on the clock. What do All Gamers think about this? I don't think it should have gotten this far. I don't think it should have been allowed Regorant. That's exactly what we said last time. And that thought has to be weighing on these players' minds.
Yeah, it should have just elapsed, but obviously some main characters are more main characters in certain seasons than others, so. And now we're here. And according to the poll, 60% of people think we're going to OT, and I don't think it's unrealistic with the way TYL is shooting and actually playing this map right now. Conversion Parts is prepped for B main counter pop. Or for the paranoia conversion parts. Let's see what happens.
A big shout out very quickly to the YouTube squad for getting the prediction in. Of course, the Gambas, we do appreciate. Makes it all more exciting. It seems like as well, a lot of people, I'm even believing that OT potentially a not if, but when. All Gamers, they have the Seekers here. They're 1 off the Blade Storm. They're 2 off of the Showstopper. So potentially all Kira needs here a 2k into that ult pop, the spike plant into single frag. GRQ has managed to fully bait the convergent path onto Garage there. The Saturate's already been face tanked. Bai does get the frag on the ERV. There's a knowledge of this Omen on Garage here. GRQ takes it over slowly. It seems like that's the sentence I've been saying more than the opposite. Slowly not as successful in those 1v1 engagements here. Scales one dancer back. Splash manages to make it as well. Could just go for the stick if he so wishes. Gets the Vandal sorted. Gets the gun saved. GRQ may not be aware of this. The gun is going to echo out. Now he will be. Sword 9 on the opening to Garage here, trying to find a timing. The wacky arm inflatable tube man. Into it. And he beat accordingly. I don't think so, Rigor. Sword 9. No time. After all of this. A heartbreak. Even just a fake gun. A little consolation gun. As everything goes silent. As TYL hopes and dreams dashed. All gamers finally managed to find their footing and bring us to a close. 13-10. And TYL heartbroken to have gotten so far and fallen right at the last hurdle.
And then prediction be damned, no? It was a 2-0 predicted for TYL, and it's a 2-1 in favor of AG. This AG side are definitely showing up, ever hungrier to keep repeating their string of Masters appearances, but they have up against the Titan, a fan favorite in DRG in the very next game. So all in all, an emotional series. A very emotional series.
Oh, I again, genuinely speaking, I was nervous watching that clutch. I was nervous and I was shocked seeing some of these potentials come through. Of course, ERV probably going to get his own little highlight. Can't imagine that it won't. It was a phenomenal showing, but you can see the smiles on all gamers' faces right now. They are happy. They are not out of the woods yet. The smiles and the laughter. I think both of these teams can understand that it is and was a fantastic game between the two.
Yeah, I think if everyone, I think from where I'm sitting, I didn't expect it to be. Is that mean to say? I didn't expect it to be this good.
Yeah.
To like this entertaining rather. Very mistake-free Valorant, besides a couple of like macro decisions. I think it's very seldom that you get to look at a game and be like, it's flawless on a lot of counts, and it's just individual inspiration, you know? That is the defining factor. So definitely a very interesting, very enticing game to watch. AG coming out on top, and the AG fans can rejoice for another game longer. I think this is the end of Group Alpha. I think this is the last Alpha v Alpha game. So
I believe it is. I believe you are right, boss. And the mascot, of course, the big cuddles, more than deserved. And we should be getting, of course, to that interview in but a moment with the players, featuring our wonderful translator in BDOS. And it should be Fangir, I imagine, looking very close. The plush being put on towards Kira. And here we go, your interview onto BDOS.
请到了 Costream 选手来接受我们的赛后采访，辛苦了夏哥，今天这3张地图打得真的太焦灼了，包括今天这场比赛其实是至关重要的，决定着还有没有机会去往伦敦。那在这么重要的节骨眼上，为什么会选择到临时换阵呢
Yeah, why did you guys choose to make a roster move, like with this high of a match stake?
可能是在训练赛白他的训练效果非常的
He doesn't really know.
然后感觉也非常
She says it's probably because his performance in scrims kind of like impressed.
团队带来了什么样不一样的新鲜活力
Yeah, what kind of growth, like what kind of improvements has Bai brought to the team?
就是他如果在主线在边线，他的话会非常多，然后会给我们提供非常多的思路。
And he says that he's given us a lot of like ideas on what to do on the lurks.
可能在最后一张地图使用到了截锋，那可以问一下你们现在关于位置是怎么样去考虑的吗？
Yeah, what are your roles? What are AG's roles looking like right
上
now?
博罗的话，我们可能会优先选上博罗，因为我们可能会让 Fangir 玩得更舒服。
And he says that I guess like we're kind of prioritizing Fangir's comfortability. So if there's the chamber pick, we might prioritize
也是
that.
结合了一定的版本的考虑，对不对？那还想问到的就是，因为老生常谈的话题啊，关于 AG， 大家一直都在聊你们的心态问题，你们对于压力是怎样去应对
So people have been talking about like your mentality after coming back to Santiago.
像 ERV， 他拿正义接了5个之后
And then talk about the ERV Sheriff Ace.
发挥所影响到吗？
Yeah, has it like did it really affect you guys?
影响了，然后打完之后我们就专注下一把游戏，不要想上一把，就是专注每一把就好。
And he says that it definitely affected us, but we just kept reminding each other to just don't think about it. Just focus on the next game.
一个选手，那在可能队伍比较需要你的时刻，你是怎样去站出来，然后鼓励队伍的？
So you're kind of like carrying the team's vibes right now. So how do you like lift each other's spirits up? And it's just that I keep reminding my team to not overthink and don't be afraid of losing. So your next match to qualify to Masters London, you have to beat DRG. Any worse to them? And then he says that it's not like we've lost against them before. All we have to do is focus on our own game and then we'll win it. And that's it for the interview. It's time for a selfie and a prize draw for the audience.
I'm so far leaned back. and AG with a pretty charismatic interview and very insightful aspects of it is. Yeah, they come out on top, and I think the big thing that they said was, especially after that ERV thing, casters were rambling about it. The world was shook, but the only thing that AG was focused on was just don't think about it, right? I think they were so well aware that it's such a, flash in the pan instant that it's like it's not gonna happen again. That's how many rounds? It's not like a 1 in every 12 rounds he does that sort of thing. That's a 1 in maybe every 200 rounds, including scrims and everything that he does that. So
that's a polite ratio. I'm genuinely going 5 digits, like 1 in 10,000 maybe. Genuine.
Yeah, maybe.
If you were doing that 1 every 200 rounds, I think teams would just start picking you up and going, just have that 200th round. We'll sub you in when we think roughly 200 rounds have passed. Go and do that, and then we'll put you back on the bench.
You put him in scrims and you're just like, we're doing 17 scrims today because we need to get close to 200.
That's how you play stats, right? That's how you play stats.
Okay, sub him out. He's hoisted back to 0. Let's put him back in. But speaking of which, it's like Irv was definitely like a big aspect. But we'll talk more about it. We have plenty of time to ramble about the fate of this team going forward and what does TYL look like speculatory towards the next split, because this isn't the end of the year. This is where like mid-season is basically. So oh, what a good game. What a good game.
I mean, yeah, it was back and forth. It was clean. There was clutches. There was hype moments. A lot of people showed up. That moment from Shrimp, a fantastic one. There you go. If it gets the coaches moving, you know it was a sick player. You know that someone really came up close. Whether it is the coaches probably saying something they shouldn't be saying on broadcast or hyping up the player that has made the dreams come true. And the weeping from Fangir, we will hear exactly what makes the opponents cry through the comms.
leave，有solo有solo。
撞没见，撞没见，撞没见。
OK，没事没事。
哎，兄弟，他可能直接回来了。
没事没事。
撞没见，撞没见。
我们来中来中。
他不会直接摸包点吧？他不敢。
他可能会。
他双开了。
回。
我回你家了2楼，你们再来个人。看就回。
进步。
开口了。
前2楼道歉。
要个这个烟。
往楼推。
有2楼上了。
道歉推我们飞。我基本上举来杀。
往楼推。要拿几家？
兄弟。拿几家？
接这边。
有黑吗？
有黑。
你直接对，
杨进，看见了。我枪开着的，先走一步。
不急，喂，等下。
我没有黑了。我等波枪，我去买枪罐。我能封一焰。不给啊！
一起拉3、2、1，乖乖的，起啊！
走。拉到一边。不是，我要拉这边。
下来 ，nice， 开门，开炮 ，nice， 哎，我叫，开门，
爆加住
，nice，
Fangir once again, second man of the match or man of the series at this point. Honestly, that's a hell of a freeze frame. But yeah, that's a hell of a freeze frame, but it's well deserved to be honest. Like, then from map 1 gets his team across the line, he's relatively quiet in map 2. Was actually came up big on certain aspects of map 2, and then map 3 is the big aspect for why AG comes out on top here.
Oh, it really was. And it took him a little bit. It took him a teeny bit to get into this map fully, especially from the performance. I mean, again, he would have been the reason that people will point to in the VODs and such as Fracture going AG's way so decisively. But yeah, that confidence really started to come up. 16-6 with the last flash of the scoreboard. Of course, we'll get a little bit more of an in-depth sight on it, but once Fine Gear starts, there is very little stopping him, and the floodgates will open in terms of opposition tier ducks. We've seen that he will mock them if any sort of mental damage can be done, and it's a sport, it's a mental game. Anger your opponents, and you might be able to steal a round off the back of them.
Oh, and I think that's the highest ACS as well in this entire series, by the way. 294, I think the previous one was the 260 to 270s, and then his first one was in like the 240s, 250s. So him to be 290 now is obviously the escalation of the game. You ramp up towards the game, you get a feel for the pulse of the things, and absolutely show up. But IMGRQ, I think, cannot go without saying, I think a huge aspect of AG's success today.
Oh, him and Slowly's head-to-head over the course of this series is something that, like, actually, I just believe if you're a stats head, if you're really curious to see, like, how teams operate at a fundamental level, that's how that works. That's how you get to convert that, is those controllers. Now, interesting kill death spread. It's not too dire, of course, but the fact that TYL did drop 2 extra first bloods might have just been very quick refrags, of course, but the post plants do leave a little bit more to be decided. TYL only 60% in terms of it, 7 and 9 for all gamers, and 2 flawlesses for them. It really just allowed the momentum to stay solid.
The Hexagon, bro, GRQ is he's on the cusp, you know? He's on the cusp of a map MVP. Like, every single time. He was on Any Questions. He was on the Ascension team with Simon, so. Like, he's so close. Genuinely so close to, like, there's an argument to be made of, like, best controller in the region. If he keeps this performance up. Because if all of his games look like this, then I can't see a reason to be arguing against or even betting against AG. At least in terms of the controller and support team staff, or support staff side of things. So not as impressive as the first one. I don't think many things will be impressive as the first one, but the stats, individual stats, don't really matter in terms of the whole context. They play a part of it, but the bigger context, the bigger conclusion. AG2, TYL 1, bucking all trends. And getting their first win in over 12 months against this TYL side, or TYL organization.
And we believed it wasn't going to be possible. We believed genuinely with that backswing from TYL as well. Yes, okay, that single ridiculous round, but you cannot look at rounds in the vacuum, at least very rarely. You can only look at them if they're the first pistol round. You can only look at them if they are completely even footing, and that one certainly wasn't. So the fact that all gamers have stood firm, defeated their demons, if you want to look at it that way, the team that would always prevent them from greater and greater heights, how fitting to climb to your greatest height to slay a dragon.
Yeah, it's actually... I love stats, bro. I love them so much. I love when people are bucking trends, when people are they're doing things that are to be expected, and when teams that are struggling. I think the entire narrative for the entirety of Split 2 was AG is like, they did that once flash of brilliance against Gentlemates and couldn't connect any further successes or anything. And now they've come through, they've put up a good showing, they've bucked their trends. Like you said, they've slayed their dragon, and they have to slay another one tomorrow. So are they a dragon slaying side, or is this a once-off thing? It's going to be or Friday, rather. Yeah, Friday, rather. With VCT, we have a bit of a break, I think. So we have tomorrow, Thursday off, and then also Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's the entire series. For the entirety of stage 2, we have our top 3 by at least Friday. So, yeah, good series. I'm genuinely content.
I'm generally content as well. I mean, one thing, you're making life a little bit too difficult for you. Of course, we will have the schedule as well with the end of series coming through. It's 10:20. This is Project Horizon, essentially after dark for China time here. And meanwhile, I look at this and say after dark, it's one of the few times I've seen the sun in Scotland at all. So I cannot say that we're very much after dark, at least in this side. But as we get to look at what's coming up here, we should get a final look at the bracket as well. It will come up in just a few moments. But Rigor, you kind of said it yourself. I am content. I am emotionally satisfied with that game, with that series of results. Again, map 1 looking so one-sided. Map 2 looking a lot closer. Still look the way of AG until that TYL, until that ridiculous ERV play. And then the third map split. A lot of back and forth, a close tug of war, lots of players being very vigilant of flanks, lots of players finding excellent positionings, and GRQ being hit in the face with any utility and going, but what if I teleported behind you? That was insane.
I love GRQ. I love him so much. I've been singing his praises for ages. Him and Satoshi, but I think Satoshi's are currently benched from what I remember. Yeah, those are two players that I have been watching, and I'm like, you know, if this is the standard, like things are going to escalate significantly for CN as a whole. So, yeah, content. Yeah, deep sigh of relief. We survived. We survived the, you know, bro.
The grinder.
I was gonna say the clip. Literally just the clip.
A grinder, the clip.
It's just a clip. We just survived that one clip.
That could have been a story ender there. Had that been a round or a map finisher, I just don't think it would have went any other way. I think that at that point TYL would just ride off the coattails. Still just waiting, of course, on the brackets. They will be up in just one, but I don't have anything really more that I can say. We could start jumping in and going into individual players and stuff. Fangir, going for the crying. I have yet to have ever casted over someone that is so confidently trash-talking their opposition on a stage like that. That comes with that young energy. That comes with the idea of, because when you're that age, look, I mean, I was 18 once. You know, I was that age once. You always think you're on top of the world. You think you are the best. But to be able to stand on a stage and do something like what Fangir is doing and essentially have half of a world, half of a region turn around and go, yeah, we see you. That's something that will never be beaten.
Yeah, I mean, it's a unique brand of BM. I've never seen a crying emote pulled in a live game. But, I mean, it tracks... especially with how confident he, or how much he was struggling in the beginning, for him to be so confident. So, yeah, but we stop looking at this game, we stop looking at the present, and we start looking towards the future. A couple of days rest, and then we're going to go into the next phase of this playoff bracket. I think, how many games? Yeah, you can count them on your hands, no? The amount of games that are left.
I believe we have two best of threes and two best of threes, and I believe 2 best of 5 still left. AG and DRG, XLG and EDG, and then yes, okay. So that is exactly correct, and that is match 12. I believe the dates we do have for that again do come around that Friday, that Saturday. So, and then the big weekend for the best of 5 there, just to see for seeding. Of course, it will not be for positioning, but seeding is going to matter a lot, especially if you are that 3rd or 2nd place seeding. If AG, you know, do end up finding themselves struggling against DRG, for example, that's something that has to be considered, right? You still have to play your all, even if you've secured your run.
Yeah, and the last thing you want to do is... Who's even strong in Americas right now? Yeah, like, the last thing you want to do is go up against, like, G2 or something. You know, like, G2 in their priming up into the meta and all of that stuff, because you just didn't perform domestically, you know? So you want to be definitely putting your best foot forward as much as possible, because it also buys you a lot of very valuable time, and potentially gives you another chance, you know? Like, you can see people's strats a bit more recently, you can understand their demos a bit more intrinsically, and you don't have to experience it firsthand. You don't have to face check a lot of these teams, so gonna be pretty interesting. But yeah, Spiracy won. I think he was also an Ascension Chad. Coming out on top with 298 ACS. I think he was averaging 300 ACS at a point, 300 ACS at a point in Ascension. So maybe you're still on track, yeah.
There's a time where this man can do anything. There are times where Spirits 1 in particular is, as much as I think DRG, the name synonymous with DRG at this point would be Fukashu, you should not ever rule out Spirits 1 as well. And all gamers shouldn't be ruling him out. They face him tomorrow along with the other pillars of DRG. So it is going to be exciting. Or not tomorrow. Oh my days. I've immediately just foregone the schedule. Thank you. There we go. There it is. Right. I can stop just making a fool out of myself. There we go. 8th of May. XLG EDG starting us off, and then DRG versus all gamers. It's going to be a 3-day break, but I think it's a necessary one for my voice, for these teams, for the best Valorant that this region can still show us. I hope everyone takes that time, and well deserved that it is.
Yeah, and that's it. That's VCTCN. That's Project Horizon. That's what's the date? Mark the time. 22:28 in China time. Yeah, I've been Wriggle. This has been Madante. Any last words? Any last things you wanna say?
I'm tired. I am shattered, and I'm sure everyone else as well. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone in between, go and have yourselves a wonderful, well-deserved break. We should see you back here on that Friday, so do not wait around too long, of course. Big thank you for showing up. Big thank you for everyone watching, commenting, giving your votes on how you thought the games were going to go. It does mean the world to us, of course. And Rigor, thank you so much for joining me, because it has been a season of a best of 3, and we'll hopefully see some more very, very soon. Until next time, y'all stay safe.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us.